Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And now you can enjoy live streaming coverage of Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park, day 2 of our Super Tour event, round 14. And I am here with Larry Lefty MacLeod, and it is going to be a good day, Lefty.
It is certainly going to be a good day. We are up bright and early, and we're going to start with the big sounds of our GTs and A sedans and T1s. And from looking at from the pictures here, the track conditions look a lot like how we left them yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it rained most of the evening, most of the night. It was raining when we got here. It appears that the rain has stopped. I actually have this large orange orb in the sky shining in my face at the moment. But there's still a lot of clouds, and there's still some rain in the area, so I don't think we're going to be dry all the way this morning. But we have a damp but not raining racetrack.
So normally what we had done at previous events, if the track's all the same, they basically for the Saturday or the second day, I guess, races end up being a best lap you've turned in any of the previous sessions. But we've done something to the track today, and I'm wondering, do you know the ruling on this? Do they have to qualify this morning for the afternoon?
Yes, today's qualifying sessions is for today's races. Nothing yesterday counts today because it's a different racetrack today. We're using an area that's referred to as the Crow's Nest, and yesterday we were bypassing the Crow's Nest, and we will get a good camera angle from that area right here.
There it is,
coming right at us. So this is what Jim Devenport told us during the preview show on Inside the SCCA. There is what's said to be one correct line through here, and the incorrect lines will send you off of the racetrack. So got to get it right. And I don't believe there's any passing in this area.
No, it does not look like it, but it's a great camera shot. We see them coming right at us up that little short hill through that chicane, so that'll be fascinating. But what it does mean, and that's why I was asking a question about rules clarification, is whatever you did lap times yesterday, throw those out the window, because you do have to lay down a lap this morning, or you start from the back. And I'm only seeing about half of this field I would have expected in this group. I see about 10 cars on track. There's 18, I think, supposed to be. Haven't seen them trip timers yet.
Yeah, and if you're wondering about your competitor's ride height, watch our Turn 5 camera, because you'll get a really good view of every car's ride height as they come up into the Crow's Nest. So that's what we're doing this morning. This is our 20-minute qualifying sessions, just like yesterday. And we're going to do 7 of those for the race groups. And then we're going to start at 11:30 this morning, Pacific time, with 35-minute or 18-lap races.
That'll be quite exciting, because I'll tell you, yesterday in the 25-minute races, we saw a lot of races that seemed to spread apart and come back together, a bit of an accordion effect in a 25-minute. I suspect we're going to see a few of those in a 35, and if we end up somewhere during the day in a bit of a drying conditions, it's going to make those races a little dicey. We'll see if we get to that point come race time, or if maybe even during the later qualifying we start to see some more drying effect.
If the weather people are correct today, we should have a dry afternoon. Weather's supposed to move out late this morning, and it may be, well, when I say dry, nothing falling from the sky.
Yeah.
The track may still be damp, but we're supposed to see everything move out here around 11 o'clock, hopefully by 11 o'clock, and we should be drying as the afternoon goes on.
So logistics note, I think this group will obviously be first qualifying. They'll also, when we get around the turn here, end up being the first 35-minute race. I believe that's before lunch. So if that potential less dampening but still damp track could impact them, these conditions they have now could be very similar to what they actually race in a couple hours. Great opportunity to do a bit of testing out there, and that's a bit of why I'm surprised I only see 10 of the 18 cars on track right now.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously there's still time for the rest of them to come out. So now that you say that, maybe I'm learning something different here. Let me go back into the supplemental regulations and reread them again. Something I always tell the drivers to do when they come and ask, well, why don't I know about this? And I also go up and get a clarification as well. We have the people who really know just upstairs a flight. but it's every time I've ever done this when there's a different track from one day to the other, none of the qualifying times work. We even did that. Even at Buttonwillow, when we had that crazy having to reconfigure the whole racetrack, everything we did on Friday was thrown out. So I imagine that it's the same way here, but we will.
It would make perfect sense because equal conditions, there's really no way, barring a really big mistake on a Friday thing, that you'd be able to match all your times today with a much slower chicane rather than the bypass compared to what you would have done with a bypass. So I suspect that's the case, the bigger impact here, obviously these drivers saw dry conditions yesterday, at least in their qualifying. So their times would be pretty quick, but obviously with damp conditions and throwing a chicane, they're not going to get anywhere near those times today.
Only today's qualifying session works for today.
Yeah.
So, yep, that's how that's going to work.
So there's about 8 cars that we don't see taking to the track this morning. Maybe they're just either don't want to burn up a set of wets or will, okay starting from further back in the field. One of those, I think, is a Scotty White, who we know, I think, was actually running his T4 car in GT2 in this race yesterday. Probably doesn't need any more wet racetrack time. He got that in spades yesterday.
And then after everything we've said about how qualifying is going to work today, because tomorrow is a special event, we're going to throw all those rules out tomorrow, and we'll explain it tomorrow.
Perfect.
I don't want to confuse anybody today about what's going on tomorrow.
All we got to tell them is tomorrow is going to be different, but very cool and special. We'll leave it at that.
It will be all of that. It will be all of that.
Big track.
Exactly. Exactly. So now that we've clarified that from the people who are, and by the way, that was in the supplemental regulations. I just read it. So, so my preaching of read the subs worked again. Now I have to practice my own preaching. That does surprise me, though, that the cars aren't out there this morning. There's still time with 11 minutes left to go out, but I am a little surprised that people aren't trying to get at least one lap in here.
Yeah, so. Just to set something, save an installation lap, see the track, do something with it. You've paid for it, you may as well try it in my book.
Exactly. So that's what's going on here. We're 11 and a half minutes in right now. The 3 guys who are up front in yesterday's race, guess where they are this morning during qualifying?
They are awfully close up front again.
Yep. Tony Colicchio, Tristan Littlehill, and Sean Wheeler. Those were the guys up front yesterday. They are your top 3 at the moment in qualifying. We just had a car spin in the turn 3 area and got back going. I think they spun. They were really going slow, so it looked like they were coming back. But I had my face in the timing page and not looking at the monitor. So 11.
I watched the post-race interview with Tony Colicchio yesterday. It was fascinating. Apparently, he has been a driving instructor for Tristan Littlehill for a very long time. Those two know each other very well. So makes what that race that developed throughout the day even more sweet, knowing that those two are good close buddies there. The student and the master, so to speak.
Miyagi and Danielson. I love it. I love this camera angle too. This is the cars coming right up into the crow's nest, and it is, and it's actually cool to see them come all the way through. They kind of disappear there for half a second, and then boop, right back in front of us. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. Great angle.
Yeah, absolutely. 10 minutes to go in this session. Let's do this. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of this qualifying, and we'll talk about stuff for group number 2. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And we're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. The Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour qualifying for Groups 1, which is GT1, 2, and 3, A Sedan, T1, and GTX. 7 minutes and 55 seconds left in the session. And Lefty, it looks very similar to what we had yesterday as far as the running order at the moment during qualifying.
Yeah, Tony Calico kind of picked up right where he left off and has set the benchmark that everyone needs to chase, including his good buddy Tristan Littlehill, who's currently second. So definitely these guys are right where they were. Now they get to see the track in slightly maybe different conditions. They had a different amount of rain yesterday, and I'm even seeing a little bit of maybe some clear skies poking through the gray clouds in the distance there, which is good. At least it looks nice.
Well, and on the east side of the track, the sun's out right now. And there's one little hole in the clouds, and the sun is out, and it's shining on the front straight and that turn 3 section, and right in my eyes. So it is perfect for seeing the monitors and trying to pick out car numbers. but there's a lot of cloud cover still. There are still some dark clouds in the area, so I think we're probably going to have some more showers a couple times throughout the early part of this morning. But it's not. I don't think there's going to be a lot of heavy stuff left. And at some point in time, it's supposed to clear out, and we're supposed to have a nice afternoon. So
yeah, that'll be great. One of the things in this session I see is a little bit different is we have a new fast car running in a sedan today. Mikhail Batenko is currently quickest of those that are running today. He did not run in yesterday's race or qualifying, so great to see him out here, and he's kind of setting the mark right now. A couple seconds ahead of the guys that had a great battle yesterday, Roger Eagleton and Ken Peterson. But Batenko right now is got the pace here in these conditions.
Yeah, it's possible. You know, we ran the race on Friday. He might not have been able to get off of work to get here. He lives in San Francisco, so he would be a closer commute than some of the folks. And that could be why he wasn't with us today, but he's here with us today. And Roger Eagleton is thinking to himself, well, now I got another car to deal with.
He does. He's going to have some more competition. As if he and Peterson didn't have a good enough battle, I suspect we might be seeing a good three-way battle between those guys today.
And did you mention the fact that his times are 7 seconds faster than the second place car in A Sedan?
Well, there is that Mikhail Batenko has definitely got pace right now, as he's extremely quick, quite a bit quicker than both Roger and Ken right now. Those guys are kind of chasing the times, but again, these conditions, everybody's on different plans and doing different things. So we'll see what actually the race pace looks like in a few hours.
How hard is it to change as this changes? Is it just a simple, do you have it locked in, like, okay, if it's this wet, it's that wet, and we're going to do this and do that? Are you kind of making guesses on some of this stuff?
Yeah, I don't know that it's, unless you've got, thousands of laps around here, I don't know that you're ever really set on, okay, I see the conditions, I know what I need to do. We watched yesterday, for example, the Spec Ford race, and I saw the interview afterward with John Black, that race winner, and he was saying that every corner, every lap, he was trying something different. And, he's got a lot of laps around here as well. He was still hunting for any kind of grip. He would try wide, he would try middle, he would try in on every corner to finally figure out, maybe as the race progresses and the conditions change, where does he need to be? I think it's extremely difficult. I don't know that you're ever really set. I think the best drivers are able to keep looking until they find something, but be willing to adjust again as conditions adjust.
Absolutely. All right, we're coming up on 4.5 minutes to go here. And our next group out is going to be Spec Miata, and they're always fun. A little smaller showing for our Spec Miata group today, but they put on a good show, so we'll keep an eye on those folks as well. Not a lot of changes here as we go through the field. Tony Colicchio, Tristan Littlehale, Sean Wheeler, same folks we had up front yesterday. And a couple of the folks who ran close to the front yesterday, Don Van Nortwick in the T1 car and Igor Granzuk, those folks, the T1 cars, are not out there running today. So, you know, if they're going to be here this afternoon, they're all going to start in the last half of this race, and they're going to have to work their way up through the field. The good news for those two cars is there's only one T1 car on the track, and that's Clark Nunez. So, you know, they won't have to worry about being too far back. Scotty B. White's not out there this morning. I think that's because he's running his T4 car in GT2 just to get points today and get his finishes in. So he's going to finish not very high up in that class or overall anyway, and so it really doesn't make sense for him to get up and be out here at 8 a.m. in the morning.
And that T4, yeah, the T4 race yesterday was pretty wet. I think he got plenty of opportunities to see what it's like to run in the wet yesterday. Probably didn't need so much today. But you mentioned about our next group coming up and those Spec Miatas. Remember, they were the ones caught as the rain started yesterday as their race was queuing up. I'm sure they're happy just to see the conditions now as they prep are probably going to be the same that they'll see when they get to the track in about 15 minutes.
Right.
What they got caught in yesterday was tough. They were all out there in dry tires hunting for anything that didn't look like shiny wet. So they're all pretty happy that at least it's better than that.
And that lasted for about 2 laps because then everything was shiny wet.
Yes.
2.5 to go. Tony Colicchio just went purple with a 204.982. That's a pretty good lap considering how damp the racetrack still is. So.
Yeah, he's moving pretty quick out there, and as we would have expected. But yesterday, of course, Tristan gave him quite a run in those conditions, and but now, you know, they're close. They're 2 seconds apart here in disqualifying. But at this point, it's going to come down to the race conditions. We know these guys run together a lot. It looks like they're going to be side by side in that front row. That'll be a fun one.
It's also interesting to me, you know, the club does a really nice job of trying to keep the classes close together as far as, you know, changing weights and all that kind of stuff, keep the different cars as close as possible. But they do that based on dry weather conditions. They don't really balance the power for damp or wet weather conditions, and you can see which cars are better for these conditions just because of the way the car is designed. Clearly, that BMW is really pretty good in the wet because it is a good bit. Both of the BMWs are a good bit faster than Sean Wheeler there in the Corvette. Different design, different tire widths, all of that kind of stuff, different horsepower makes one type of car sometimes a lot better in the wet than the others.
Yeah, it does. And it's tough from a classing point of view to try and figure out in the wet because wet isn't obviously the primary. But it's great to see, especially these two guys. They're both in a couple of BMWs, so they're pretty evenly matched. I would expect wet or dry, and you know, in dark and light. I don't think it matters for those guys. But some of the other classes, yeah, there's always going to be a bit of a shift here and there between whether a mid-engine car might be really good in the wet compared to maybe just a straight rear drive torquey car in some other classes. But even then, they end up being pretty close. And a lot of these guys will tell you it probably doesn't matter. It's still going to come down to the driver's experience at the track when it comes to rain, and maybe even, you know, the freshness of the tires that really drive home who's going to be the quickest.
It's always fun to you meet that 1 or 2 drivers who they know their best chance is for rain, and every weekend they spend the whole weekend looking up at the sky. You know, is it going to rain? Can we get rain? Gosh, could it rain? And then, you know, the other folks who know that they're not so good in the rain are like, oh, please don't rain, please don't rain. 12 seconds to go here as we round out the end of qualifying here. And still only 10 cars took part in qualifying this morning. So little surprised by that. I mean, I'm hoping they know that yesterday's times don't count for today. That will be kind of not fun for them if that's the case. So, all right, our checkered flag is out. Lefty, let me go through real quick the top couple of cars in each class. Our fast cars in A sedan were Mikhail Butenko, Roger Eagleton, and Michael Lowe. Your fast cars in GT2 is Tony Colicchio, Tristan Littlehale, and Sean Wheeler. In GT3, you've got Guy Laddick and Larry Hansen. Going down to GTX, there's one car out there, and they didn't turn any time, so we won't talk about them. In T1, only one car joined us for qualifying, and that was Clark Nunez. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we will have qualifying for Group 2, Spec Miata. Don't go anywhere. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Thunderhill Raceway Park. It is round 2 of the SCCA Super Tour, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Round 14. This is our 7th race weekend. We're at Thunderhill Raceway Park, and we are qualifying on Saturday morning. Group 2 lefty, Spec Miata.
That means, yes, we've got the Miatas, we got the Spec Miatas, and they get to know what their course conditions are going to be before they went to the grid this morning. So we'll see how this actually goes. We had a pretty good race yesterday. I know that was it Nick Leveroni and Rollins had a pretty good battle there for quite a while in those crazy conditions where they all went out on dries and suddenly had a whole lot of Mother Nature in their way. Today, it's a little bit more of the drying type. It's just an overall damp track, and you can see some spray coming off those tires, which means I suspect a lot of these drivers might be trying the rains out.
Yeah, and I think they're going to not be happy with that decision because without any rain falling, I'm told this track dries out very fast. But I'm guessing these guys, a lot of these guys have a lot of experience here too, so they'll have an easier job judging what they should be doing right now. And you can still see some of those dark clouds out there. Just depends on what direction the wind's blowing at the moment. So
Great camera shot there of turn 6. I don't think we had that one yesterday. That's a good angle there. Be able to get some of that activity. And of course, the great camera there coming through the chicane at 5 we've got today. That's a good one. So lots of good views today. Is there a bad view here at Thunderhill? I don't think there's a bad view anywhere.
I think the only bad view at Thunderhill is if you're not here.
Oh, is that a knock on me?
No, but is there a car off in the distance there? It looks like there's a car off in the distance. And that is not the quick line through turn 8 there.
No, it's not. I'm hoping is that. Yeah, I think it runs down a bit of hill, and I'm sure the water runs down there, but he's still moving. That's a good sign.
Yeah, that is a good sign. But he's not moving in the right direction.
Try to make his way back to the track. We'll give him a minute, as everyone's kind of still on their outlap.
The problem is in these conditions, it is not hard to get your wheels spinning and just kind of dig yourself in up to the rockers there. And if that happens, then there's only one solution, and that is to get someone to tug you out of there. And I don't know that race control will like a car there, because if that car got there, another one could get there.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's a pretty quick section of the track as well, so a car going off can go a pretty long way, so we'll give that driver a chance. I'm wondering, considering timing hasn't tripped another sector for Scott Story, wonder if that's who it is, or possibly, that might be Amy Mills, who hasn't tripped a second sector yet.
Absolutely. So
yesterday, I know she had a couple of offs, was able to get back on in each of those cases, so hopefully if that is Amy, she's got the experience of how to get that car back out of the mud and back on the track.
So, do you do any sim racing?
Do I? A lot of sim racing, yes.
All right, so Jason Rollins, apparently he's known as Go-Go to his grandchildren. He is out here in his number 20 Spec Miata. His favorite highlight of his racing career was his first race win at Oulton Park. And if you do sim racing, you know exactly what that track is.
I do.
Because it's one of the free tracks on iRacing. He won a race there in 1993.
Wow.
So he's been doing this for a bit of time, and I thought that was cool. I'm like, I know there's an Oulton Park, but I was like, someone's actually raced there. That's pretty cool.
That is a classic little British club track, if there ever was one. A great little thing, lots of elevation changes, cool things. So if you've done any sim racing, you're familiar with it. If you haven't tried that track, because you're thinking, I'll stick with the American track. No, give Oulton a try. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, a lot of fun little place to play.
So we're 16 minutes into this race, and does it look like the car's moved on?
I don't see.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
But if it was, well, a couple of things is I still don't have a second sector for Amy Mills on an outlap. I do have multiple sectors now for Scott Story, who is the other potential candidate of that. So not sure who that was, but maybe it's still out there.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, well, 15.5 minutes to go right now. The fast car is Nick Leveroni with a 132.4. Eric Fokelson is your second fastest car with a 134.8. Then you've got Jason Rollins, who I was just talking about. He is in third place at the moment with a 135.8. So that's how it stands at the moment. Sun peeking in and out of the clouds here, but at the moment, there's nothing falling from those clouds, which we're really happy about.
That's a good thing.
I'm sure the people in the cars are more happy about it than we are.
I'm sure the flaggers are as well.
And the people standing out in the corners in white are absolutely happy about it.
Yes.
So, but I see the windsock pointing there towards the north, and I look towards the south, and the south looks brighter skies. So all of that is good news, and we hope it stays that way. And I'm not seeing any more lap times or sectors, like you said, from Amy Mills or Ben French. So it could have been either of those cars, possibly.
Could have been, and I think the last camera shot, the one we were on a moment ago, may have had a car down there still, but it's so hard to tell off of the distance whether it's possibly. Yeah, you look
there's
straight
still
out.
A car out there.
Yeah.
But the car looks like it moved further away from the track, possibly, which is why they're leaving it there.
Maybe looking for some high ground.
Yeah. Not quite sure how it got there, but anyway, we'll keep looking at it. It could be that there's two cars out there.
That could be.
Anyway, we are. Where am I at here? Sorry, Nick Leveroni still the fast car with the 226, but now Jason Rollins has popped up to a 226.2. So they're 2 1,000ths of a second apart, or 200ths of a second apart. 0.010 is the split between first place and second place right now. And Eric Fokelsen's only 0.8 of a second back from there. So times are coming down here as the track gets drier and drier.
No, Leveroni and Rollins had that spectacular battle in the rain on dry tires yesterday, and here they are, a 100th apart in this qualifying for today's track configuration. So we may be getting another gem brewing here between Rollins and Leveroni for this afternoon.
All right, I see Ben French now has actually completed one lap, so if there is a car out there, the suspect is, at the moment, Amy Mills.
Could be. Need to get your flagger net hooked up again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have access to the flagger net this weekend, which we do have at most of the races that we do. And that information is really critical to help us bring you the best info that we can during these races. But we'll do our best no matter what, and we'll keep you up to date as best we can.
Well, Jason Rollins goes quite a bit quicker, as he's now a second or so faster than Nick Leveroni, and they've got company as Eric Fulkerson has got himself down to the 222.1. So the three of those guys now a second covering their qualifying times here. It's good to see that we may be having classic Spec Miata things happening today if we've got a pretty close matchup between three drivers. That could be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, Spec Miatas do what Spec Miatas do, and we like that because it's a lot of fun to talk about. Yeah, that's a real quick lap. Down to, that's 0.9 of a second faster than Eric Fulkerson, who's also turned up a pretty good lap too. He has leapt into second place. So he went from third to second, but Rollins unfortunately went faster even. So, and Jeremy Rutter, who we talked about yesterday, coming up here from Southern California, he is figured out this racetrack. He is up to fourth place now on the grid at the moment.
Yeah, and between where Jeremy Rutter is at that 226.4, about a second or so back from him is Matthew Wyatt in fifth, and then Scott Story is at a 228.0. So those three are relatively close in their qualifying times. They're a bit back from where Rollins, Fulkerson, and Leveroni are, but it may be also staging for a second pack of racing when you start looking at their pace around this place between Rutter, Wyatt, and Story.
And you can tell the track is drying because on our timing screens, when a car does its fastest lap of the session, it goes green and everything is green. There's only two drivers who don't have a green lap on the board at the moment. So, and it's just lap after lap of getting a little bit faster, a little bit faster. Scott Story jumps up to fourth place now with his green lap of 124.2, and lots of green. I wish that was dollars I could scoop up.
Well, and if you're watching our feed and you see just the timing tower on the screen, you can actually go see the same timing scoring that we see. If you go to SCCA.com, there'll be a link at the top, live timing. You click on Thunderhill Raceway Super Tour. That'll take you right to the same current one. And you can also see any of the results if you click on other sessions, any of the results of yesterday's races, yesterday's qualifyings. If you catch this later today and you want to see what happened earlier today, all in the same place for you.
And if you want to watch yesterday's action, if somehow, unbelievably, you missed yesterday's action, You can go to SCCA Official on YouTube, and you can actually watch every Super Tour event this year. All of our action, all 14 rounds, they're up there, and you can go back and watch it. If for some reason you missed it yesterday live.
Hardly an excuse that would be good enough.
I can't imagine. All right, we're halfway through this session. Let's take our break, and we'll come back and get you all the way to the finish line here. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions. And we're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour qualifying for Spec Miata. Got about 7 minutes left in the session. Next up for us is going to be our Formula Atlantic Continental FE2, FX, and prototype cars. They will qualify next in group number 3. And we're pushing towards an 11:20, 11:30 first race time, Lefty.
Right, to be a nice little pre-lunch snack to get the racing started.
An appetizer, an aperitif, if we would go that far. So, and that'll be our GT cars and our big A Sedan T1 group. So, yeah, that'll be fun to do just before lunch. And then I'll go have lunch, and then all I want to do is take a nap, because that's what happens after lunch.
Do I see a dry line, a pretty good dry line here through turn 11?
Yes, you do.
That's a good sign.
That's a good sign, unless you get off the dry line. But you can see the dry line coming out here as well. So, yeah, we're working our way towards the dry line, and I'm hoping next time I get a chance to stand up, I'll go look in the other direction and just kind of see. And I think that Zach, our director, has a radar that he can pull up for us at some point in time, too. Just to kind of show us what we're looking at here. But with 6.5 minutes to go, there is the radar. There is just that tiny little band to the west of us, Lefty, that I think may come through. It may just dissipate. And then there's that little blob at the bottom, but I think that might pass through south of us. So let's keep our fingers and toes crossed, and we will see what happens with all of that.
That would be good. We'll just make sure we remind Mr. Ginsburg to stay away from the chat, stay away from everything, as we don't want any influence.
Eric Fulkerson, during our break, has jumped to the top of the leaderboard with a 2:17.4.
But I think Rollins is on a good one right now, and there it goes.
You're really good at reading the sector times, much better than I am, I'll be honest. But I'm just look at the lap times for Jason Rollins. His first lap was a 2:26, 2:21, 2:19, 2:17, 2:15. So I believe that is fully indicative of a drying racetrack.
It is, with a good driver who probably knows his way around here, and every sector just keeps going faster and faster. As you said, the whole screen is some levels of greens and purples, which are fastest personals and fastest overall sectors. So Yeah, well, Nick Lavaroni responds with his own 2:15. It's a 2:15.9, still about 9/10 back from Jason Rollins, but he's right there. And Lavaroni again seems to be the quickest in the third sector every time through, which is kind of how they raced yesterday. He kept catching him in the third sector, and then he would fall back in the first couple sectors. So fascinating that Nick seems to have that part of the track nailed down, but needs to work on the others. Fulkerson is at a 16.0, so all three of them still covering that 1 second between the front three. And as they keep going, they're each through the first sector, each on personal best. Lavaroni's is the fastest of those personal bests at a 57.90, but all three of them within, what do you got there, about a 10th on the first sector alone, and that's the longest sector on the track, so
right.
It's tight.
You know, I got to give out props to Ben French. He is he's right now in 9th place with a fast lap of 2:46, but 2:34. But he's got the best chat following. Lucas French in the chat, rooting him on. He had other family members and friends in the chat yesterday, so good on him for getting his family involved and watching on our stream. And any of those drivers out there should take our stream link and put it on their social medias. They can get their friends up and watching, because we're here every weekend.
It's an easy way to get your name mentioned here in the broadcast is just have a friend, family, crew, whatever, get into the chat and chat with us. We'll make sure your name gets mentioned as well.
Remember back in the day when there was nothing like this, and when you tried to explain to your friends and family like what you do on the weekends, and they'd be like, I don't get it. And well, now it's easy to show people what you do on the weekends.
Yeah, I go to a racetrack and they go, what, you mean like NASCAR? No, not like NASCAR, like real racing. Like
exactly.
Now I just send them a
link. Lefty went right there. All of a sudden, the 4 NASCAR fans in the chat are going to fire up and stuff. I love it.
It's better. It could be worse. I could knock British cars.
We did that yesterday. I'm not going to do that one today.
No, we don't want to do that. Erwin's watching, and he's watching from, I believe, from England today. So awesome to see people in different parts of the world catching our stream.
BL Design and Speed. Pew, pew, pew. Shots fired. I love it. I love it. That would have been more appropriate yesterday on May the 4th be with you day. So, all right, a little less than 3 minutes to go. Right now, fast car, Jason Rollins, Eric Fulkerson second, Nick Lavaroni is in third, Jeremy Rudder fourth, Scott Story has worked his way into fifth, Matthew Wyatt is sixth, Michael Chang seventh, Andrew Wozencroft is eighth. He was in the chat. He came into the chat right after every session yesterday to talk about what the track conditions were, and he was very, very impressed with his own drive, and I was too, honestly. It was his first ever drive in the wet yesterday in those conditions where everybody went out on dry tires.
Yeah, he's getting it this weekend to see every possible condition, having gone out in the morning for qualifying in dry, in the race in wet on dry tires, and now he's out there in this sort of drying conditions, hunting for the nice gray pavement out there. So he's getting to see it all in his weekend here at Thunderhill.
And I'll say I was so impressed with all of the Spec Miata drivers yesterday in those conditions on the dry tires. That could have been an absolute debacle yesterday. And a bunch of cars went off, but they all stayed out of anything hard, got right back on the racetrack, and really, really nice job of dealing with those conditions. And that might have been my highlight race of the day yesterday.
Yeah, because it was unknown, and then a minute before, literally, I think there were people on the grid lane there yelling, "Rain, rain, rain!" And that was about 30 seconds before they said, "Okay, green flag, let's go, let's get out there." And so, yeah, I applaud the drivers who went out there not prepared for it and still managed to avoid any full course cautions, nothing like that. A couple offs and ons, but put on some really good racing as well. That was fun.
Yeah, and it was funny because we heard all the commotion on pit lane while they were waiting to send the cars out, and for a moment we couldn't figure out what the commotion was all about, and then we kind of looked around and we're like, oh my lord, that's what the commotion was all about.
Mother Nature said hi.
Absolutely. Erwin's in the chat. I think Erwin's one of our overseas folks, and I don't remember where he's from, but he's been here with us on most of our Super Tours, and I want to welcome him back as well. Always been a big supporter here. Thank you, sir.
I think we're being told he might be from the Netherlands.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Possibly.
Netherlands. I need to spend some time in the Netherlands. That sounds cool.
I've flown through Amsterdam. It's about as far as I've gotten.
Are there racetracks in the Netherlands? If there are, or if I visit, we're gonna go to a racetrack together. How's that? All right, now I've committed myself to go to the Netherlands.
It's not too far from Belgium.
Okay.
There's some nice tracks there.
Oh, yeah, Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah.
I just love saying Spa-Francorchamps. All right, I've diverted here. Jason Rollins is our fastest car right now as our clock runs out here. Any car that is on a hot lap when the checkered flag gets out will get to finish that hot lap. So there is a chance that we'll get some cars sneaking in here for a quick lap here. But the green has slowed down a little bit on our chart here, which means either folks have started to go in or they've decided they've gotten what they're going to get out of this racetrack right now. Jason Rollins is going to be your pole sitter if everything holds. Then it'll be Nick Laveroni, who just jumped up into second place on the final lap here, turns his green lap with a 2:13.4. So that should be your front row. Second row, again, these are all provisional results, should be Eric Fokelson and Jeremy Rutter. And then our third row will be Scott Story and Matthew Wyatt. So checkered flag is out. We're going to take ourselves a break. When we come back, we'll have our Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. That should be fun as well. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a minute. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park. The noise I love to hear and the sights I love to see. Open wheel and prototype race cars. Heading to the racetrack, Lefty.
Yes, and this will be an interesting session out here again with the conditions. Look like there's dry line in most places, so this should help them a lot. Hopefully they're all going out there on dry tires.
Yeah, I think
we could see a progression of times that what happens early in the session may not be how it ends up at the end.
No, I 100% suspect you're right on that regard. I think like the last session where it seemed like every lap, every car was going green. I think that's going to be a similar situation here. The other thing that's really good news for the following groups here is these cars with their slick tires dry racetracks really fast. So if most of them are out on slicks, and you can see a big dry line there, this track will dry out quick. And if we don't get any more precipitation, then we can maybe have some really fast times here coming up for these last final 3 or 4 sessions.
Yeah, Jim Davenport in this group yesterday in the rain in the afternoon, he was super fast, and so we'll see if he picks up where he left off. We know he and Chip Romer had a great qualifying battle yesterday morning. They were, I think, maybe less than a second apart or something, really close to qualifying. Davenport seemed to have the race pace locked in, but now that we're getting back to a dry condition, maybe that'll resume there at the front. And then in P2, Tim Day Jr. had a bit of a struggle with his pace throughout that race yesterday because of those conditions. Now that we're back to dry, I suspect he'll be back on his normal form.
Yeah, I talked with Jim last night. He said he was having a hoot out there. The conditions were challenging, they were changing, and that is something he says he really enjoys, is dealing with that type of a situation, and it showed.
Yeah. The other one yesterday that was super quick in the race, Caleb Schrader in that FE2 car. He was essentially at the tail of the P1s for most of the race. He was unbelievably fast and then put on a pretty good show, I would say, in the Spec Ford later on. So he had a lot of experience in those couple of races yesterday. I expect we'll see him just as quick today. The question will be, can any of the other FE2 guys get closer to that pace today now that we're back to what appears to be dry or mostly dry?
I'm also pulling up real quick the P1 point standings here. Because I don't know if they get updated during the weekend. No, they do not. But coming after VIR, Jim Davenport had never finished less than second in any Super Tour he had done this year. And he won yesterday. So if he does that again this weekend, that will be another opportunity to keep that streak going. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and he's obviously one of the perennial favorites in any track, and that kind of goes to prove it that he just doesn't finish lower than second anywhere he goes. Gives you an indication that guy's pretty much on his game all the time.
Absolutely. So, and here they are coming up through the crow's nest here, and really great camera angle as we see them come through here. Everyone seems to be. And this is their first time going through the crow's nest this weekend, so you might even have some cars here, Lefty, that this is their first time ever going through the crow's nest. So a little learning going on this morning as well.
Yeah, one of our prototypes there was probably not as comfortable with it as a whole bunch of FE2s on his tail. So that's just an indication exactly of that maybe the first time through it's a little tentative. And you mentioned that in the interview earlier this week that Davenport had said, there's only one good line through there, and maybe it takes a little while to find it. And so some of these drivers are still hunting for that good line.
That seems to be a good guess as to what's going on there. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised that our fast car right now is Jim Davenport. He just clipped off a 141.9. And that is, and Chip Romer, who is no slouch, his lap was a 145.0. So yeah, that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to do that, I think, here for a little bit because this track temps, I suspect, are a little low this morning, and these tires will build some heat. The track will build some heat, and we'll see these times drop. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see both of those guys in the 130-somethings here in the next couple laps.
No question at all. Couple classes we've got going on here in this group, not only the FE2s and the P1s. We've got a pretty good smattering of Formula Continental cars, and Peter West just went to the top of the leaderboard in that class. And it happened just as I clicked on, because when I clicked on, it was Jerry Dutch Schultz. And just like that, though, Peter West drops in at 158. And then just like that, Daniel Swanbeck drops in a 1:53.9. So it's I shouldn't even go through them at the moment because it seems like as quickly as I say one guy's in first place, someone else jumps up and takes that spot.
Yeah, it's a chance to basically read everyone's name because at some point everyone's probably going to leave this session.
Exactly. So what other classes do we have here? I think we've got a couple of P2 cars. Yep, Tim J. Jr. with a 152 is a fast car there. Fernando Fabian Okonski. That's a very interesting. I've never seen the Polish-Spanish combination. That should make for some fun times at the holidays, and good food.
Yes.
He's in second place. John McIntyre is in third in P2. So, and again, every time, lots of green on this session.
And McIntyre yesterday, I think, had troubles at the start of that race. I think he might have been the car we believe that had actually kind of beached it, was able to get out, but I don't think he continued in that race. So great to see whatever was wrong with the car, he's got that sorted out and he's back at it today.
Our executive producer says that there's got to be a pierogi versus empanada fight in that family. I love it because I love pierogies and empanadas. Anyway, good stuff.
It's kielbasa tacos or something. I don't know.
Oh, kielbasa tacos. That's we're getting somewhere now, people. You know, who needs chorizo when you've got kielbasa, right? Actually, I think there's room in this world for both chorizo and kielbasa.
They can all coexist.
All right, Jim Davenport is your class leader right now. Down to overall a 1:38.0. He's just dropped another 3 seconds, Lefty, and everyone's working to catch him.
Yeah, well, I said it wouldn't take long for him to get into the 130s, and he has done it. And so we'll see if Chip Romer's got something for him. Of course, Romer on this lap just went quickest of the session, first sector. So Romer may be on his own 130-something lap right now.
I'm having fun. I love these change conditions because sometimes when it's just a dry track or qualifying, it's like, okay, you got your fast guy and you got your second guy, and that's all, and it just you sit there. But there's something to talk about here all 20 minutes as we get these things going.
Chip Romer did a 1:38.3 to Jim Davenport's 38.0. So yeah, Romer isn't going anywhere at this point. He's still working to go quick. And then we talked about John McIntyre. He just did a 49.1 to eclipse Tim Day's 52.7. So there's now a new quickest car in P2 as well.
And don't look now, but the third overall car is Caleb Schrader, an FE2 car who should not have his nose up there with all these P2 and P1 cars.
And somebody off at 4.
Oh, yes, I see that now. Looks like they're getting themselves back in gear. Nice. Ooh, we'll brake lock up there. Nice job staying out of the way of that prototype car coming up behind him.
One of our FE2 cars. I did not catch the number, but they've been able to continue. That's good.
But as I was saying, your third overall is that FE2 car of Caleb Schrader, turning 1:49.8, which is a pretty darn good time for an FE2 car as well. Evidenced by the next fastest FE2 car is a 1:53.1. That's John Eatman. So,
yeah, unbelievable how fast right now Caleb Schrader is around this place. We talked a lot about him yesterday and how quick he was in the qualifying and then really fast in the wet conditions. He then showed his pace when he jumped into the Spec Ford and led a good chunk of that race as well. So this kid's onto something here. He's definitely got the pace to run around Thunderhill.
With 11 minutes to go, let's take this opportunity to take our break. We'll come back and get the rest of our qualifying session in. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be right back.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. We're back here live at Thunderhill Raceway Park, Hoosier Racing Tire, SCCA Super Tour, round 14 qualifying for group number 4. This is our Formula Atlantic Continental FE2, P1 and P2 cars out here, Lefty. And the times, guess where they're going?
They're getting quicker bit by bit.
138.016 is our fast time right now for Jim Davenport in that P1 Elan DP02. For those of you who are interested or have a background or an enjoyment of IMSA racing, that used to be what raced at Daytona in the 24-hour, those Elan DP02s. That was part of the ALMS series, I believe. I think that was one of their spec cars, wasn't it?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, so... that came from the folks down at Road Atlanta, and I cannot remember the name of the guy who had that who built those cars. I don't know why, but anyway. So both the first two cars in P2 are Elan DP02s, and then you've got Caleb Schrader in the FE2 car, followed by John Manfroy, another P1 car, but he's in the store. That's a different body style and car altogether. So lots of different cars and chassis in this field.
Which makes it interesting when you throw the wings and the things all together out there. In fact, you've got your FA classified cars, and I say classified because I believe one of them is a Pro Formula Mazda in the hands of Joe Briggs.
Right.
And the other may also be one of those Pro Formula Mazdas. I can find it. I don't know that he's taken any laps today. Is Greg Labate, who's also listed in a Pro Formula Mazda. So not your traditional, Toyota or even Mazda Atlantics. Correct. A little bit different cars running FA this weekend, but great to see them. And of course, we've got the FX entry out there in the more traditional Star Formula Mazdas. The little rotaries.
Well, and it's great that we've been able to get some of these other cars and find a way to get them classified within the SCCA class structure. It's giving people an opportunity to play with cars that they want to have fun with, that would sometimes in the past wouldn't even have a place for them in the SCCA. So we're able to take up some of these older cars and revitalize them, give them a new lease on life. And a lot of people have history of wanting to drive those cars as well. So it's a really nice opportunity to beef up our open wheel classes by getting some other cars in and classified.
And I do love the open wheel.
I just like seeing lots of cars on the racetrack. Really.
That's always the best thing.
It warms my heart. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. Let's go through the top three in each class real quick. Your Formula Atlantic, Joe Briggs is your only car out there right now in FA. In Continental, we've got Daniel Swanback is your fast car right now with Tom Hope and Troy Shooter in third place. And Dutch Schultz is in fourth there in Atlantic. FE2 is Caleb Schrader, John Yeatman, and Noah Hambaye. We have one out there, John Ertl. He's in the original Formula Mazda, not the Pro Mazda. This is the original Formula Mazda, which is kind of the lower powered, less adjustable version of the Mazdas. Then your P1 cars, you got Jim Davenport, Chip Romer, and John Manfroy. And then our P2 group is John McIntyre, Tim Day Jr., and Fernando Fabian Okonski.
The FC is really tightened up at the front. You've got Tom Hope leading the way there, the 49.4. Dan Swanback, who had led that qualifying there for quite a while, now second, 49.7, so a little less than 3/10 between them. And then Troy Shooter, currently at a 49.7, so just a couple tenths back. Wow, He actually now just jumped to the front at a 48.7, so knocked a bunch of time down when his fastest, and now he's at the front of the field over Hope and Swanbeck. So crazy how tight the top three are in FC.
5 minutes to go, and now I can tell you my interpretation of our drying track is that it's got a decent dry line, because unlike the last group, Larry, that had lots of cars going green every lap, it's not quite so much the case this time now, which makes me think that the track is pretty dry in lots of areas, and they're not getting those big jumps each lap as the track gets drier and drier.
Yeah, the only thing I can see now is a bit in the offline sections where it just has that bit of dampness to it, but anything that's in a traditional line, like the front straight, looks like there's still some stuff getting kicked up. It might be because there's so many different lines down that front straight, there hasn't been a consensus dry. But a lot of other places, the dry really seems to be coming through, and the lap times are reflecting that.
Well, and you know, because you're always trying to drive the perfect line to get a qualifying time. Where this is going to get interesting is when they have to go racing, and maybe there's still some wet spots out there, and people need to use those spots to make passes. Oh, look at that. There's a pass just on the outside of turn 3. That takes some courage to make that happen, folks. But whatever car that was coming right up into our view now, this yellow and blue Formula car, that car just made a really past 2 cars on the outside going through 3, and I was like thinking to myself, that ain't gonna work. Well, it did.
Yeah, and that was aggressive. Hey, want to keep that lap time going, want to keep finding that clear track, and maybe it's not this lap, maybe it's the next one, maybe only going to get one more flyer, given the clocks are now inside of 3.5 minutes, so probably racing for clean track.
Or maybe you haven't gotten a flyer yet because you've been in traffic the whole time. So
it very well could be, and looking at the FE ranks, it's still Caleb Schrader leading the way. He's now the 5th fastest car in the session, but the rest of the FE2s are certainly catching up, as John Yeatman now is about 2 seconds back. Noah Hamai is another 2 seconds back, and then you got Matt Romer in the 4th spot there. So they're starting to pick up the pace. Matt actually currently on one of his quickest personal laps, and just did a personal best 52.1. So yeah, they're starting to find their pace, which means at this stage of qualifying, if someone gets in front of you, it could be a bad thing if you're trying to chase down your perfect lap.
I really hope that some of the folks who have been with us for the Super Tours throughout the first part of the season, when most of our Super Tours were on the east side of the Rockies, are paying attention or watching and giving some love to the folks out here on the West Coast, because a lot of the names and not a lot of the drivers are folks that I see all year long out here. I also do all the races at Buttonwillow, and these are some of the best drivers on the West Coast putting on a show for everybody this weekend. Names you might not recognize from earlier Super Tours, but there's definitely such quality competition out here, and I hope we're getting, hope folks will take a peek at this stuff, because and I hope that some of these guys head over to across the Rockies for the runoffs, because that'll be a good West Coast contingent.
It definitely, and I hope they do. I know it's a long haul from the West Coast all the way to VIR for the 23. There's that car off there at the outside of 6, kind of facing us. Which is not the prescribed line, but hopefully not high-sided.
That's the fast way through 6.
No, and we saw earlier the Miata that had gone out somewhere in that section of the track that had trouble getting back on. But in this case, a very low-slung Formula car or prototype has been able to get back on the track, so that's a good sign. Might be a little dirt down over there, though.
Well, that's true. I'm really impressed with the drainage here. We talked about this yesterday. A lot of tracks, you know, once the track is dry, the off track, once you go off, you've got no way to get back on. But we've seen a lot of cars be able to self-clear themselves after going off the track this weekend. So that's a lot of really well-done things happened here when they built Thunderhill.
Yeah. So with about a minute left in the session, I don't know if you had noted or not, but Chip Romer is now quickest car in the session, about 6/10 faster than Jim Davenport, now into the 36s, 36.7 for Chip Romer. So the defending national champ showing his rares around this place. Davenport, yesterday's race winner, currently 2nd. So again, it's heating up to a pretty good battle coming down to those two again.
Yes, and those two are very, very familiar with each other. They've raced for years together, and it's always fun to see them both here, or both at any racetrack, because it is always really entertaining. So
Davenport may be responding, so we're going to keep an eye on that. He just went quickest in the session, Sector 1. So if Davenport's responding and the track continues to get better, this is not over yet in qualifying between these two.
Well, and I don't know where he is on the racetrack. So with 13 seconds left, literally 13 seconds left in the session, he probably is on his last lap.
Just finished sector 2, about a tenth slower than the best sector of Chip Romer. So potentially on a good one here. He's 7 or 6.5 tenths slower on his best lap. But on this lap, he's pretty much on par, on pace with Chip Romer. He should be coming around sector 3 right now, possibly for the last corner. That is not him.
That is not a P1.
Let's look at a couple of FCs.
Yeah, and it looks like this could be him.
That could be him.
Yeah, that could be him right there.
It could be Davenport there in the number 23. And, well, Davenport must have been the earlier one that went by. This might be Romer coming through there, and it's not going to be a quick one for him because Davenport just went top of the leaderboard, 36.3, 4 tenths quicker than Chip Romer.
There you go. So let's run through our top 3 in each class before we take another break. In Formula Atlantic, your only car that was out there was Joe Briggs. So he is your fast car there. Formula Continental, you got Troy Shooter, who would pop to the top very late in the session to take the fast lap for Formula Continental. Daniel Swanback and Tom Hope is in second and third. Now to FE2, Caleb Schrader, no surprise there. He is your fast car with a 1:45.8, followed by John Eatman and Noah Hambaye. In P1, you've got Jim Davenport, Chip Romer, and John Mancroy are your top 3. And then your top 3 in P2, John McIntyre, Tim Day Jr., and Fernando Fabian Okonski. So there you go. That's our top 3 in each class here for group number 3. Group 4 is next, STU, STL, T2, 3, and 4. We'll be back with that here in about 5 minutes. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live, Thunderhill Raceway Park. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour is back, live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Brian Bielanski, Larry, Lefty MacLeod is here. We're having a good old time. Now STL, STU, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. These are our cars that are closest to showroom stock, if there is such a thing. That's actually not such a thing here, but you know, not a lot of modifications, especially on the touring cars, Lefty. STU cars, STL cars, they get a little more doodads.
Yeah, a little bit, and then apparently get a little bit of smoke of whatever's coming off the back of that one running down there to turn 2.
That looked like more than just a little bit of smoke.
Yeah, well, concerning considering just pulled out of the pits.
Yeah, that's coming from one of the Mustangs there. I think that's that first Mustang that went through our view. Well, we'll keep looking on that, and I guarantee you the corner workers will keep looking at it. It's
that one right there. I think it might be that Integra that just went by. Okay. I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yep.
And I'm sure if it's something of significance, yeah, there it is. A bunch of smoke. It is that green and that Integra. But yesterday in this field, in this afternoon race, there was a lot of rain. And really brought the T3 cars alive. Sean Lovett in that BMW absolutely just walked away from the field to take the win over Chris Hart there in T3. And STU, Mark Hoover, was darn quick as he had jumped out early in that race with the split start. He took over the lead quickly and never really looked back except to see those T3 cars coming his way, and then managed to keep going. And look at the smoke now.
Yeah, that car, if it doesn't get a big ball flag, I'll be very surprised. And there's enough smoke there where I'm sure the driver probably sees it too. So
yeah, he's staying offline at least in case he's putting something down, which you never know. It just kind of looks like head gasket or something, you know, like it's a whole lot of just white smoke maybe from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, it's too much smoke to be, and he knows he's got a problem, so he stayed off the line. Too much smoke to be tire smoke, tire rub. Yeah. So I'm pretty darn certain that he's going to come into the pits and figure it out.
Trying to see who that might be.
We don't have too many accurate Integras here, so we probably can narrow it down pretty quickly.
Tim Auger is in an Integra, an STL.
Yeah.
Potentially that one. But we'll see. He should be on his way to the pits here in a second.
Yep. Good on him for doing as best as he can to stay off the line, although right there he's right on the line.
Yeah, he's just probably trying to stay tight because pit entry is just around the corner, I think. There.
It's kind of impossible to do completely offline when you got in a situation like that. But, I think he did his best as he could there. So, 16 minutes and 50 seconds left here, and cars starting to get their first hot laps in. And right now, the top of your leaderboard is Ryan Coutil. We see him all over the West Coast. Mark Hoover had a fantastic run yesterday as well, and so he's also at the top. Again, like we said earlier, in a lot of these classes, we're getting the same guys up front that we had up front yesterday.
Yeah, and that's not too surprising there. We've got a big field, though. There are 23, well, probably now 22 cars out on the track, which, when we had the Spec Miatas out there were a handful, even one of the earlier ones. I think even in our big bores, we only had about 10 out of the 18 registered. So having all 23 that appear to have trip timing is going to make for a little bit of traffic. And now that we've got these, I want to say it's 4 different classes. Yeah, STU, STL, T3, 5 different, T2, 3, and 4. It could make it interesting to find your clean space. You want to try and find it early if you can to lay one down, but with these conditions where the track could, not want to say call it drying so much, but certainly improving track, you might want to make sure that you're set for the end of the session to have a clear bit of space to lay one down.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to try to play this, and it's harder with the weird conditions on the racetrack. On a dry track, my goal is to be either the first one out or the last one out.
Yeah.
To have a good, clean track at the front, and if I can't do that, then I try to hang out and let all the cars go out, get a little 15, 20-second gap on me, and then I just try to lay them down until the front of the pack catches me, and then my qualifying day is kind of done. But it's really hard to make that happen because everybody kind of wants to have the same strategy. And only one person can be first, and only one person can be last.
Exactly. So you're forced to kind of find it, and In this case, though, I think these drivers might be just looking for anything where you're a good maybe 15 car lengths from the nearest car. That might be about the best you're going to get. As we just saw Scotty White coming off in his T4 coming off of turn 14-15 onto the front straight. But he'll be looking for some clean track as well. This is his first look at the track, having skipped the big bore session earlier. So getting a chance to see what are the conditions out here. How dry is it? And I would say it's pretty dry.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're at here. I should pull up real quick. I'll pull up yesterday's qualifying times, which were also in the dry, and we'll be able to compare what was happening yesterday to what is happening right now, and that'll be the best indication of how dry this racetrack is. Qualifying fast time yesterday in this group for Nathan Pope was at 1:57.3. So that is what I think probably our dry lap delta is to be shooting for here.
Well, we're getting closer to that. Of course, Nathan Pope running that Prelude in STU. Your fastest car so far in this session also in STU. It's the MX-5 of Mark Hoover at a 2:02, so just about 5 seconds slower. And on a 3-mile track, that's not a lot of difference when you're talking about, it's still cold, dampened spots. That means we're getting really close to full dry conditions and full good track conditions.
All right, the Ben French fan club is back. Lucas French back in the chat, rooting him on. And right now, Ben is he's got a 1:32.6 was his first lap out, so I'm sure he'll improve on that.
Yep, well, at the top of the board right now, Rylan Hazelton just went to a 59.9, so they're into the 59s here in the session. That tells me this track is gotten pretty good. I'm not sure how much better it could get, because that's only, like you said, about 2 seconds slower than what they were turning in this group yesterday in dry.
Yeah, and honestly, overcast skies, I'm pulling up the temperature right now. If this track is really dry, these are almost perfect dry conditions. Yeah. Waiting for the confuser here to throw out a temperature at me.
Well, when you look for that, I mentioned yesterday in the race, we had a really good race in T4 yesterday between Scotty White and his Mustang and Mark Cephalo in that NC MX-5. That was a great battle that went on, and Mark just couldn't quite get close enough to make a pass at the end. Well, he's doing himself a favor. Right now, he is a couple tenths quicker than Scotty White here, about 4 tenths quicker in this qualifying so far. So if he can start in front of Scotty, perhaps he has a better shot to take the T4 win. But that'll be a fun one to watch as we continue through this qualifying. They're currently, what do we got, 12th and 13th in this session, and now just a 10th apart between them at a 207.6, 207.63, sorry, to 207.66. They are 30 thousandths apart.
Yeah, that's pretty close. 54 degrees right now. A high today is scheduled for 63. So there's a lot of optimal conditions going on as long as you stay on the dry line. There's opportunities here to lay down some pretty good laps. We're only about a second and a half or 2 seconds off of yesterday's fast time at a full dry racetrack. So, and with all that time left, I think we're going to hit really close to yesterday's qualifying times before this session is over.
Definitely getting close so far. As you mentioned, it was the 42 in STU of Nathan Pope that had yesterday's top qualifying time. He's still outside of 2 minutes looking in, but he's getting close. He's continuing to do the green sectoring thing, personal best around the track, which means he's working his way up there.
We've just created a new verb, sectoring. I love it.
He's getting there.
I love it. Let's run through some of the classes here as we get to about the halfway point. Your STL fast car is Ryan Gutierrez. Amy Mills is out there as well. She's in second place in STL, followed by Carl Young. STU, we've been talking about him. Ryan Hazelton, he is the fast car there with a 1:59.9. Nathan Pope is second fastest. Mark Hoover third in STU. In T2, you've got Roger Eagleton, Ken Peterson, and Mikhail Butenko is your top three in T2. T3, Chris Hart, Sean Lovett, and Todd Clark. And then T4, Scotty B. White is your fast car there, with Mark Cephalo in second and Izzy Sanchez in third.
Yeah, so White able to go just a couple tenths quicker now to be ahead of Cephalo. Going to continue to watch that one. That's a lot of fun. Also, going back to T2, you mentioned Eagleton and Peterson picking up where they left off yesterday. They had a great battle in A sedan. Then they got a bit of the caught maybe in a bit of the rain here, I think, in their T2 battle, which was pretty good for at least a while. And now you got Mikhail Matenko, who I believe is now also in A sedan. Earlier, he was the quickest car in A sedan, and here he is out in T2. I'm wondering if all these guys are running their sedan cars in T2. But all three of them really close. Matenko now the third of those three in this session, but they're all pretty tight.
Yes, definitely looks to be the case. All right, let's do this. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll take you to the end of the session. Our next group up after this is Spec Racer Ford, so don't go away for that as well. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens that door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Lefty, are you obsessed? I'm obsessed.
I think it's the definition of obsessed is my life, yes.
So are you the star of that TV show, Obsession? No, that's Succession.
There's no success with me. It's a lot of obsessed.
I love it. I love it. There's 7 minutes left in this session right now. Our fastest car on the racetrack is Ryan Hazelton with a 1:59.9. And he turned that 3 laps ago. So we're getting to the point now where we're not getting that fast lap every lap.
And I think he might have turned his laps, did that time, and pulled back in because he only has done 3 laps where you've got Pope has done 6 and a few of the others out there have done 6. So some folks may have said that was enough.
Right. Pulling up yesterday's times again, a 1:57.3 was the STU pole sitting time. And right now the time is a 1:59.
Oh, we got cars off at 8.
Oh. Yeah, we do.
There's still one down there. Looks like just on the exit apron, and then you saw the one pulling back on track.
And that car's smoking, and that looks like maybe some tire rub. Was that the car that got into it there with the car?
They both were coming from the same spot by the time we flashed to them, and the white car still down there does not appear to be moving yet.
Yeah, and I hope that car's not high-sided because that's kind of in high-sided territory there.
Yeah, waving yellow down there.
Yeah, when we say high-sided, folks, sometimes the car bottoms out in the middle of the car so that the drive wheels don't actually touch the track anymore, and there's just no way to move the car because your drive wheels aren't contacting anything. So Oh, are we getting an early checker?
We
Oh,
are got
yep.
the early checker.
That's the solution. That car was not going to get out, and by the time they threw a yellow and tried to move it, it would never have gotten out in 5 minutes. So, so they're going to bring the cars in early and checker flag while they get these cars out. That means that our pole sitter on this race group is going to be Ryan Hazelton, at least provisionally. Nathan Pope will be on the outside of row number 2. And then your third place car in STU will start a couple rows back. That'll be Mark Hoover. Going through the other classes here, STL, your fast car is Ryan Gutiel, Amy Mills, and then Carl Young is the third fastest there. T2, Roger Eagleston, Mikhail Butenko, and Ken Peterson. Row T3, Chris Hart, Sean Lovett, Todd Clark. And in T4, Scotty B. White, Mark Cephalo, and Izzy Sanchez. All right, Lefty, we're going to take a break. When we come back, another big one, Spec Racer Ford. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us. And we are back at Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are on round 14, our 7th weekend of 10, 14 rounds of 20. And this is qualifying for our group number, what are we? Group 5 qualifying, Lefty.
We are, and it's all one class, one beautiful class, all looking the same. Spec 4 Gen 3.
We have 26 cars scheduled to be in this session. We'll see how many show up. But this is the only qualifying for this afternoon's races. Because we're on a different racetrack, all of yesterday's times don't count for today. So when I say different racetrack, we're using a slightly different configuration. An area they call here the Crow's Nest, which you're looking at right now. Gosh, our director's awesome. He anticipates my words before I even say them. That's really sad that he's in my brain. There's nothing else.
I don't want to know what else is in that brain, but he's able to at least understand what you're about to say about the racetrack. So we give him credit for that.
Anyway, really cool part of the track here, especially this camera angle. See these cars coming right into our living room here. And that's why this little bit of racetrack's different than yesterday, so we can't use yesterday's times because it's literally a different racetrack.
It's a big field. You mentioned the 26 registered. I already see 22 having tripped the timing beam, so that's going to make for a pretty busy track. But this is, I would say, pretty critical qualifying. If you don't get a good lap in and you think you're one of the faster drivers that should be at the front, you're going to have a lot of work to get through the middle of this field because it is all homogeneous cars. Everybody's got the same horsepower. Everybody's got the same downforce, or whatever downforce there is. And so it's important to get good qualifying. Yesterday in the race, we had a spectacular battle between Caleb Schrader, who's currently top of the leaderboard, having his first out lap in the books, and John Black, ultimately your race winner, the veteran there, a couple of time national champion, came back to win that race after a beautiful sequence between them that lasted the entire 25. So those two may end up pairing up. The question becomes, now that we've got full-on dry conditions, where does the rest of the field stack up, and can they make it a race with those front two?
Yeah, it looks like 25 of the 26 cars are on the racetrack. The one that I'm guessing won't make it is Federico Mosconi. He was one of our fastest cars during yesterday's qualifying session, but on the last lap, we got a car off in turn 9. That's car number 75. That's Bruce Richardson. He was able to get back on it there. What I was saying was Federico Mosconi, last lap of qualifying, had some sort of pretty large meltdown, whether it was a radiator go or an oil line or whatever the case may be. And he did not make it out for yesterday's race, and it does not appear that he's made it out for this morning's qualifying. So I think his weekend's probably done, which is sad because he was fast.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's not like you can just go grab a motor out of a rental car or something with these. These are the sealed motors that come from SCCA Enterprises. So if you're not carrying a spare, you're probably not going to be able to get your weekend back together. That's unfortunate. These motors are generally a reliable package. It's one of the reasons that people are drawn to this class is that reliability. But nothing's ever perfect, and no motor lasts forever.
That's true. And oftentimes, especially with the Super Tours, one of the customer service reps for Spec Racer 40 is here, and they often have a motor in the trailer that, if you have the money, if you have the budget, you can walk over there and write a check and get one. But some of these folks are racing on budgets that don't allow for that. So I've been there, folks. I know exactly. Yeah. I've put a lot of cars on the trailer on Saturday morning that never made it to Sunday because I didn't have the wherewithal to put a new motor in on short notice. So that is part of the game. A lot of these folks are not big time racers and are doing it somewhat on a shoestring budget. So that's what I love about the sport.
Yeah, me as well. Nobody does this as their day job. This is everybody's weekend hobby, and that's what makes it interesting. There's lots of varying inputs and varying circumstances, and at the end of the day, we're just trying to see of those with those limitations who can be the fastest. Yesterday it was Caleb Schrader and John Black. Today so far, Caleb Schrader at it again, 59-1, top of the leaderboard, waiting for John Black, who I think might have been one of the last ones out in the pits, waiting for him to get some clear space and lay out lap down.
Yep, your second place car on the leaderboard right now is Joe Koo, and I am pulling up his driver bio, and I was hoping actually he'd give us a pronouncer, so I'm going to go with Joe Koo. He is out of Walnut Creek, 5 years racing, and he was the 2020 Spec Miata San Francisco Region Champion. So that was his racing highlight. He says his favorite moment was winning, so his crew chief could stop asking him why he lost.
That's one way to shut your crew chief up a bit, huh? Just go win the race.
Love it. That's fantastic. Anyway, look at that gaggle of Spec Racer Fords there. 1, 2, 3, 4 in line with a couple of others trying to catch up. On a dry racetrack, that can be the fast way, hooking up and doing a little draft action.
It absolutely can be. In a track like this where you've got a pretty good average speed, you can be helped out by following somebody's draft. We talked yesterday about sometimes it's difficult to hit your marks perfectly when you're in train, but you can make up for it by a bit of a draft draw as well. So it kind of works both ways.
And don't look now, but John Black has jumped into second place on the leaderboard. So that Schrader and Black duo right back together. If this stays the same way here for the next 13 minutes, I think we're lining up for another rinse and repeat of yesterday's action. So.
Did you say rinse as in wet?
Oh, maybe I shouldn't use that word. Anyway. And Hayden Fisher now jumps up to number 2 on the leaderboard with their fast lap of the day, 1:59.2. I was also going to mention Joe Koo. It's his first year in Spec Racer Ford, so he is obviously catching on pretty fast if he's running those types of times being the top 4 at Super Tour.
Yeah, making those jumps. We see a lot of folks that like to stick in this world of sort of spec-ish racing, spec Miatas to spec Fords. We see people making those jumps because the racing is very similar. We also have a lot of folks like Caleb Schrader that run both spec Ford as well as the other SCCA Enterprises class, the FE, Formula Enterprises cars in the FE2 category. Because again, there are very little modifications that you can do. A lot of it is spec, and you really get to race against the race. You know that you're competing against a driver, not necessarily a builder. So a lot of folks flock to those classes, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and the other part is that, while there's obviously the upfront cost to buy a race car, with the spec classes, once you get the car sorted, it basically is just change the oil, change the tires, change the brakes, and go racing. Unless you have an off or you miss a shift and blow a motor or whatever the case may be, once or twice, once a year or maybe once every couple of years, you can change a clutch and you're good to go. And that's what is kind of the attraction for a lot of folks for these kinds of spec classes.
It definitely is.
All right, Caleb Schrader up on top at a 1:57.6, just turned that last lap in his third lap. John Black also up at the top of the leaderboard with a 1:58.3. Hayden Fisher third, Joe Coos fourth, and then Andre Parrott is fifth. I want to see if there's any other names that are at the lower portion of the leaderboard that we should expect to see jump to the top at some point. Tom Burt's down there in 17th. He's one of the better one of our top drivers from the southern part of the state. I would see him often. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes a little faster here before this is over. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Sean O'Boyle's another one I could possibly see moving up, already working on some good sectors here that could be putting one together. But it's pretty tight. Right now there's a gaggle of cars at the 202 point something. Sean O'Boyle just as a 201.9. Starting at O'Boyle's 201.9 in 11th. It goes 201.9, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22, 23, 24, which covers 8 spots, basically covering all of about a half a second. So it is super tight, which means in qualifying, that's a difference of like 3-4 rows of the starting grid. That's huge when you're talking about how this race is going to go. A couple of tenths makes a big difference.
Looking back at yesterday's fast qualifying time, Caleb Schrader was their pole sitter with a 1:54.6. So I keep saying that because I'm trying to compare track conditions with yesterday in the dry with today in the drying conditions. So Schrader is off of yesterday's time by about 3 seconds. So still some dampness out there, Lefty, because I think if there weren't, we'd probably see really close times to yesterday.
Yeah, could be a little bit. And obviously the track's got to kind of rubber in as well, too. And that may be a little bit of this. And you've got little traffic. There's a big field out there. So we'll kind of see. We're only, just about halfway through this session. So a lot of time still for everyone to get comfortable with what they are presented and the options they've got to go fast. One thing that hasn't changed is Caleb Schrader still quickest, 57.3.
Yep, 57.3. Another fast lap right here on lap 5. And John Black's doing his best to cover. Also, Hayden Fisher also throwing down their fast lap as well, last lap. So everyone's trying to keep up with Caleb Schrader. And the only one who's really doing it at the moment is, like yesterday, John Black.
Yeah, Caleb is making everybody else come chase him. That's always fun to see. It's kind of fun to watch someone lays an absolute flyer down and everybody else gets close, and then that leader lays another flyer down. Everyone else goes, oh, I got to go do it again. And I'm sure that some of these guys are on comms with their crew. They're watching the timing and scoring as well. They know, what position that they're in. They know what they need to go and do. And that's where it's kind of fun to watch John Black. Still half a second back from Caleb, but currently they occupy together the front row.
Yeah, and some of the dashboards even will tell you P1, P2. They're linked in with the timing and scoring system. Lots of very interesting technology, even in these lower level cars compared to what you see in Formula 1 or IndyCar or IMSA. Some of that technology, it's amazing to me how much of that stuff has trickled down to a price point that club racers can afford. And it's really kind of cool. We did a whole podcast on tech like that, with a guy who was one of the first data acquisition people in all of North America for Newman Haas Racing back in the early 2000s. And he was talking about how a lot of what he had spent millions of dollars on back in the day, you could get now for a couple of grand to put in your club car.
Yeah, that trickle-down effect of all that technology for data acquisition is probably the biggest impact to club racing over the last 5 years, or at least 10 years, where now everyone has access to every sensor you can imagine. I mean, I'm putting this stuff in my go-kart because it's so cheap. You get throttles and the steering angles, brake sensors, different varying wheel speeds. You can get live tire temps if you want. It's pretty wild, the amount of data. If you have the time and the focus to sit through and study data, you can get it.
Well, and that's the other thing we talked about in that podcast is it's one thing to have the data. It's a whole other thing to know what to do with the data you've got.
Yes.
So that's what I get a teenager for.
I've got a 20-something engineer. He's going to be my data guy.
Perfect. All right, Caleb Schrader now still your top dog in this class, 157.226. Only 0.7 of a second back is John Black, and then Hayden Fisher is 1.6 seconds back. So with 7 minutes left, there's not a lot of time left in this session. Actually, what we need to do is take our break. We've been jabbering along here. I almost forgot to do our break here. So let's do that. We'll take our break. We'll have the last couple of minutes of racing here when we come back. Or qualifying, I should say. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
We're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're having such a good conversation, Lefty. I almost forgot to send us to break here. We've got about 4 minutes left. Caleb Schrader, John Black, Hayden Fisher, Joe Koo, and then Henry Tabor. That's your top 5 here. Only class on the racetrack right now is Spec Racer Forward, so I don't have to go through all the other classes, which is good. A couple of dark clouds still hanging over the racetrack, Lefty. Hoping they just pass by us. Because we would like to stay dry for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous, just hanging over the track. We had, an hour or so ago, we had some blue skies poking through that looked a bit more promising. But for now, fingers crossed, it is still dry. We'll have to keep our eyes on that radar, and I'm sure everybody in the paddock is probably doing the same thing. There's a couple little pokes of blue up through those clouds up there.
I see Zach has the radar for us here. He'll pop it up here in just a second.
There's
it
some
doesn't
things.
look heavy, if anything, and it all kind of looks like it's even dissipating as it comes to us. So we'll just keep an eye. Hopefully if we get a little, it won't be a lot, and hopefully we won't get any at all. So Todd Harris just jumps up to P5. Turned a lap at 1:59.4. I don't think Caleb Schrader's on the racetrack anymore. I don't think John Black's on the racetrack either.
Now, they may have decided they had enough and they'll just wait for the race to get their turn later.
Yep.
But looking at how tight things are, the front two, they're kind of in their own league right now. Hayden Fisher's keeping it close. But when you go to 4th place, and that would be, I believe that is, that's Joe Koo in 4th right now at a 59.3. If you go 2 seconds back to say a 2:01.3, that's 14th place.
Got it.
So 2 seconds covering 10 drivers there. And then you want to go another second back to a 2:03. That gets you all the way down to basically 20th. So 3 seconds covering 15 drivers. That's pretty tight when it comes to race pace out here. And that means if you're just at the back of that, you've got a lot of people in front of you. If you think you could outrace them, you might want to work to get in front of them in this qualifying.
So if anybody's hearing a bunch of squealing tires in the background, it's coming off our turn 11 and 12 cameras. Someone has rented the skid pad to either do some testing or they're doing a little drift deck demonstration or something, and it's not our cars. I just want to let everybody know. It caught me off guard too. I'm like, what is that noise? Where's that coming from? 2 minutes left here. We're getting to the end of this one with some good stuff going on.
It really is. I'm just going to see in that fight for the third row is about where that fight starts here in qualifying with Joe Koo kind of on the outside of row 2 right now. But it's Todd Harris, Henry Tabor currently on the 3rd row, Taylor Harris, and Tom Burt currently in the 4th row. And all of them are covering about a half a second. So really critical that if you want to start kind of behind that front 2 or 3, you got to get on with the program now.
Yeah, Tom Burt was the one I was talking about earlier who was mired down in 17th, and he's popped up to 9th. That's pretty much 8th, actually.
He's on a personal best first 2 sectors right now. Yep.
That's more like the Tom Burt I'm used to seeing out here. He is quick, not out here, but down south of there, and we'll see what he can get off here on this last final lap here, or pretty much final lap with a minute and 11 seconds left.
He's going to get this last one. He just finished what he was on. That was a 59.9, his quickest in the session, but marginally quicker than what he had before. Still on the outside of row 4. He needs about a 10th to be on the inside and take over the spot from Henry Tabor. He needs about 4/10 to move up a row where Taylor Harris and Todd Harris currently occupy that row together. We'd seen them yesterday, I believe. Those two Harrises started, I want to say on the 2nd or 3rd row as well, and then struggled a little bit in the rain while the front 2 just pulled away. But if they get a dry race, we'll see if the Harris family can have something to say.
this might be an indication of how bad John Black wants the pole here. I think he made some changes and came back out because he just turned to 158.5, and he hadn't turned a lap as it looked like for a few laps. He's still going after it. Still going after it.
Yeah, and he's still learning things. You know, sometimes even the most successful veterans still learn something corner to corner, day to day. You're never done learning. If you think you're done learning and you know everything you need to know, that's the first thing you need to learn. That's not true.
Well, I always tell people that racing is a lot like golf. There's no such thing as the perfect round of golf. You can always get one stroke less. Yeah. And driving a race car is exactly the same way. There's always a 10th here or a 10th there that you can grab. Even if you've got 1,000 laps at a racetrack, there's always a place where you think you can make it a little bit faster. And you always have one good lap that makes you think you know what you're doing. So
like that one good fairway shot onto the greens.
Yep.
Yeah, sets up that the nice birdie putt. Yep. You get one of those that teases you because then you just go bogey 10 times over the next 10 holes and you go, I want that one hole back.
I just need one shot like that per round and it makes me come back to play again. That is my other obsession. All right, checkered flag is out. Let's go through the top 10 here. Caleb Schrader, John Black, Hayden Fisher, Joe Koo. That should be your second row. Your third row should be Todd Harris and Taylor Harris side by side. That is a family affair there. I don't know exactly what the relationship is there, but I'll figure that out before we get to the race today. Henry Tabor and Tom Burt will be in row 4. And then row 5 should be Daryl Anderson and Bill Booth. That's the provisional running order at the moment. We will check on that again when we get back to start our race. Lefty, let's take a break. We'll come back. Next up is our B-Spec, our production cars, EF and H, and GT lights. That's next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, round 14, race weekend number 7 out of 10. We're way past the halfway mark in the season, Lefty. I'm just like, I'm almost sad about it. I want this thing to never end.
Oh, it's so crazy, you Southern California guys. I know this series has got an early start, but man, my race season hasn't even started yet.
I know.
I'm still 2 weeks away from my first event. You guys are, even this series, two-thirds the way through. It's just, it's absolutely crazy, but that's the way things work. We get all these super tours kind of front-loaded, get into the summer stretch where everybody's got a lot of their regional races and things, and get ready for the run to the runoffs come October or September. Well,
that's part of the thing is that with the runoffs being in the first week in September, or last weekend in September, you got to get all these done so that the drivers can figure out if they're going or not.
Exactly.
I kind of wish they'd spread it out and get a couple of, a race in July and a race in August, but that would make it real difficult for runoffs planning. So I get why they do it, but gosh, we slam them all into the first 6 months of the year here, and I am so sad. All right,
gives folks like us something to do in the months of February, March, and April, and early May as well. So
that's never a problem for us West Coasters. We're always racing out here early. But anyway, this is our production cars, E, F, and H, our B-Spec cars, and our GTL cars. And I think we have a smattering of all of those. I love that word. A couple of production cars, a good E-production field. I think there's 4 E-production cars, 3 B-Spec cars, and a couple of GT Lights cars. Brian Lynn right up front already, but that's an outlap. I did it again. He had a great run yesterday. I think he was the one car on dry tires. I tried to find him last night after we were done, but he did not stick around very long.
As he goes through the shot right there.
Exactly.
The director listening again. Yeah, he did. He had a very interesting session yesterday in that wet conditions where he may have been on the dry tires, and you could just see he was trying things. He was looking for some dry lines. Not the problem in this session. This looks like it is pretty well dry as dry can be. I see a lot of blue skies in this shot looking down over the top of turn 12. That looks a pretty nice and beautiful day here in Northern California.
Tim Adolfson says really hard on cars and drivers to race in the June, July, and August heat. I'm not suggesting that we do that out here. I would like to go to Wisconsin and Michigan and go racing in June.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of races at Road America, Gingerman, Mid-Ohio. Those schedules are packed through the months of July and August. Exactly. Even Mid-Ohio in August is a miserable place when it comes to the weather, but it's a packed weekend every time.
Yeah, no, I absolutely. And you guys have to race in the heat because you only get, 2 months out of the year to race?
It's either that or snow tires. Take your pick.
Do some ice racing like they used to do.
Oh, we do that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fun stuff. But, no, we don't. We actually shut down out here, Lefty. We're done now for our Cal Club stuff until October. It's just too hot to race here during the summer. We would do it, but none of the drivers want to do it, so they don't enter, so we've decided not to go racing.
Crazy stuff. But we're racing today, and right now at the top of the leaderboard, we have an E-production car that would belong to Glenn McCready in his MX-5, currently the 217.7, still kind of getting the momentum going, getting the heat in those tires. Brian Lynn, we talked a little bit about that, former national champion. He is now in the GTL car to 220.5, and everybody has got their personal best sectors all over the place. So take nothing of what I said to be set in stone.
Oh, of course not. Seeing Brian Lynn up top there is where we expect to see him, for those of us who watch him a lot out here. So that's not a surprise there. I also expect to see Joe Carr climb the leaderboard here before everything is all said and done. He's also one of our cars that typically gets to the pointy end of the stick here. So, as you said, I don't think we are where we're going to be in 15 minutes. Is not where we are right now. So,
yeah, we'll give it a little bit of time for everybody to get their tires a bit warm out there. The B-Spec group so far. Oh, go ahead.
Take a look at that camera. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing like blue skies and birds flying and sunshine and shadows.
Sunshine and shadows. Oh. Yay! That's good. That's awesome. Good to see. Let's hope that stays around for the rest of the day. Sorry for interrupting you.
No. And somebody tell Ginsburg he can't leave his house now. That's it. We're locked in.
Lock him in his bedroom.
But no, just trying to keep an eye on where we are so far with your quickest in B-Spec belonging to Tom Lepper. as he's out there in what I believe is, I'm going to try and find it, what he's in. He's in a Mazda 2. Lots of Mazdas in this field, in this group. He's in a Mazda 2 up there. But he was just eclipsed by the Mini Cooper of John Tritch, who I think might have been our race winner yesterday in this B-Spec group. But those two are pretty close there, just about 2 seconds apart now, with Tritch at a 2:17, Leopard at a 2:19. So good little battle could be developing there in B-Spec. In third right now, Ali Nami in, I believe, another Mazda 2. Sitting there just a little bit back, probably still working on getting that momentum going. Yeah, 2:23 last time by.
Absolutely. I want to remind everybody we got one more qualifying session after this one, and then we're going to get our first race in before lunch today. That's going to happen around 11:30. That is going to be our big board GT1, 2, and 3 A sedan, GT1 and GTX cars. So we'll have one race before lunch, and then we'll get things moving again at 1:05 approximately for 6 consecutive races to round out our Super Tour action here from from Thunderhill. Oh, Freudian slip there. And then don't forget, we're going to be back here tomorrow doing a special event, the Western Shootout Championship, on a I'm just blown away, 5-mile racetrack. We're going to have some fun with that tomorrow. So all that action is going to start up with the first race of the day at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon when our broadcast is going to start here. So lots of stuff still ahead. You know, get yourself ready for the weekend. Go to the grocery store, buy all your stuff so you don't have to leave the house.
Don't go anywhere. And if you are going to go somewhere, tune in your mobile device to us and our broadcast. Listen in if you're out in the shop, working on your own race car. If you're up here in the upper Midwest waiting for the sun to crack through, no better way to be working on a race car than to get to listen to Brian and I talk about race cars all night.
Yeah, and unlike those fancy racing sports, we make it really easy for you to watch us on your phones as you're out and about. You know, you don't have to subscribe to anything. You don't have to, any of that kind of stuff. We make it really easy. So forget about those fancy racing series. Come watch us.
Yep.
All right. 12 minutes to go in this session. Up at the top right now is still Glenn McCready, Ryan Lynn second, and you've got Kurt Fritchie and Albert Correa. Lee Fleming's your fast car in H production, and that's where we are with that. Tim Winrood is in second place in GT Lights in that Golf GTI, that Volkswagen GTI. He's just having a good time out there.
Yep. Keeping an eye on some of his lap times. We had a bit of a slow start there for Brian Lynn, and he has dropped all the way to the 2:03.6 in that little Nissan. He's currently quickest in GTL, and of course your overall quickest, Glenn McCready, out there with 2:02.2. So those two continuing to go faster, though, even through the session 3 laps in.
Sometimes I look at the green and the hills, and I'm like, that's so cool.
The hills are alive with the sound of race cars.
There you go. There you go. I like that variation on a theme. With 11.5 minutes to go here, and the track drying. I'm stalling because I'm pulling up yesterday's qualifying on this group to see where these folks qualified and what their times were. The fast car yesterday was also Glenn McCready. He had a 1:57.7 yesterday, and his time right now is a 2:02.9. 2:02.0. It's interesting, Larry. You know what? But we have a different racetrack today.
We do, yeah. We've got the chicane.
And it's clearly slower going through there.
Yeah.
That's probably why, it's definitely why our times are not the same. I don't know why that just hit me in the head like a big old pile of bricks.
Well, because we started out the day where we had cars out there in qualifying sessions. They were wet this morning, but yesterday's qualifying, they were dry. We didn't really need to pay attention because clearly they were going to be slower. And I just can't believe none of our associate producers on the ground kind of reminded us. They're usually pretty good about calling out our mistakes.
But I've been trying to figure out why, because I think the track is pretty much darn dry at the moment.
It looks like it.
Why these cars aren't matching yesterday's times, because the weather's really good, the temperatures are good, and it has now dawned on me that using the crow's nest could absolutely add 2 or 3 seconds to your lap time, because that's not an easy corner to negotiate. So I'm going to stop pulling up yesterday's lap times because it means nothing.
I could have a little bit of fun with that, and I can go look at yesterday's sector times and compare sectors 1 and 3 from yesterday to today's 1 and 3, because that would be an indication of whether they're truly on pace. That's a lot of work.
Start calling you Lefty the Sector Man. My brain doesn't always work so fast with the sector times. But, all right, 9 minutes to go here. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll get the rest of this qualifying session in. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we are at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
We're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It's Brian Bielanski, that be me. Larry Lefty MacLeod, he is our remote broadcaster today, and filling in for Greg Ginsburg, who's doing stuff with the Mars series out on the East Coast. I don't know if he's at Summit Point in New Jersey Motorsports Park today or where he is.
I think he's at VIR today.
Oh, VIR.
I believe.
There you go. That's probably that's good for him because that's the one that's closest to home. Anyway, he'll be back with us next weekend. It'll be Greg and I at Portland, which means it's going to rain, and we're going to have a good time with that. And then Larry, you're going to join us again for Watkins Glen.
Yep.
Because I will not be available for that particular weekend. It'll be you and Greg. So I'm looking forward to listening to you two from there when I can sneak in between my kids' graduation days. So, yeah, that's going to be fun for you guys. I look forward to hearing that.
Yeah, I'm totally looking forward to it. As you know, I'm looking to try and actually get to Watkins Glen to call that one on site. I've driven past the entry gate of the track, but never actually gone inside, and I really, really want to get in there. It is one of my favorite tracks as an outsider, anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, and I'm just excited to kind of get there and see it.
Do you like vineyards?
I'm good with vineyards. There's a lot of them up and down the Finger Lakes, yeah.
There's a couple that are there that I'm going to give you a recommendation to stop by. So
I'm not a wine guy drinker. I love looking at vineyards, but
there you go.
Yeah, not the biggest wine drinker, but I know they've got some fantastic. Little side story, my daughter wanted to go visit Cornell when she was still in high school as a possible college to go visit, so we did a little weekend trip over there. And of course, leaving Cornell, which is only about maybe 45 minutes east of the track there, took a little spin past and then drove up and down past the lakes there, including past the multiple vineyards that just kind of cover the hillsides of those lakes. To me, it's one of the most beautiful places in this country. And if you haven't been to the Finger Lakes area of New York, take the time and go. It's beautiful.
Right. Yeah, my wife's an Ithaca college grad, so we've spent a lot of time up there.
Right
so
there.
5 minutes to go here in this session. Our next group out is our Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V group, although we don't have any Formula 6s here today. There will be our last qualifying session of the day. With 5 to go here, still Glenn McCready, Brian Lynn, and Kurt Fritchie up front. And times are going down, but actually they're about the same. They haven't gone down much in the last couple of laps. But the order has not changed at all.
Yeah, which things are definitely settling down. It tells me that our track conditions are kind of reaching that peak, which is a really good thing for these drivers, and fingers are crossed that it stays this way for about, let's say, about the next 7.5 hours. Over at B-Spec, though, it's still pretty tight there, as your current top time in the B-Spec qualifying is John Tritch with that 2:16.1. Tom Lepper keeping it close, 2:16.5, so just 4/10 now between those two. And I believe yesterday when it came to the start of the race, I thought we have a split field for this one?
No, because we didn't really have enough cars. Okay. They kind of self-corrected themselves with all the B-Spec cars just happening to qualify at the back of the field, kind of like what's going on now.
The only exception right now is Sean Lovett in his BMW E30 has not taken a lap, so if he decides to join the race, he would be right behind those B-Specs, and I wouldn't think it'd be long before an E30 would be able to roll on past the B-Specs and join the rest of that field. But the B-Specs right now, all three of them are pretty close together.
That is the case, and our times have kind of stabilized. So we're not getting that every lap green situation like we did earlier. Our track is dry. You can actually see blue skies on many of our cameras now. There are a few dark clouds still out there, and I'm looking at the windsock here, which is kind of out straight. So we have a little bit of wind moving stuff through. So I've got my fingers and toes crossed here, Lefty, that we will be able to have a pretty dry afternoon of racing here. The forecast said we were going to be dry in the afternoon, but also the forecast yesterday said it wasn't going to rain at all. So forecasters are like baseball players. You could be right 33% of the time and go to the Hall of Fame. So be careful what you trust in that regard. But it looks like maybe they'll be right today.
Possibly. Oh, I just love this view. From that last camera angle, you can actually see this corner from the other side of the track, but this camera view is just spectacular. The cars just kind of pop right there in front of you. Beautiful views. Just look at the hillsides with the clouds from the shadows of the clouds just scattered across the rolling hills. Oh, it's just gorgeous.
Have some folks in our chat giving me the associate producers helping me with information from the last Spec Racer Ford race. So I'll have that for the next race there. But thank you to all the folks in the chat: Kyle Durrell, Tim Adolfson, Kristen Tabor, RGL Motorsports, who I don't know who that is, but I'm glad you're here. Clarissa French and all the French family gang out here on the chat, rooting for Ben. It says here, from San Francisco to New York City, go number 13. So lots of folks in the chat with us this morning. Appreciate you all being here.
There's a little bit of smoke coming out of the back, I think, of that BMW
that is
Z3.
not
That's
the way
kind of
the smoke is not a good sign there. And he slowed way down.
Our producer saw this. That actually may be coming from the skid pad that's down at that section of the paddock.
No, it's absolutely coming. Well, that may be true, but that red car's also smoking.
Yeah.
So that's the only problem with all the smoke we've got is there's no pulled pork coming out of this place right now. So that car is absolutely off pace and heading towards pit lane, it looks like, and which is fine with a minute 15 left. There's really not much more to do out here as far as that car goes, and I'm wondering if that is Joe Carr.
That could be.
Yeah.
Joe Carr I thought was in a Mazda.
Yeah, because I thought that was a BMW. You're right.
That was the BMW,
sorry.
yeah.
That would make that car likely. Well, the only BMW registered is Sean Lovett. Was he trying to go out to get one lap here at the end after maybe making some changes?
Yeah, it's listed as an E30, which I guess you could say is E3. I know a lot of the under parts are based on E30, but if that's him, perhaps he's got something going on and he wanted to just do a bit of an installation lap here during the session.
Well, he probably learned what he needed to learn and they're going back to the garage.
But I didn't see you trip any timing, so I'm wondering if there was also a transponder issue at the same time, which didn't help things.
Yeah, could be. So, all right, well, we're running out of time here. Green flags or checkered flags going to come out in just a minute here. I don't think many of the times are going to change at this point, so let's run them down. B-Spec, your 3 cars in that field are going to start. Thomas Lepper first, John Trich second, and Ali Niami is going to be third. In E-Production, Glenn McCready is your pole sitter overall, and he will also have Kurt Fritchie and Albert Correa, the top 3 in E-Production right now. GT Lights, 2 cars. Brian Lynn is your fast car, and the second car in GT Lights is Tim Linrud. And then H-Production, 1 lonely H-Production car, Lee Fleming in the MG Midget. He is your fastest H-Production car because he is your only H-Production car. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Lefty, another one of my favorites, Formula F, Formula V. There were 10 Formula Vs yesterday. I hope they all come back today because I love it when there's a lot of Vs out there. So we'll do that next. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Our final qualifying session is underway here at Thunderhill. This is our Formula F, Formula V class. And one of my favorites. I'm an open wheel fanatic here, Lefty. And with a dry track, this should be a ton of fun today.
It should be, and definitely looking forward to this group. They get to see what's truly a dry track for them. And again, that big field of V's are out there, which should make things very interesting. Yesterday we had a couple of good races within the race with those V's. Today we should be seeing probably a lot more of that.
So our fast car yesterday, and basically the class of the field in Formula F, was Denny Renfro. And Charles Horn had the drive of the day, coming from behind at the very end to come up to, I guess, third place, right? If my memory serves me
Yeah,
correct.
got the podium, yeah.
And then we've got a whole gaggle of Formula F cars, which that's going to be a lot of fun, especially in dry weather. We'll see if we can get some of these classic Formula V trains going through. It's always fun to see a 4 or 5 car Formula V train, and that'll be really cool to watch for.
We've already got groups of 3 happening here in qualifying, as we're still on this kind of outlap. But look at that already, a pack of 3 forming up. And again, if they're buddies, they know each other. This is kind of how you do it in V's.
Correct. They draft well. They're a momentum class. You want to make sure. The whole goal in a Formula V is to touch the brake pedal as little as possible.
Yep.
Because when you're on the brakes, you're losing momentum. And
Well, iRacing has modeled the V. It's there, and I've run my share of races with it, and you're absolutely right. It's you basically park the thing in 3rd gear, and you just leave it there, and you barely ever touch the brake.
Exactly. And you just kind of feather the throttle here and there and do your thing. So
Now, these are all the Formula Fs that actually are bunching up. Those are not Vs. That's a V at the back of them.
Right.
But the front 3 was all the Fs. The next 3 were 2 Fs and a V. And now you got a pack of 3 Vs running there, and another pack of 2 with a 3rd coming down behind. So they're starting to group up a little bit here in qualifying, maybe try and catch some drafts.
Yes, early on here, we've got our first outlaps coming through, and we won't talk about the times because that's my pet peeve on myself. But we'll get these times going here. Everyone's going green. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's crazy that way.
Exactly. Oh, we have a car way out in the grass on the exit of turn 3. And it's funny, we don't have a camera that shows this, but it's a Formula car and like 64 sheep we're looking at right now. They use the sheep to eat the grass as opposed to mowing. But it's literally, I can't make this up, out there doing their things. All right, that car has now continued. It'll be coming straight up towards this crow's nest camera. That is the car right there, that red car that was in the grass out there. That car has been able to move on. And we have cleared, and we are back to having everybody on the racetrack that I can tell at the moment.
And if you didn't listen to yesterday's broadcast, Brian is exactly right talking about the sheep. There may have been one inside of the track limits yesterday that we stopped the session for, thankfully, and they were able to get that sheep and its sheep herding dog back off the track and back on the other side of the fence. So we're there.
So the funny part was, I've been out doing this a while, and I've seen dogs go across the fence on a racetrack. And when someone said it was a sheepdog, I thought, okay, it's a sheepdog. But then they said it's with a shepherd, and I'm like, it was literally a shepherd with its sheepdog. And I'm like, I guess I can't make this up.
Hope you cannot.
Crazy.
All right, so everybody's starting to pick up the pace here as they're getting in some actual flying laps. We'll wait and see how these really start to come down, as no one's under 210, but I suspect we're going to be a little bit under that in the FFs here in a minute. There you go, as Denny Renfro goes to a 159.8, right to the top of the leaderboard there.
Yep, and he was the pole sitter and the race winner yesterday, so we expect him to be strong again today. Charles Horn, that's kind of where he belongs, typically. He's usually the guy who is hounding Denny Renfro, or vice versa. A lot of times it's these two guys battling back and forth and trading first place here in these races. So that's more of where I would expect to see Charles Horn in the pecking order here. And then when you look down at the Formula V cars, as they come across, and let them finish their second lap here, and that'll give us a better indication of where they are with things.
Yeah, right now Quinn Posner 2:13.4 looks like the quickest so far.
Yeah, Derek Monick is second, although, yeah, let's let them come through. I'll just be changing the second place guy's name over and over and over again here.
Everyone a chance. I think we've got about 16 or 17 cars out on track right now with a couple of FFs and a good-sized FV field.
Yep. The only FV that well, maybe he's just gotten out is Aaron Robbins. He's the one who looks like he's tripped the timing a couple times here, so we'll see if he gets a lap in.
Let's see where maybe he might be.
Yeah. While we're looking for that, I'll let you know that we're going to go racing here at 11:30 approximately. And stay with that. That'll be our GT1, GT2, GT3 group. And also A Sedan, T1, and GTX. Then we're going to take a break for lunch. And then right around 1:05, we're going to get the action back going again with Spec Miata. So you'll have a little bit of time there to take a little break. We're going to do the same thing and then come back and do that. And then we have 6 consecutive races back-to-back for the rest of the afternoon. You will have no reason to leave your couch. Yeah, you'll be all set. Be with us for all of that as
well. Well, the FF guys are still going at it. Denny Renfro now down to a 57.3, but Chuck Horn at a 57.9. So they're either one of them trading fastest sectors, both of them just flying out there. Kind of waiting to see if the rest of the field is going to try and go sub 2 minutes soon. David Jalen currently 3rd quickest, Steve Meyer 4th quickest, Keith Hall 5th. All of them in FFs, still trying to see if they can put one together to get under 2 minutes like Renfro and Horn.
Yeah, and Quinn Posner is our fast car in Formula V. He was the fast car yesterday all day long as well, so he is the guy to beat probably this weekend. Blake Quinn back up into 2nd place in Formula V. Lawrence Bacon in 3rd at the moment. Real fast sector time in Sector 1. Look at me going talk about sectors, Lefty. But Charles Horn goes purple in Sector 1. He's going to try to put down a flyer. But then Denny Renfro goes purple in Sector 2. He's like, no, I'm not going to let you catch me.
Yeah, we'll see if Horn can match the 22.6 second sector there of Renfro. But yeah, they are 22.7 he puts
really
down.
Close.
So this is going to be close. They could be closing in on a 56 point something here on this lap. And with the chicane that we've added there near turn 5, that may be, these guys may be just hitting that just right and be able to lay these lap times down. In fact, that looked like Renfro and that Bumblebee going around the last corner down the front straight to finish his lap. So we'll see what his lap time looks like here in a second.
He goes. A 156.9.
That is getting with the program. So let's see if Chuck Horn can match and also get into the 56s. He was at a 57.9. Can he go faster? Oh, how about a 56.9? Sorry, 56.7.
Wow.
New leader now, Chuck Horn.
Now we've got a game on here, folks. With 11.5 minutes to go. These guys are, have the opportunity to trade that. But it looks like regardless of what happens, whether it's Renfro on the pole or Horn on the pole, that's going to very likely, possibly and very likely be our front row here.
It's going to be tough for anybody else to crack into because right now those two are flying. But behind them, it's pretty tight now for the second row between Meyer and Jalen, as those two are basically a 10th apart right now. But again, each of them continuing to go faster every lap. So we'll kind of let them settle in, see if they can get into the 59s here in a second. As up into 5th now, jumps, who do we got there? We have Keith Hall currently in 5th. He's a little bit back from that second row grouping. Michael Bernstein currently in 6th. And then you've got your FVs. Quinn Posner is still at the top there. Even faster, just went through at a 2:11.9, about a 10th quicker than Blake Tatum. So those two actually very close together at the front of the Vs.
Yeah, it's what, 3/10? 1/10, not even a 10th.
Yeah, it's like 75 thousandths now.
Not even a 10th. Wow.
Yeah, so they're doing in the Vs the same thing that Horn and Renfro are doing in the FF. So the fronts of each of these two fields are just, as you could barely put paper between them. It's so close.
Let's take our break right We'll follow this action all the way to the checkered flag. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a second.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
We're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Last qualifying session of the Super Tour this weekend. We still have some stuff going on tomorrow, the Western Shootout, but this is the last day of the Super Tour and our final qualifying session, because we're going to go racing here at 11:30. But don't stop thinking, or don't start thinking about that yet, because there's a lot going on here in this Formula V, Formula F qualifying session, Lefty.
Yeah, really keeping an eye on the fronts of these fields. Horn and Renfro in the FFs continuing to do what they do. Horn now with about a 4/10 advantage, but those two have that front row almost in a lockout at this stage. Over in the Vs, it's still Posner and Tatum. There's still that 75 thousandths between them, but now it's Don Manthe trying to get close. He's a couple seconds back, currently third in that field of the Vs, getting chased from Derek Monick and Lawrence Bacon. So things are tightening up here in both of these fields as everyone's comfortable now, it looks like, with this dry track.
Don Manthe is interesting to me because we don't get a lot of extra Formula Vs down at Buttonwillow very often, and he came down for the Super Tour, and he was running up front, and I had not seen him drive before, and he put on a really good performance running at the Buttonwillow Super Tour. So also not surprised to see him kind of near the top of the Formula V leaderboard here. It'll be interesting to see what he can do on a dry track this afternoon, starting kind of close to the front of that field. And of course, we still have 6 minutes left to go, so nothing that says that he won't be our pole sitter in that links before all is said and done here.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go, and I still see a lot of green sectors for a lot of these drivers, telling me that they're still improving lap to lap. You know, no one's really kind of peaked completely. If you can find another 10th or 2 in this field, you can move up a couple of spots and set yourselves up for a better start in this race.
No question at all.
Most of this field's done 5 or 6 laps. In the case of Denny Renfro, he's actually done 7 laps. He was the first one out there and continues to go lapping flyer to flyer around here. Chuck Horn doing the same thing, just finished his 7th lap. Not an improvement there. In fact, he might be finally backing out. We'll see if he did, or if he's starting it maybe for a lap. He backed and now back into full-on speed for one more go at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much benefit there is to taking an easy lap to kind of cool the tires and collect yourself. I don't know if the tires can fluctuate that much here in one race lap. But if you're trying to throw down another one, that might not be a bad idea, just to take an easy lap and then come out of that turn turn 14, 15 complex and put another flyer in.
It can help you a little bit mentally, for sure. Let you kind of mentally reset. You can kind of go easy for a second and just think through a lap, because obviously a lot of this is very mental, to be able to think, where did I make my mistakes, where's my opportunities, but also can help you track position. If you felt like you were coming up on another pack, if you're Chuck Horton and you're Denny Renfro and you were at the pointy end of this field, you're probably catching some of the V's that are obviously a little bit slower car. Backing off for a lap allows that gap to build, and now you can go out there and see if you can fire one off. And right now, Denny Renfro looks like he's doing it, having just run the fastest sector one of the entire session in a relatively quick, almost as quick as the sector best second sector. So Denny Renfro on a good one right now, trying to crack into the low 56s.
Yeah, and he had to make up very little time, 3 tenths, to catch the pole position here, and he was 2 tenths faster in sector 1, so or a little more than a tenth and a half faster. So here we go. Let's see what happens.
Get a little busy around turn 11.
Well, and that's the problem, is he's got, he might have some cars around him also, which he's not in that group there. So.
All right, well, Denny Renfro did lay a lap down, his best of the session at 56.6. For a moment, he was less than a tenth behind Chuck Horn, who just did his own best of the session, 56.4. So it's back to 2 tenths between these two, just having a dogfight on lap times right now. I tell you, when we queue up for the race at the end of the afternoon today, it is going to be a spectacular battle at the front of FF, as well as the FBs, who are doing their own couple tenths apart between Tatum and Posner.
That's right, and look who is now our Formula V pole sitter. It's Blake Tatum, with Posner dropped down his second. Don Manthe, as I was talking about earlier, still hanging in there on the 3rd spot there in Formula V, and Derek Monick is the 4th fastest car in Formula V as we get down to the final 3 minutes of this qualifying session.
Yeah, Manthe's last lap wasn't any quicker, probably had some traffic to deal with there, but Tatum laid down that 2:11.6, backed it up with a 2:11.8. So he's done 2 laps now faster than Posner has. But I'll tell you, those two could be putting on and queuing up to be a great fight, because in V's, we know it's impossible to pull away, really, without some big mistakes. So we'll see if those two end up being nose to tail for their entire 35 minutes this afternoon. I'm looking forward. This could be a fun race in 2 different classes.
No question at all. And it's interesting to me, Lefty, the gap between second and third in Formula F, which is typically a really tight class, that is, what is that, 6 seconds, 7 seconds? I'm confused as to why that is. Formula Fs are typically a lot closer matched than that.
Yeah, and I suspect between Denny Renfro and Chuck Horton, they've got a lot of experience around this track to be laying down those times. So we might just be seeing a field that's still coming to grips with this track. This is a pretty big track to learn. There's a lot out here, and so some of the other folks, they're going to have their own good race. But right now, this what Horn and Renfro are doing is just untouchable.
Yeah, and the 3rd and 4th place cars really evenly matched, so we might get one of those situations where we've got a good battle for 1st and a good battle for 3rd here once we get to the race time. So 1:45 left to go here, and we are rounding out this session before we start getting ready to go racing here with our first race of the day, scheduled to come off the grid at 11:30.
Over in the V's, Quinn Posner just laid down a 2:11.8. Now just 2 tenths behind Blake Tatum. So those two are continuing to be close at the front, and they've got a 3-second gap on Don Manthe and Monick and Bacon down there behind them. So they're honestly, this is just the mirror image between what FF and FV are doing. You've got the 2 class of the field several seconds ahead of everyone else, but behind them it's pretty good battles that I expect will play out as well come race time.
Under a minute to go, and no one's saying, oh, we got this, we're good enough. They're out there still plowing away, trying to roll off another fast lap, and some of those fast laps coming in the last laps here. Some of the other sessions we saw the pole sitter say, I've got enough, I've got this, and they pull in after a couple of laps, but not in this group.
Not so far, but I'm wondering if Chuck Horton may have. I saw a really fast Sector 2 pop up, but I didn't see a Sector 3, which implies he may have said, that's pretty good. Maybe going to do a hot Sector 2, pull on in, get some tire temps, and call it a day, knowing that on the front row is still a great start, even if somehow Denny pulls one out, but I think they may both have pulled in.
Checker flag should come out at any second here, and that's going to wrap it up for us. Still some cars putting down some good times, so we could get another quick lap here on the final lap of qualifying.
As there goes Checker.
Yep.
Flying laps count.
Checkers are in the air, so if the lap has started, as Lefty just said, it'll count here.
Somewhere around the start-finish line should be our V leaders, Tatum and Posner. We'll see if they each lay times down. They did, and they're both their last lap. I think they're running together, in fact. Both just did 2:11s, but no change in the standings. That might be the two of them going through one right now.
All right, let's run through what is our provisional starting rundown here. Your Formula F top three is going to be Charles Horn, Denny Renfro, and Steve Meyer. Next to Meyer will be David Jalen, probably on the outside of row number 2. Drilling down to Formula V, Blake Tatum looks like that will be your pole sitter for Formula V. Next to him will be Quinn Posner, then Don Manthe, Ron Wake, Derek Monick, and Robert Posner. That's how it's going to sort out, likely. Again, these are provisional, so there could be slight changes between now and race time. But we're getting ready to go racing now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have our starting grid for race number 1, GT1, 2, and 3, A Sedan, Touring 1, GTX Racing, coming in 10 minutes. Grab yourself a beverage, sit back and watch it. We'll be right back. welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire 2023 SCCA Super Tour. We bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. Brian Bielanski, Larry, Lefty MacLeod. Larry, this is going to be a good one.
It is. It was a great one yesterday. Colicchio, Little Hale specifically, and the GT2s put on one heck of a battle. I suspect they're going to pick up right where they left off. And down the field, the other interesting thing is a lot of these drivers, almost half of them, did not partake in this morning's qualifying session, so they're starting at the back. We're going to see some of those drivers, especially the faster ones, working their way through this field. That could make things interesting in the early couple laps.
All right, here's your starting order. The 10 that did go out for qualifying are going to be starting on row number 5. Ken Peterson on the inside, Larry Hansen on the outside. Row number 4 was going to be Guy Laddick and Michael Lowe. Row number 3 on the inside, Roger Eggleston and Clark Nunez. Your front row is going to be on the left, your second row on the left, you're going to have the 07 car, Sean Wheeler. That's a GT2 Chevy Corvette from Livermore. And on the outside of row number 2, it'll be Mikhail Butenko. That is an A Sedan 4 Mustang. He is from San Francisco. And then on your front row, you're going to have Tony Colicchio as your pole sitter. He is driving a BMW M3 from Campbell, California. Next to him, Tristan Littlehale in the number 08 car. That is a GT2 BMW M3 from San Jose, California. Now, all the cars that didn't go out for qualifying will start however order they showed up on the grid. Scotty B. White, Don Van Nortwick, Igor Granchuk, Scott Howard, Casey MacLeod, Lynn Griffiths, Brian McMillan, and Danny Malfatti. So I don't know how many of those, Lefty, are going to be here, but it looks like most of them showed up for the race.
May have, yeah, a good number of them have for sure. I see the GTX car out there. I see the back couple of those GT2s that we're waiting on. Those, to me, are going to be the interesting ones. McMillan, Malfatti, who's starting from the back, kind of bookending this entire field. We'll see how quickly they can work their way through and get past maybe the T1s and the A sedans and start working their way up. Always going to be challenging. But now that we've got nice, beautiful, clear track, you get a little bit of a light breeze in the air. You can see the tops of the grass kind of waving. This is, to me, ideal racing conditions for a beautiful day in Northern California in May. This doesn't get any better than this.
It does not. So our plan today, Lefty, 35 minutes or 18 laps, whichever comes first. I think we're going to get a lot of 18-lap races in here, and that is the way we plan to do it. Turn 11 here. We got a couple more corners to go before we get these cars 2x2 on the front straight, heading towards the start stand. And this is going to prove to be rather exciting, I have a feeling.
It could be. Especially, again, anytime you get multi-class racing with different torque, horsepower, different ways of taking turn 1, it always makes the first lap interesting as the field will start going 2 wide, maybe 3 wide. We'll see how that settles down. One thing I'm pretty certain of is Colicchio and Littlehale are probably going to start to pull away early from this field, unless Mr. Wheeler and that Corvette's got anything to say about it.
Well, he is certainly going to try to hang on to the back of those 2 cars for as long as possible. Qualifying times didn't indicate that that would be a long time, but you never know what they pull out of the bag for the race. Our cars are going to come out here of turn 15, and that is way off there in the distance. You'll see them coming right at us. Our starter will determine whether they think they're in good enough order, and if they do, the green flag will fly, and there it goes. Here comes 20-some cars heading all down towards turn 1, and we'll see if they can sort themselves out as they get there. There is side-by-side, Colicchio on the inside, Littlehale on the outside, not giving any oh, there is the yellow Mustang there with a big old tank slamper. That was impressive, if I don't say so myself.
Yeah, he's got himself half turned around, but down the short hill, back onto the track and resuming his ways.
Here comes the field now, up through turn 4 and then 3. And then this is turn 4 and heading towards turn 5. This is the portion of the track they call the crow's nest. We're using it today. We didn't use it yesterday. It's kind of a chicane, and they all seem to be working their way. Oh, that's not a place you should go too wide, folks.
I think that might have been our GTX car, MacLeod, there alongside somebody. I couldn't tell who as they were going through that chicane there at the Crow's Nest. That is definitely dicey. Up in the front, though, yeah, so far Wheeler in that Corvette staying relatively close. For a moment, I thought he had gotten passed down through one, but he got that spot back. So there you can see the front three, all GT2 cars, the two BMWs of Little Hill Colicchio, and then Wheeler in that third spot in the Corvette. So the GT2 already having a breakaway.
That's right. Little Hill Colicchio, just a slight lead over Sean Wheeler. But as we looked at yesterday, and as the qualifying times indicated, that's possible that lead will grow here pretty quickly. But Wheeler's doing his best to stay there with that.
Yep, and then down the order, I'd seen a couple side-by-sides look like the GTX of MacLeod and possibly Guy Ladig in that GT3 RX-7. May have been a couple of those that were going side-by-side through some of the treacherous corners. We'll see if they get things sorted out there between those two different classes.
And our leaders now heading towards our front straight here for the first time here. It'll be the first of 18 laps. And there they go, trying to get as far away from the rest of that field as possible so that then those three cars can go and play for the rest of this race. And of course, Colicchio and Little Hill trying to get out a little bit ahead of Wheeler, working together similarly to what they did yesterday. On that first lap, Colicchio crossed the line first with a 1:53.4, 0.3 of a second faster than Little Hill. And then Wheeler is another 5.6 slower than those two.
Yep, but still he's trying to maintain pace with them as they have pulled away pretty far from your T1 leader, and here he comes up the hill to the Crow's Nest right in front of us. That's Clark Nunez in that Camaro, so he's leading T1. Now behind them is the battle of A Sedan. Eagleton now has gotten around Patenko. I believe Patenko had actually out-qualified him, but either way, the two of those are pretty close, and now it looks like you get the GTX car of MacLeod started in between those two, so there's a little bit of separation between the A Sedan race, but I suspect they'll find each other here shortly.
All right, so it looks like that yellow car that spun on the opening lap there in turn one was the T1 car of Igor Granjuk. That is the Ford Mustang right there as he comes through trying to catch up to the back of the field. So he was the one that had that very impressive tank slapper and took it off on the outside of one, but he's back in the action here. It also looks like Scotty B. White, Lynn Griffiths, and Danny Malfatti are the three cars that did not take the green flag here. So 15 cars in this race as we get down to the end of our second lap of racing here.
And there you got the A Sedan group there. It's three of them in a four-car sequence. The fourth one in there is MacLeod in the GTX car. So it's A Sedan, GTX, A Sedan, and then a little bit back from there is the other A Sedan. So you got all five of them. Four of them there, kind of right in a pretty good group together, and then you get to your GT3 car of Ladig, who's pulled out a little bit over Larry Hansen. Yesterday in the race, Larry Hansen had led in his Nissan for quite a bit of that, really up until about the last lap and a half when Guy Ladig got on by. So we'll see if there's Larry Hansen's got to be answered now with Ladig currently out in front of him.
Tristan Littlehale, Sean Wheeler both turned their fastest lap of the race last lap. That's good news for them. Do you know what the bad news is, Lefty?
So did Colicchio.
So did Colicchio. Turned the fastest lap of the race with a 1:50.2. That would be 0.4 of a second faster than the second place car. So both of the cars behind Colicchio are going to have to find a way to push that little skinny pedal a little further towards the floor because they need some speed to catch up, because even at 4 or 5/10 of a second per lap, that's going to be a recipe for disaster for the cars behind him. If Colicchio can keep plowing those down, he'll just pull away, and in a lap or two or three, it's going to be 4 or 5 second lead.
Yeah, Tony Colicchio said yesterday in his post-race interview that he actually was the instructor to Tristan Littlehale in Tristan's younger days, and so he taught him quite a bit. I wonder if he taught him any tricks to closing a 1 second gap on lap 2 of the race, because that's what Tristan needs right now, is to close that back up. He may have on that first sector, so things might be tightening up again between those front two, and if that happens, that may be bad news for Wheeler, who's in the Corvette trying to catch up. But just watching what's happening here is it looks like MacLeod in the GTX has found his pace, the only car in the field in that class, but he may have just dispatched the rest of the A Sedan field to move up to 4th position overall. That leaves your A Sedans, Eagleton, Patenko, Peterson, all sort of in line with each other. They can all see each other. That'll be an interesting battle developing.
I once interviewed one of the instructors from the Bondurant driving school, and I said to him, I said, do you teach your students everything you know? And he just smiled and turned around and walked away. So the question is, how much of the knowledge bank in the 79 car has been handed down to the 08 car, and did they keep anything in the tank for situations like this? Right now, Colicchio has pulled open an 0.8 of a second lead over Little Hale, and that will be...
It's closer. Look at that.
Is.
You can see visually they're maybe just about 3 car lengths apart. I suspect down there through those first couple of corners, Tristan's figured something out. It's just starting to close back in on Colicchio. And Wheeler isn't going anywhere.
I agree. Yeah, I'm really happy to see that. Like I said, qualifying didn't make me feel like that might be the case, but he's hanging in there. And I think that, I don't know, are there any other, a couple GT2 cars a little further back in the field, so staying up front, even if he does lose contact with the front two, doing his best to stay up there is just going to make for an easy trip, if all goes well, to the podium here. And by being there in third place, if the front two BMWs do happen to come together at some point in time or make a mistake, he's right there to pounce and maybe move up in the order.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty good view of watching that battle, but I think you're right. He would love to see the battle some more because it keeps him a little bit closer, and potentially mistakes come around from those battles. So, Mr. Wheeler is going to hang on as best as he can. As we look down the order now, again, as I mentioned, MacLeod has moved up to the 5th overall in the GTX car, leaving Eagleton with about a 3-second lead on Patenko. He's got about a 1.5 seconds of Peterson. Those 3 A sedan cars maybe finding each other out there on the track here shortly. Look at that front two, though. Now down to 4/10 between Little Hale and second to Colicchio. Look at that line. He takes that tight and tidy entry to turn 2, cuts the distance down. Probably makes Tony a little bit nervous up when he sees that mirror fill up on the left side of the car.
And they have not gone fast lap here for the last several laps, so it's possible that they're kind of trying to settle in here to get the middle portion of this race through, and then they will get racy here at the end. It really doesn't do either one of them any good to race each other hard at this moment. As long as they can keep pulling away from the third place car, they can save the tires, and then later in the session they can start going after each other. But at the moment, the smart move is to do what they're doing.
You might want to have that talk with Tristan Little Hale, because I don't think he's listening to your words of advice right now. He is in the trunk of the other BMW in front of him, Tony Colicchio. You can't put anything between those two guys right now. As Little Hale has said, I'm right there. Look at that.
Exactly.
He's hitched his rope right on and just going to go for a ride.
All right, well, there you have it. We'll just see if that continues to be the case. It's one thing, though, to be on the back bumper. It's a whole other thing to pass.
Yeah.
So we will see what that situation plays out here. We're still really early here. We're not even we're 3 or 4 laps away from the halfway point. So a lot of racing to go here at Thunderhill. Want to remind everybody that after this race, we're going to take about an hour break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:05 this afternoon. And then we'll have 6 consecutive races. So our first race after lunch is Spec Miata. You won't want to miss that. There is Colicchio and Little Hale coming through turn 1 there. And then your third place car, Scott Wheeler. That's a pretty shot to see those cars just really laying it down there. That's a fast left-hander as well.
It really is. You can see the back ends, a little bit of slip angle to them as they're just hanging on, trying to get all that momentum, because it's a good little run all the way down into turn 2 then as well. So we've seen passes in that section. If you make the mistake at 1, we've seen also people going off as we did on the opening lap on the outside of 1. Let's see if we can pick up our leaders down as they are now probably somewhere between 5 and 6.
It does appear that that's going to be where they are.
There they are.
Yep, there they are, coming into our view there.
Oh, look at that. Look at the line. I tell you, the exit of 5, I'm suspecting Tristan's really nailing that right now, because every time we go to this, that's where he's the closest, coming into 6. And then Colicchio's able to pull away a couple of spots, but Tristan's pretty quick through that crow's nest.
6 laps in the books of 18 here. We do have the clock at the top of our tower there. We're on a 35-minute clock, but that probably won't be something we have to deal with for most of our races today, especially if we can keep them green. And when that happens, we're going to get to that 18 lap mark well before our 35-minute time limit. So right now we are in the middle of lap number 6. At the end of this lap, it'll be 7. No real changes in our running order for the top 5 haven't changed for several laps here. Scott Howard has moved up a position into 6th. And he is trying to get past the GTX and T1 car so that he can give Scott Wheeler some trouble. But there's still a pretty big distance between Wheeler and Howard.
There definitely is. But as you mentioned, the way this field kind of got a bit of an awkward start with some cars not going off or qualifying this morning, it put folks like Scott Howard further back. He seems to have cleared all of that. He's got the GTX car in front of him. He could be a little bit faster than, but not too much faster. He's still about 8 seconds clear of that. So right now, he's gotten through the sedan field. Now he can kind of settle in. That sedan field is separated a little bit now, with Eagleton now about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of Mikhail Butenko for a second spot, and they have now cleared a little bit ahead of Ken Peterson, who's trying to hang on. He's about a second or so behind Butenko with the T1 of Van Nortwick in between them. So there's a little cluster there between Butenko, Van Nortwick, and Peterson, and even Guy Leidig and Larry Hansen now in their GT3s are all kind of in a train out there on the track.
GT3 right now, your class leader is Guy Leidig. Larry Hansen is in 2nd, and Brian McMillan is in 3rd. And only 2.5 seconds separating 1st and 2nd place there in GT3. So that's another battle on the track that we should take a peek at least keep an eye on. As we go a little further into the field. That could become fun to watch as well.
It will be. I love watching GT3. It's one of my favorite classes, having been to the runoffs. I love the fact that a lot of these guys stick around for a long time, but I just love the cars. And if you're not too familiar, the Nissans essentially are all the 2.4 liter that you would have had in like the Altima or the 240 SX back in the 90s. The Mazdas are all the rotaries, all of the that you'd find in any of those RX-7s, and they're all essentially the same motor, whether it's a 2nd-gen body like some of the drivers have, or the 3rd-gen body like Guy Leidig's got out here. So interesting that essentially those are the main power plants, with a few others thrown in the mix, but I think the class itself is some great racing. They're not the biggest power plants. They're not the GT1, GT2 big monster V8s or anything. They are kind of a small displacement, lightweight, but they are full tube frame cars that just do some spectacular racing. And some of our most decorated racers across the country have run in GT3 or even still do. And it's great to see that class continues to succeed and have a lot of folks sticking around for a long time. I love the class.
Mikhail Butenko in A sedan was not with us yesterday. He is here today, and at the moment he is in 2nd place. He's got one car between him and 1st place, Roger Eagleton. There's a T1 car in the middle. That's Don Van Nortwick. He's back, 6 seconds back from Eagleton?
Yeah,
so,
about that.
Not insurmountable, but he's going to have to start putting down some good laps to bridge that gap, and hope that Van Nortwick gets around Eagleton, or Van Nortwick lets him by if he gets to that point, so that he can make a run towards the top spot in A sedan here.
Eagleton laying down some flyers right now, though. He just continues to clip these 203, making it real tough for Nortwick and Butenko, although they are possible. It does look like they're still turning 203s themselves for Butenko and Peterson. Those guys are in the 204s. They're going to have to probably clip some 203s or even a high 202 to be able to make up some of that ground on Eagleton.
Colicchio, Tristan Littlehale, and Wheeler, that's still your top 3 overall. Also your top 3 in GT2 as we get to the halfway point, and that means we're going to take our break. When we come back, we'll hopefully go green flag all the way to the finish. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us. We'll be back in a minute.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
We're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. This, of course, is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour round 14 of 20 rounds here. We had round 13 yesterday, round 14 today. And this is our GT1, 2, and 3 A Sedan, T1, and GTX race. We are past the halfway point. We've got 7 laps left in this race. And our leader at the moment is Tony Colicchio, followed by Tristan Littlehale, who's 9/10 of a second back. And that varies a lot every lap, during every lap even. Sean Wheeler, 9 seconds back now, so kind of out of the question at the moment, unless something happens to our front 2 cars. It looks like he's kind of locked in for a 3rd place spot in class and overall, but probably going to have a hard time catching the leaders, right, Lefty?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be tough. Those front 2, and there they are, the red and the white BMWs of Tony Colicchio and Tristan Littlehale. They are just flying as they're working their way through traffic now. We saw this yesterday. We saw a couple opportunities that Tristan may have had to try and make the pop and get on by. And let's see if he learned from that and is able to make a move on Tony here today. Look at them as they're coming down that back straight, down into 14, 15, this double apex 180 that leads you back down the front straight. Could be an opportunity for him. And here you can see the blue flag coming out for the rest of those cars that they're being passed by the leaders overall in the race.
Yep, and now the leaders are got through together. So the first 2 cars needed to get past did not make any big difference for the leaders. They're still right up next to each other. They need to dispatch 3 more cars here without any big incidents, and we'll see if that works out.
I can tell you 2 of those. The next 2 are Larry Hansen and Guy Ladig, which is the 1st and 2nd place battle in GT3.
Those for their own class.
Exactly. They're not going to really be thinking, I got to let these 2 on by and give them the easy point by, so to speak. But look at this.
Traffic jam. Oh. Yep.
And that would be Ladig getting around that Mustang. And now the Mustang side by side with Hansen through the crow's nest, leaving the 2 GT2 leaders, Colicchio and Littlehale, nowhere to go.
I wonder if that Mustang saw the blue flag and just kind of lifted at the moment, and that kind of blocked everything up there, and realized that the blue flag also let the other guy in his own class by. It's just, it's tough sometimes. Sometimes those are just kind of the breaks. You either get good breaks or get bad breaks when you're doing multi-class racing, and you hope that the good breaks outweigh the bad breaks.
Yeah, I want to say that might have been, I'm not sure, that might have been Vitenko.
Yeah.
Possibly was that car that's trying to get out of the way there. And then you got the 2 GT3 cars next up for the 2 GT2s to get on by.
Right.
Here they come. They've already gotten past Hansen. Now they got Ladig in the RX-7.
So it looks like they shouldn't have too much of a problem getting around Ladig here. And if that's the case, it's basically going to be getting through this traffic, no harm, no foul. Both cars pretty much negotiating the traffic without any issues.
But
although there's an opportunity, really tight pass as Little Hale tries to take advantage of that car and get by. And we'll see as he comes under the bridge here and right towards us whether or not he was able to complete the pass. And they're still side by side going into turn number 14. We'll see what happens as they come out of 15 and towards us. And it looked like Colicchio still is side by side there as they come now towards turn 1. Now Little Hale tries to go on the inside. This is his best push so far, coming out of 2 and heading towards 1. He's in a perfect position to make the pass. Will he hold on? Colicchio's going to try to hold on to the outside lane here as they come out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3. They'll come back into our view in just a second here. Who is it going to be as they come up towards the Crow Nest? It looks like Colicchio is able to hold on.
He looks like he has so far, but what a battle there all the way down the back straight through turns 1, 2. Finally somewhat sorted, but this is the section of track I think Little Hale's had the advantage. Can he get a run now down into 6 and possibly get side by side again?
A ton of respect between these two drivers. They were side by side all the way through there. I don't believe they even came close to touching each other, which is the way we're supposed to do it. And there you see, there is Little Hale in the back again, right behind Colicchio, not giving him even an ounce of no pressure here.
They look like one car coming at us, but there are 2. I promise you, there's 2 there coming up on one of our A Sedan cars to make a pass. I don't even know who that is. That could be Eagleton, the leader in A Sedan. Now checking his mirrors and seeing the pair of BMWs coming quickly at him.
If we wouldn't get a copyright strike, I'd cue up Billy Joel's Pressure here. I mean, this is as good as it gets. We've got 5 laps left in this race, 5.5 laps, and there's been no breathing room for Colicchio for the entire 12 laps that we've been in this race.
Yep. So this time maybe a little bit of breathing room for Colicchio, not quite as tense. Doesn't have Little Hale alongside him, although his mirror is all full of that white and colorful BMW. I don't think Little Hale's going anywhere, but he might have the advantage so far down the back straight, maybe even down the front straight. But Little Hale's going to have to make another dive at it at some point. Still 12 minutes to go. Lots of time for these 2.
Well, I was just going to say, and what that does for Little Hale is now he has a memory bank. He knows exactly how that played out. He found a place where he could make a move, and now he puts that in his memory bank and pulls that out again in the last couple of laps. Maybe cools his tires here for a lap or 2, collects himself, and now he has a pretty good idea of where he might be able to make this move as this race comes into its closing laps.
Yeah, Colicchio in that whole sequence did a really good job of staying and holding the outside line through 2 when they were side by side, because at that point it turns into the inside of 3, that heavily off-cambered turn, and that was the advantage. And I do wonder if Little Hale's thinking to himself, get a chance to repeat that, maybe either push Colicchio a little bit further to that outside, make it more difficult to enter the off-camber corner, or even potentially try and take the outside line to give you the advantage of 3, because once you got the advantage of 3, it's tough to pass all the way down through 6 and 7.
Absolutely is the case. Looking a little further down through the field, you still have that battle between Guy Laddick and Larry Hansen, although that thing is widened out to about 3 seconds. And then you have another battle here between Mikhail Butenko and Ken Peterson in A Sedan. That's probably the other close battle on the track right now, with a less than half a second between the two of those two drivers.
Yeah, they are very close, as Peterson's picked up the pace a little bit last couple times by, a little quicker than Butenko, so I think that's led to them closing up. We'll see if Peterson's got anything. Yesterday he was racing with Eagleton. Eagleton today has got all sorts, and nobody has an answer for him, but Butenko, who's thrown in the mix today, may have a mirror full of Peterson in.
Next time across the line, there's going to be 4 to go in this race, and it is still no guess here as to who's going to end up crossing the line the last time here. But I do know one thing: if there's any way for Tristan Littlehale to throw his car in there right on the last few laps, he is going to try to get it done. And I'm also curious, Lefty, is Colicchio pulling away just a little bit, or is Littlehale just trying to let things happen for a lap or 2 before he starts going back at it?
Littlehale might be just taking a bit of a breather there. They did have the lap car, the GTX car, Casey MacLeod, that they were working their way around, so that may have given the chance to set a couple of car lengths between them. But this is the section of the track down here through 4 up through 5 where Littlehale's been quicker. So we'll see what they look like as they head down to 6. And look how well that car just snaps and rotates through there to get the power down coming off of that hill.
And then we're looking back a little bit further in the field. About 10 seconds behind the leaders is Sean Wheeler, just getting the job done. I think he understands that he has a third-place car here this weekend, and he is going to just do his thing and keep going. And if something happens to the leaders, he can take advantage. And look at that. Looks like Little Hale's closed up a little bit here as they come into turn 8 and 9 here with 3.5 laps to go.
I tell you, he's definitely quicker coming out of the crow's nest through that kink at 5, and that's helping him. The problem is he isn't able to go anywhere with it as they go around yet another lapped car. These two are just dispatching the field left and right. That might be, I'm not sure which car that is. In fact, I'm not sure that's McMillan, perhaps.
Right.
I'm not sure. But they're getting rid of lap traffic everywhere, and almost like in a blink, they're through. But every time that happens, either they bunch up or they don't seem to come together at the same gap, because right now it's about 9-10 car lengths between them, probably the biggest gap we've seen.
My question would be, if Little Hale can get around Colicchio, is he the faster car? Like I said, it's tough to pass, and if he can make the pass, would he be able to pull away a little bit? And I just don't know the answer to that question.
I would be surprised. I would expect that if he was a little closer consistently around the lap, but you see a lot of this accordion going on where there's clearly sections where Tony's a little faster holding that lead and Tristan is in second. And I think that's what would happen if they were to reverse roles. I think we'd continue to see that where Tony's got some advantages in some spots. And right now, his advantage seems to be getting onto the back straight and pulling that lead out, taking away a very critical passing zone. For Tristan, he's quicker here, down here in 4 and 5, down to 6. He just can't do anything with it. He's got to find a way to get quicker at the second half of the track.
D. Marshall 34 in the chat says he raced in the runoffs in Topeka in 2006 in a GT3 RX-7. He must enjoy this. This must be entertaining to watch, or it may drive you nuts to not be out there racing. There's two ways to look at that.
A little FOMO going on for sure.
Exactly. Coming up on 2 laps to go here next time by, I believe, if my math is correct, Tony Colicchio, Tristan Littlehale, Sean Wheeler is your top 3 in GT2 and overall. Your race leader right now in T1 is Clark Nunez. GT2, your class leader, or GTX, your class leader is Gary MacLeod. A sedan, you've got Roger Eagleton, and he has got a couple of cars between him and the second place car of Mikhail Butenko. Then you've got Gary Laddick and Larry Hansen, only 3 seconds between those two for the GT3 lead. So that's kind of how it sets up right now as we get into the final laps here. And Tristan Littlehale still hanging around there.
Yeah, a little better this time for him through 10 and 11 down the back straight than he was the last time by. Not enough to make a pass, but he's got to feel good that, look at that, they're only a car length apart. Remember last time it was more like 5-6 car lengths. That's a good sign. Now, can he hold that run and do what they did a few minutes ago where they went side by side through 1 and 2? He's awfully close. He might be able to pop out and try something.
Yeah, the question is, how early do you want to pop out and try something?
I would do it right here, coming out of 1 down towards 2, and see if he can push. He can't yet. If you can start to push Colicchio one way or another, you can get him off of his line, although Tony's already shown he can run the outside line just as quick as the inside.
Right. Yeah, the question is, if you know you can maybe get it done, look at how close they come here. He is definitely faster as you exit 3 and then come up here through turn 5. This is where Littlehale is really shining. And then it does feel to me like Colicchio's a little faster going through that turn 1, turn 2 sector, where it's a really fast sweeping turn there.
Yeah, they're definitely picking up, and I'm telling you, Littlehale's putting down some good laps and some good sectors right now, and I'm starting to wonder if Tony's tires are starting to go off.
They look so close coming out of 6th there.
It is, and I really think Colicchio, maybe he's shown he's composed. I don't see a lot of twitchiness in the car, but I don't think he's as quick as he was earlier in this race. Littlehale may have something for him. 5 minutes to go, probably 3 laps or so. I expect Littlehale's going to try something here. Look how close he is down here into turn 10 and 11.
That's right. They're on lap 16 now, so when they cross the line, there'll be 2 to go.
Seeing that photographer overlooking the crow's nest had me thinking that what a great shot for the cover of Sports Car. Exactly. Of these two coming up into that with the backdrop. Just dropping hits.
Yeah. No question. No question. So is Littlehale waiting? do you think, Lefty?
I don't think so. I think there's a couple of corners he's waiting, but every lap he's trying to get close enough to try it. And I think he liked what happened when he got side by side through 1 and 2, didn't like the outcome. I'm thinking he may be trying to get there again. But you can see Colicchio did a great job of taking the nice line down through 1, getting a strong exit, and defending.
He seems to open the gap up exiting 2. Exiting 1, opening the gap up here, you can see that looks like the gap is opening up. But then under braking, coming into turn 3 is where Little Hill's able to close in, and then really Little Hill's really good up through the crow's nest. So, and then they seem to be pretty much equal everywhere else.
Yep, and that's where Little Hill's got to find a way to put that to good use as they come up through the crow's nest. And we'll see him here in turn 6 in a second. He's got to put that to good use. He's got to find a way to just start to push Tony Colicchio off of his line. If he can get just underneath him enough or just alongside him enough to get him off his line, he can help Tristan's corner exits and hurt Tony's corner exits and maybe make an opportunity to pass. He just hasn't been able to do that to get close enough to really just kind of nudge him.
All right, well, the white flag should come out next time by, and it doesn't look like there'll be any slower cars to impede the progress for the next lap and a half. So this is just, car on car, driver on driver. The best one's going to win here, and it'll be really fun to watch. We've got about 4.5 miles left in this race, and I am sitting on the edge of my seat.
Oh, this is great stuff. These guys picked up right where they left off yesterday when they ran the same exact way for that whole race. They're doing it again. Tristan's got to find something. He's got to dig deep. He's got to hit the marks perfectly starting right here. This is where the critical portion of the lap starts for him. It's got to be going into 14-15, the longest 2 straightaways connecting each other. If you can nail that, you got a shot. Without
At some point in time, if you want to win this race and you're Tristan Littlehill, you got to go full scale send it mode. And this is going to be the last shot for him going into turn 1. Not close enough to be side by side there. I think really the next opportunity is going to be coming out of turn 3. He's going to really have to be on it. But it just looks like Colicchio is just a little bit faster here. And now there's a slower car that's also in the discussion here. That could be the difference here, negotiating this slower car coming up right in front of him here.
That's what Tristan needs. Yep, that's what led to the side-by-side that he wasn't able to capitalize on before. It may be happening again at the best part of the track for Tristan Littlehill. If any bit of an extra lift Colicchio's got to do is going to lead to Littlehill getting up side-by-side as they go down here into 6.
They should come into our view any second now, coming into turn 6. And here they are. It looks like they got around that car without any problems, and now they're heading up towards turn 8 here. It is still Colicchio in the lead, but Littlehill is right there, about a car length back, and going to have one more good opportunity for a pass going into turn 14 probably. That's the next best kind of last gasp place to make a pass here. He's got one slower car. Hopefully that car will get out of the way here and not be part of this discussion, and both cars seem to get through without any problems here. Now they're coming down and towards the back straight here after turns 12 and 13. There is the back straight, and it does look like Colicchio's got a big enough lead here. Maybe those cars did make a little bit of a problem for Littlehill, and I don't think Littlehill's close enough to catch him now.
He is not, and unfortunately, yeah, the car did a great job of staying offline and getting out of the way, but at some point, being a little bit offline on your entry, that's not what Tristan wanted, but he's given it all he's got. He's got half a straightaway to see. Look how close they are in this race.
At the line, it's going to be Tony Colicchio, followed by Tristan Littlehill, just like yesterday. What a fantastic show these guys put on for us. All day long, all lap long, all 18 laps, and at the end it was 0.2 of a second, the gap between first and second.
Oh, those two they're gonna enjoy a few cold ones tonight. I think talking about this one, that was a lot of fun.
No question at all. Third place in GT2 is going to go to Sean Wheeler. Did exactly what he needed to do when he realized he was kind of out of the discussion for the lead. Kept everything together, kept the car between the white lines, took home the second place on the podium. Your T1 class winner is going to be Clark Nunez. Second place in T1 will be Don Van Nortwick. Third place in T1 will be Igor Granzik. Looking at some of the other classes here in GT3, it'll be Larry Hansen, who outlasted Gary Laddick, who must have had a problem because he's 3 laps down here at the finish. I missed all of that. Casey MacLeod, your GTX winner. He was the only car in GTX. And T1, like I said, Clark Nunez, Gary Nortwick, Igor Grantic. Did I miss one? Oh, A Sedan.
Yeah.
A Sedan. Roger Eagleton, Mikhail Butenko, and Ken Peterson. That is your podium in A Sedan. I'm glad we got a lunch break here because I'm worn out after that one.
That was tense. That was a great way to kick off our races here this afternoon, but we are far from done. We'll do a lunch, 6 more races. This could be fun.
All right, come on back and join us at 1:05. Set your alarm clocks. You don't want to miss a second of the action here. We'll be back in about an hour. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. See you in a little bit.
All right, cheers.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. All right, Group 2, Race 2 is underway, our final race of the weekend for the Super Tour for Spec Miata. And Lefty, we are ready to go here. This should be a good one.
It will be for sure, as these Miatas are loving seeing sunshine coming down. They have to actually maybe get the sun out of their eyes. Maybe some tinted visors going on up there, because yesterday it was a lot more moisture. They're happy to see these conditions, and I think we're going to see a fantastic race. The front 3 or 4 are pretty tightly matched. Could be a good group there. In the middle of this field's also very tightly matched. This could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, yesterday at this time, as this group was going out, we were hearing people on pit road yelling, "Rain, rain, rain!" That's not the case today.
Sunshine, sunshine!
Exactly. Different problem, different day, but I think they'd rather have the visors than the rain tires. So let's go through our starting order. Your last row, 6th row, Ben French, Amy Mills. Row number 5, Andrew Wozencroft and Whitfield Gregg. Row number 4 is going to be Michael Chang and Connor Thomas. Row number 5, Scott Story and Matthew West. Row number 2, I'm sorry, is going to be the 51 car on the inside, Eric Fulkerson. He is from Walnut Creek, California. And next to him will be Jeremy Rutter from Sherman Oaks, California. Then your front row on the outside is Nick Leveroni in car number 194 from Mendon, Massachusetts. And then your pole sitter from Gaston, Oregon, car number 20, Jason Rollins.
Yeah, this could be very good. Yesterday's race, the rain was spectacular between 2 drivers, but now that we're in the dry, I think we're going to see a bit bigger fields bunching up and having some really good racing, a lot like what we saw right before lunch with that race that we watched there. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that. The GT2 race was fantastic. I think the Spec Miatas are going to pick right up right where they left off.
Yep, and they have a 100% dry racing surface, still a little damp off the track, but most drivers who've been going off have been able to find a way to make themselves get themselves back onto the racetrack. So I feel like that is going to be a positive outcome if anybody does slide off or come together, and that can happen on occasion with these cars. But we've had a really good, clean racing weekend, and our hope is that we will continue that now for the next 6 races as we work our way towards the end of the Super Tour. I say the end of the Super Tour because we have another day of racing tomorrow, but it is the Western Shootout tomorrow, which is a whole different deal on a very long racetrack.
Looking forward to that, but that's tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll talk about more of that at the end of the day. In the meantime, we are in the moment. We are focused, laser focused on 3 miles with the crow's nest, and it should be a good time here.
It should be, and he gets the birds out there enjoying their bird's eye view of this track.
Yeah, we've got birds, we've got sheep. I don't know what it's like. I'm waiting for Noah's Ark to show up here. All right, well, that was yesterday, actually. All right.
Yep, I think this is it. All the wildlife is out to watch. It's always a wild race when it comes to Spec Miata. The racing is good. It's always fast. This is another one of those classes where the cars are not the dictator. This is not a matter of just going out and turning laps because somebody's got a stronger car. You can bet top to bottom these cars are pretty even. It's going to come down to drivers. Experience is a big part of that. Experience here, experience in these cars. Our front couple of cars in this field have got all of that. That's why I think we'll be seeing a good race between them.
All right, looks like we've got pretty good rows lined up 2 by 2 as they come through the final section of corners here onto our main straight. Once the pace car peels off onto pit lane, the field will be under the control of the pole sitter Jason Rollins as they come down towards the start stand. If the starter likes what he sees, he will throw that green flag, and that's exactly what has happened here. 12 cars flying as hard as they can down towards turn 1, still 2 by 2. I don't see any 3 wide yet. I guarantee you that's going to happen. Just wait for it. Here it comes. All those cars coming down to turn number 1. Actually, wait, here they come into turn number 2. 2 by, halfway in the second row. And now we've got a little 2 by action. But one car has been able to sneak out front there. It looks like that might be the black 194 of Nick Leveroni as they come now at us towards turn 3 off in the distance. And then you've got that crow's nest right here in front of us. It should be fun to see this big group of cars come through here, Larry.
It will be. I think it's Rollins possibly out in front. Let me just take a look as they go on by. Yes, he's got the red and the black. Leveroni's back to third. He lost a spot there, possibly to Rudder. Rudder, I think, had started this race. I thought it was fourth on the outside of 2. He had a good run. Leveroni stayed outside, trying to make a move there on Rollins. It didn't work, and he got bypassed up underneath. So I think it's Rollins, Rudder, Leveroni, your top 3 right now.
So if it is Rollins is the number 1, he's got to watch out because there's 4 cars behind him, and while he has maybe a 10, 15 car length lead, those 4 cars working together can just freight train right by him if he's not careful. So it's good to be out front, but not when you have 4 really strong cars coming from maybe 10, 12 car lengths back.
And if they're smart, they're probably going to have to work together a little bit because we know that Rollins has got pace here. He's shown it yesterday. He showed it again this morning in qualifying. These next 4 have got to be careful not to fight too much. They've got to find a way to catch Rollins.
And Rollins is hoping they don't work together. He's like, oh, you guys go play. Go have a good time. Pass a lot.
All the side-by-sides.
Exactly. Side-by-side is my friend. Your side-by-side is my friend. All right, here we go at the completion of lap number 1. You've got that group of 4 there, and then if you go back to 7 through 10, there's another group of 4 or 5 cars. Rollins has been able to keep that lead as he comes onto the main straightaway, so we'll just see if he can extend that or not as we go into the first few laps of this race.
Yeah, keep your eye out for Amy Mills. She started this field, I believe, second to the back after having an issue in qualifying this morning. She may have just picked up about 5 spots on the opening lap. That's her right there, just going past the starter stand.
Yep, absolutely. So you've got Rollins, Fulkerson, Leveroni, Rudder. That's that top 4 group there. Then looking at 5 through 7, you've got Scott Story and then Amy Mills in 6th place, just like you said. Matthew Wyatt, then Connor Thomas, then Michael Chang, and Greg Whitfield. That rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's as happy to see sunshine on this track right now as Amy Mills. She was probably off and on about 3 times in yesterday's race in the rain. Of course, everybody out there on dry tires. And then this morning, we believe that she had the issue somewhere down maybe in turn 6 or so where it didn't even make it around to start a flyer. So that's why she started so far back. She's already moved up to 6th. She's about a second and a half behind that pack of 4, that 2nd through 5th place pack. She catches on to that. She's going to be right there in the mix as this field starts to move along. Very long race here. A lot of things can happen, but she's done herself a lot of favors here on the opening lap.
All right, the Ben French Family Fan Club is back in the chat. We're going to have to get, hero cards and T-shirts made for these guys because they're always here rooting on their guy in the number 13 car, who I believe had a birthday yesterday. So that was pretty cool.
Yep, and I tell you, it's a great way to get mentioned is you have your friends and family jump onto the chat. We mentioned it earlier. It's happening again. Ben French, he's currently 12th in the field, but he's first in the hearts of a lot of fans.
There you go. And it does look to me like Jason Rollins is extending that lead out just a tiny bit. It was 1.6 seconds after the first lap. We'll know for sure when he comes around here for the second time.
Yeah, and it was Fulkerson who actually got that great run to the first couple of corners. He was able to leapfrog past Leveroni. Fulkerson's in second, Leveroni, and then Rudder's in the 4th overall spot. So that train that you can see for second place is Fulkerson, Leveroni, Rudder, and then Story. And then just about a second half, there she is in the black car. That's Amy Mills, your top 6.
And now they come down towards our starter. Here comes Jason Rollins. We'll know more about the rest of the field here in just a second. He has grown the lead to 2 seconds, 2.1 seconds, another half a second faster than the 4 cars behind him. That's really good news for the 20 car.
He is trying everything he can do to break this draft. Does not want to give the front of that formation behind him any chance to get close to him. He's doing a pretty good job of that so far.
Well, he's doing that, and those 4 cars, and they know it because they've done this a lot, they're just not close enough to have the full effect of a 4-car draft. They need to really get nose to tail, and if they can do that, they can absolutely reel in a 2-second lead, but not broken up like they are. It doesn't look like they're that far apart, but it's a really big difference to have 1 or 2 car lengths between each car.
Yeah, when you overcome that pocket of air between two cars and actually get inside of that pocket up to the front of it, you get this push. The back car doesn't have to be physical contact, but you get this air bubble push to the back car pushing the front one along, and the second car gets such a streamlined effect, and it compounds. You get 3 and 4 cars going. It really pays off. The issue I'm wondering now is Nick Leveroni or Rudder there in 4th, do those guys think, hey, I can be faster at the front of this train if I could just get around Fulkerson? The problem is if you do that, you're going to lose another second or so going side by side making a pass.
And if you're Rollins up front, you're just looking for your brake point, your turning point, your release point, brake point, and just hit those same marks one lap after another, corner after corner, and that is how you put down good time. It's almost like now he's trying to turn a qualifying lap every lap here to try to pull away just a little bit.
Yeah, that's how you gap the field. You just sort of turn the mirrors down and just go, go, go. You know your marks. I suspect he's been here a few times to Thunderhill, so he knows what those marks are, and he knows this is the best track conditions that they have seen in now the full 2 days. So he's got to be thrilled just out there turning laps, and it is light qualifying for him right now. Out there already down to that 2:10.6 on his second lap, which I guess it was actually his first lap. We'll see what it turns here as they go on by to complete this lap, but he's just out there cranking laps and wanting to pull away from Fulkerson, Leveroni, and Rudder.
Jason Rollins raced 5 years in the UK before coming to the US, and he's got 13 years of racing experience here. He was the British National League Schoolboy 100cc motocross champion.
He's done a little bit of everything. Put a motor on it, and he's ready to race it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Look at that nice little pack. Now that's what you need to do to catch the leader, is do that kind of drafting here.
I think that might have been the battle for Michael Chang, Whitfield Gregg, and Connor Thomas stacked there at 8, 9, and 10. Those three are just nose to tail.
Exactly. Ooh, a little wide there. I think that's probably the recommended way. You want to pinch that corner just a little bit closer to the apex. But, yeah.
Yeah, those long sweepers like that, my theory is minimize your distance. The longer you have to spend on a corner, just get through it with the minimum distance. Thinking you're going to kind of dive deep and late apex off a corner of that size, my experience says not worth it. Cut that distance down.
Yep. We've got a clock at the top, which we probably won't need today. These are supposed to be 18-lap races or 35 minutes. We hope to not need 35 minutes because that usually means something didn't go well during the race. We're hoping to get him in his 18-lap races here, which should be possible for all of the groups. Jason Rollins just goes purple here with a 2:10.642. Eric Fulkerson has his fastest lap, but it's still a 10th slower, which is not how you catch the leader.
No, it's definitely not. But you notice what's happened here is Fulkerson and Leveroni have kind of left Rudder and Story behind. That's maybe a good thing for Fulkerson and Leveroni because they don't have to worry about that third of that train trying to make a move anywhere. And maybe it lets Leveroni get a little closer to Fulkerson and maybe that efficient drafting that we think we need to see. And there they are. Look, that's a lot better positioning if you're going to really push through and get the better trap speeds down these straightaways.
Yeah, and a 2-car draft is good, although a 3 or 4-car draft is better if you have a big gap to make up. And the gap now, this time by, we're going to get it on the charts here. It's still right at 2 seconds. So a 2-car train can do that, but a 4-car train can do it a lot faster.
Yeah, the difficulty with the 4-car is you get this accordion effect as everyone's a little uncertain. The further back in that train you are, the more uncertain you are about how that front car and the second car are going to hit their brakes. You get down to a 2-car, it's actually easy because the second car only has one windshield to look through to find that braking point, and he can judge a whole lot better. So there's some efficiency with that. They may not necessarily streamline as well for like a place like a Road America or some extremely long straightaways, but I think a track like this, 2 is a pretty good number to be paired up with, and it maybe shows Fulkerson and Leveroni both were a little quicker than Rollins the last time through. So we'll see. Give them a couple laps. Maybe they can get back a little closer.
Then you've got after the Jeremy Rudder, you've got Story, Amy Mills, and Matthew Wyatt. Michael Chang is in 8th. Whitfield Gregg. I always think that should be Greg Whitfield. Whitfield Gregg is in 9th, and then Connor Thomas rounds out our top 10 at this point.
Well, Ginsburg will tell you that Whitfield Gregg at least spells the name correctly.
That's true. That's true. So.
All the T's.
Exactly. Nick Leveroni just had the fastest lap of the race with a 2:10.338. But Eric Fulkerson comes back with the fastest first sector time of a 55.8, so he's trying to do that as well. But if both those guys are turning purple sectors and purple laps, that means that they're going, hopefully for them, going faster than Jason Rollins, which might help them get caught up.
Yeah, and again, it's the second sector is kind of the same story. They are right there, even a little bit quicker than Rollins did in the second sector by himself. So very interesting that maybe the two of them are starting to get into this groove. Rollins was very fast. As soon as it went green, he had that lead and he didn't look back. But the other two are settling in. Let's see if they can start to get this under 2 seconds the next time past the starter stand. As there's a good little battle going on. That looks like Amy Mills may have lost a position there, possibly to Wyatt, and I think that's who she's behind now. That might be Matthew Wyatt in the red car.
And now the gap between our two cars in second and third in the leader has been cut to 1.8 seconds. So a little tiny gain here, a little tiny gain there with 12 laps to go. Still plenty of time to work it and to get caught up. It doesn't take much of a slip also by Jason Rollins. If he just goes a little bit wide on a corner, might give up a half a second here. Doesn't take a big mistake to let that gap close in pretty, much closer and much quicker.
Yeah, and that's his big, probably his biggest challenge right now is to go through and almost race flawless. You're almost better off breaking an inch to 5 inches, even a foot early, rather than missing it, because missing it is going to cost you all the way around. This track seems to have a lot of watt. If you're in a spec Miata, a little bit of a screw up on a corner entry leading to those wide open throttle sections like here. If you miss the apex at 6, it's going to kill you all the way around 7, 8 until you break for 9. Got to really be careful of that. As we watch Fulkerson and Leveroni, they continue to be matching at least sector to sector for what Rollins did. Rollins just reset sectors 1's quickest time, but Fulkerson is only a 10th behind him. As they get to the end of sector 2, we'll see if that trend continues.
Well, and when you have a 1.8 second lead and 12 laps to go, you can give up a tenth a second a lap just to keep yourself clean, rather than give up a half a second a lap because you've made a mistake.
That's exactly it. Yeah, the mistakes will cost you a lot more than just a hair of conservative. The only problem with that, it depends on what type of personality you have. What type of driver are you? Right. Are you the type that gets out of rhythm because you're trying to break a foot early? If you are, then stop doing that, right? Go back to whatever hits your rhythm the best is what you want. I'm the kind of driver that I would like to be a hair conservative. I can control that conservative nature because honestly, I'm not that precise when I'm on the brakes at a braking point. But if you need to feel that rhythm and you really are that kind of a rhythmic feel type driver, just do what feels right and keep doing it. Don't think, just drive. Sort of, it's the old Bull Durham line. Don't think, just throw. It's kind of in that mode right now for Rollins.
I think I want Lefty in my ear when I start going racing again, because you sound like you'd be the perfect crew chief to have to keep my head together, which has always been my problem.
I talk too much. I would drive drivers just crazy. Like, they would finally give me the old Kimi Räikkönen and shut up, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
My problem has never been with the speed. It's not making stupid mistakes. So that was always my thing. So the good news is I never made big stupid mistakes. They're always a series of small ones. But Jason Rollins here is still keeping lead. Now the gap is widened again by another tenth of a second. So it's back up to 1.959 seconds.
Yeah, and Nick Leveroni seems to, in the last sector, the last 2 sectors, he lost a little bit of space there between he and Eric Fulkerson in front of him. That's hurting Fulkerson a little bit. He's not getting that push draft from behind, and that's kind of left another tenth on the table there for Rollins to pull out. So he hasn't lost sight of him. These two, Fulkerson and Leveroni, have a chance to make that up, but they've got to almost be driving perfect laps, perfect corners together to make any grounds up to have a chance to have a 3-way fight out for the checker here.
Wyatt and Amy Mills, Matthew Wyatt and Amy Mills, they're having some fun out there. 0.3 of a second separate those two cars on the track right now. So that's another battle we should keep a bit of an eye on. That could become exciting as we get a little later into the field. Also looking at Whitfield, Gregg, and Connor Thomas, they seem to be fairly closely matched here on this particular, on the track at the moment. So that's another one we could keep a close look at.
Yeah, we just kind of got these 2x2. You made the reference about all the animals out here like Noah's Ark. Well, apparently the drivers are the same way, 2x2 around the track, as they continue to find the pairings up. Remember, Amy Mills, I told you, she started the race back, I think, at 11th, moved all the way to 6th, and now she's behind Wyatt there, Matthew Wyatt, for 6th place. So it may have been a sector she may have had a mistake on, but she's in a good battle now with Matthew Wyatt. and trying to claw her way back up to that top 6. Those two may have lost sight of the top 5, though. They're about 10 seconds back from the 4th place battle of Rudder and Story.
And the second and third place car, they're not really making much of a distance between Rudder and Scott Story either. So that's not terribly far there. I believe it's now 4 seconds. If any of these cars up front make a mistake, although that gap looks small. No, that's about 4 seconds, I guess. If any of those top 3 cars make a mistake, Rudder and Scott Story are not far back, ready to pounce and try to get themselves into a podium spot.
Yeah, Scott Story's lost a little bit of sight of the back of Jeremy Rudder. He's still there. He's about a second or so back. But remember, when this all got going, he was right underneath that rear deck wheel. I think he would love to be able to kind of get a little bit closer and sniff some of that draft, a lot like what we just saw Nicola Peroni on the back of Fulkerson. He's closed back in. That second car right there, that light blue, that is Scott Story in 5th place. He would love to be a little bit closer to Jeremy Rudder in 4th and maybe have a shot for, as you say, one slip up in the top 3, and there's a podium open.
All right, we're coming up on halfway here, so we're going to take our break, and when we come back, we'll have the last probably 6 laps to go here, and we'll get you right to the finish. So stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
And we're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park, our second race of the day. Our last race for the Super Tour for this race group. So this is the 14th round of the Super Tour. Still ahead for the series. We've got Portland next weekend. Then we've got Watkins Glen. I believe it's the first weekend in June. And then our last race of the Super Tour for 2023 will be at my former home track. That would be Road America for the June sprints over my birthday weekend, Lefty. Unfortunately, I won't be there, but I'll be broadcasting it with Greg. But yeah, my home track, birthday weekend.
That's no better way to celebrate than to watch some race cars go on track, even if you have to do it remotely. That's not such a bad thing. And I went to the June sprints a couple years ago. I've been to the runoffs there, but the June sprints are just something different. There's something special about that event. And I'll tell you, the weather could be anything. It could be 90 degrees and humid, or the weekend I was there, it was down in the low 30s overnight. Wow. So that was obviously in June.
Yep, in the beautiful Kettle Moraine Forest, you get wind coming off the lake, and all of that, and it's it can be, you're right, lots of different temperatures and weather conditions. No big changes here up front in this group. It is still Jason Rollins with about a 2-second lead. That's been about the same, give or take a couple tenths here or there, pretty much since the third or fourth lap of this race, Lefty. Oh, look at side by side coming through 2.
Oh, yeah.
still side by side coming through 2. Let's see what happens when they get to 3 here.
That's the battle for 4th. To
It
Rudder
is
and
the battle
Story.
for 4th. Yeah, Story got right up there with with Jeremy Rudder. Not sure which one of them won that, but by the time they got to the execution of that pass, somebody made it. I think that's Story.
I think that's Story.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, that's Scott Story. He's got the lighter blue as opposed to the darker blue for Rudder. In fact, Story also just turned the fastest lap of the race at a 2:10.1. Probably a little bit of draft on the 2 straightaways behind Rudder in front of him, but awesome battle going on there for 4th. We were talking about maybe they would just sort of hang around and see if some scraps fell at podium. These 2 are going for it at this stage. It's awesome.
I think Scott Story just reached out and turned on the nitrous. No, just kidding, people. Just kidding. I don't want to start rumors. The Scots down in Tech are already mad at me now, so no, absolutely. We've got now 9 laps to go. No, 8 laps to go.
If we get there, we'll see, because the clock is running down. Again, we're at 35-minute max, so we'll see if we get to that 18th lap. But watching this battle now, it's not really a battle again for a second. These 2 clearly are working together. Leveroni's not trying to make any passes. He's trying to help move along. And I'm watching sectoring on this lap alone. These 2 went from 2 seconds back to I bet they're more like 1.6 or 1.7, depending on how well they run this back straight. So it's not over yet. Look at that. Look how close they're getting. You can see it.
We'll have
Yeah.
I say we'll have a really good time when they cross the line here. The confuser will give us the numbers, and we'll know that in just a few seconds here.
And Scott Story really is laying it on. He's running all of a sudden into full rhythm mode here as he is now not only past Rudder, he looks like he's moved a couple of car lengths ahead of him.
And how close did you think they were going to be?
I was thinking 1.6. Apparently it's closer.
It's 1.426 is now the gap between 1st and 2nd place. But here's the problem. Those 2 cars in 2nd and 3rd, they're not working together anymore. And that's going to make it even harder for them to catch up. So I bet you that gap's going to widen one more time now.
It may.
Because they're not really close enough to have that 2-car draft work as efficiently as it could.
I think Fulkerson just nailed the 2nd sector on that last lap. He was 3/10 quicker than Rollins, and that might be why he was able to even gap Leveroni behind him. Leveroni, I don't think is going to try a move, but right now the 2 of them are closing quickly on Rollins. Now remember, yesterday's race was in the wet, but a 25-minute race. We are at that 20-something minute right about now where, I wonder if the tires are still holding up. These guys have been pushing so hard lap after lap. How are those tires coming? We show the track temps come up. Are they starting to get a little bit too warm for Rollins? And maybe Leveroni and Fulkerson are able to use that to their advantage.
And Leveroni now goes fastest in Sector 1, a little bit faster than both Rollins and Fulkerson, and faster by a good bit, actually.
He closed up what you had seen. That Fulkerson had created a gap. That's gone. Leveroni just was able to suck all that down to nothing. And as they go through the 2nd sector, Fulkerson and Leveroni again are quicker than Rollins. And you can see it's probably still around that 1.4 or 1.5 maybe. These guys get a good run off of 11 and 12, and we could be looking at maybe around a 2nd gap between the 2nd 2 and the leader the next time they come by the stripe with about 11 minutes to go.
Well, and I think Leveroni's trying to be a good foot soldier here and stay tucked in. But if Fulkerson's going to start doing that reeling off of a fast lap now and then, there's no incentive for Leveroni to stay and work that way. He might think it's time for me to try to go out front, and that's certainly not going to be helpful when we get now into the 6 laps to go range.
Yeah, I think Leveroni, he's got a lot of experience in these kind of situations. I'm sure he knows he can't win this race if he pops out now. It is 1.1 seconds between leader Rollins and 2nd place Eric Fulkerson. So it's come down now 9/10 in 2 laps. Yeah, right now Leveroni's best cards to play are the just keep pace, keep within 2 car lengths of Fulkerson, and make this a 3-car fight, because even Leveroni in 3rd could potentially win this thing if they can catch Rollins with about maybe 2-3 laps to go.
And you're going to see the difference now, a big lockup going into turn 3 for Leveroni, and that has given Fulkerson a 6 car length or so lead here, although it's already been closed up, so I don't know what they was. See the front wheels come off the ground on the Leveroni car when he hit that curb?
Oh, he is not taking any chances. He knows that's a critical exit to nail, and he did, even if it means chucking the car over the curbs. He spec'd me out his handle curbs just fine.
Yeah.
But these are not the stiffest sprung cars. There's no aero to worry about or anything. You just throw these things in and put the gas down and see what happens. But look at the gap totally closing in now. Eric Volkerson in second, closer and closer to Rollins, and Leveroni's got that draft. He's going to be there. This is, the top two are not going to pull away from him.
No, I think he hit that curb harder than he probably wanted to, because I think he was kicking himself for making the mistake in turn 3. And he's like, no, I got to work to get back to the rear bumper again. So
sometimes you got to do that. Yeah, you got to hit some
right
extra
there.
curves.
Yeah, he was right there.
Oh, and to me, eyeball says it's probably about 0.8 now, first to second, and about 0.6, second to third. Maybe even tighter, maybe like about 0.7 between each of those gaps. It is tightening up. This is going to be interesting now with 7 to go. One more straightaway here to make it 6 to go. The fight is on.
Looking a little deeper into the field, talking about 6th through 10th, you've got Matthew Wyatt, Amy Mills, Michael Chang, Whitfield Gregg, and Connor Thomas. And then 11th and 12th, you've got Andrew Wozencroft and Ben French.
All right, there's your gaps.
I'd say next time by should be 4 to go.
Well, there's your gaps. It's Rollins over Fulkerson, 7/10, the closest they've been since the green flag drop. Leveroni dropped a little further back on those two straightaways. He's a second behind Fulkerson, but not out of this yet, especially if Fulkerson get close enough to make a move. If that happens, all bets are off. It totally becomes a three-way dogfight.
Yeah, I wonder if Rollins has been working the tires a little too hard and he's just starting to lose some grip as he comes through. He looks really good through this section. But it seems as though in the between 9, 10, 11 is where Fulkerson really has it hooked up and really is able to pull up closer, and then he pulls out right here through 1 and 2, and as they head towards 3 and then up over the crow's nest, it looks like both the first place and the second place car lefty are making speed in different areas of the racetrack.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it looked like there, as you saw them come off of 6, Fulkerson was starting to lose a little bit of that gap to Rollins, while Leveroni seemed to nail again that turn 5 crow's nest, and now he's right up under the back deck lid of Eric Fulkerson for second. So, they're still going, 6 to go, or we're now 7 minutes or so, probably more like 4 to go. I'm sure Jason up front would love to say, why don't we just call it right now? Let's just throw the checker and get this over with.
That's right.
Meanwhile, Clarissa French is calling the race she's watching. Ben French now has passed Wozencroft there for the 11th spot. So the French family going crazy.
And now there's a little more of a gap. It's really an accordion thing going on here, and that's really hurting the chances for that second and third place car to really make a legit run at Rollins up front. And time's running out to do it now.
Yeah, time is exactly it. I think we're going to end up being a timed race here instead of number of laps in this field. Despite the pretty good pace that these front three have continued, here come their gaps as they go across the straight. Yep, now it's about 7/10, 1 to 2, and 7/10, 2 to 3, which is right there in striking distance as they go down through into turn 1 and 2. I think Nick Leveroni's been the quickest through this part of the track. As they come around too.
As I say, yeah, coming through too. It looks like they're all kind of equidistant apart from each other. Maybe 3-4 car lengths between the two of them. Nobody's making great gains. Nobody's losing much here. And we're going to come into the final laps here, and someone's going to have to get it to it, or it's just going to end the way it is.
Yeah, well, Leveroni, I think, has been nailing this turn 5 crow's nest. Let's see if he looks a lot closer this time by to Fulkerson as he has the last few times. Clearly, they can all feel some draft. Remember, about 5 laps ago, we weren't sure Leveroni and Fulkerson were going to break into that draft range. Now you know that Eric can feel the pull from the back of Jason Rollins' lead car. As the three of them now, I think, are even tighter. We're just a couple tenths between them. This is just now turning into that chess match. How much tire do each of these three have under their cars? How hard are they willing to push to try and make that one extra effort? Where is the best passing zone? Is it into 6? Is it into 14? Is it down into 1 or 2? These guys all have to make decisions here very quickly.
Well, and they're getting to the point now where they're about to become a 3-car train here up front into the closing laps. And I will tell you one thing, the place I do not want to be in a 3-car train going into the final 2 laps of the race is first place. That is hashtag sitting duck. I mean, it is asking an invitation for second and third place to drive on by. So it'll be, it is not where I would want to be, and they're going to be really close here when they come at us next time.
Yeah, I think you're right on that, and part of that is because Leveroni has been working so well with Eric Fulkerson for that second spot. Who's to say if those two can hook up off of one of these corners that Nick couldn't just push Eric past, because if the two of them have been working so well together, they already see tendencies, but Jason hasn't been able to see them, and while we get the V's down on pit lane, somebody's sending them down a little bit early.
Yeah, definitely.
Things interesting. Let's spice this up and throw V's out on the track.
Yeah, that would definitely make it very interesting. All right, looking at time, we've got 4 minutes left on the clock, and then next time by will be 3 laps to go. So unless they...
Yeah, we're thinking it could be down to just 2 laps based on time, as we're now inside of 4 minutes. We should be on the clock at this stage. But look at this. Now, the last time through the timing stripe, it was 2/10 and 5/10, so the 2 gaps are watching. But clearly, it's closer than that, as Leveroni is about 1 car length behind Fulkerson for second. And I don't think Fulkerson's much more than that. Maybe 2 car lengths behind Rollins for the lead. But 10 laps ago, we would have said Rollins is walking away with this, but not the case as we wind down the laps.
Yeah, Leveroni just threw down the fastest lap of the race with a 2:09.9, and Fulkerson just threw down his fastest lap of the race, a 2:10.2. Both of them faster than Rollins with a 2:10.6.
Someone's got to try something. He's got to get close enough, because Rollins is doing a really good job of just consistent. Every sector he runs, it's the same as the last. He's doing a very good job of not giving any opportunities for Fulkerson and Leveroni. Those two are going to have to really earn it, but where is their earning opportunity going to be? Is it going to be right here? Can they get this run as they go down through 10 and off of 11? Is it going to end up being down the front straight, which, again, we may only get 2 more cracks at that. So where is their opportunity going to present itself?
Time is not on the side of the second and third place car here, and it is at the moment on the side of Jason Rollins, because he keeps that little 2-car length lead, and they really haven't been able to close up to his rear bumper. And if they can't find a way to get that done, there's no way they're going to get past. So
yeah, we've got a yellow out at the starter stand.
I see that. Trying to figure out, we're going to see if our executive producer here can find out where the problem is. And
could be somewhere at 1, because by 2 it looks pretty clean.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they were looking at there, but whatever the case is, there is our leaders there going through turn 2 with a couple of car lengths between them. Not much, though, and then here coming through the turn 3, you'll see him come out here right at our cameras. Leveroni then just cinches back up to the rear bumper. This has been the same story for the last 10 laps, Lefty.
Yep, as they are just tightening and tightening, and they're awfully close. Leveroni just really quick there through the crow's nest. But the key about that was coming to the starter stand, not only is the yellow out, the white was not out, which means the next time by could be. These guys have about a lap and a half left, somewhere 4.5, 5 miles left before someone's going to have to win, and someone's going to have to finish second and third in this race. If Leveroni and Fulkerson want to win this race, they've got to get closer first, and then they got to figure out where they can get past, and they're not doing either one of those yet.
Well, but they are as close to each other as they have been, which is good news if they want to try to catch up. That's the way to do it. So for those two to come and really got to cooperate. And it's against the mindset of most drivers with 2 or 3 laps to go in a race. Cooperation is not what you want to be thinking about, but it is the only way to catch the leader here. And, I will tell you, nobody remembers who finishes second in these things.
No, nobody does, which means there's only going to be one winner, one person to get the glory. And with 1 lap and 2 straightaways to go, Rollins is looking good, but he knows these guys continue to get closer every time. Let's see what happens as these are the 2 straightaways. They're currently all drafting each other. If they are nose to tail going into 1, it's all bets are off. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Fulkerson try something, but he's got to get this exit right here to have a chance.
All right, we should see the white flag come out here, and that is exactly what's happening. It will be 3 miles to the finish line here, and it will be very interesting to see how this thing plays out.
Yep, it looked like Fulkerson is right behind Rollins, almost in his shadow as they cross past the starter stand. Look at that.
Oh, wow, right back up on the tailpipe of Jason Rollins. That's as close as they've been in 18 laps.
I'm wondering if any of them may have been able to save just a little bit. The problem now is you're past turn 2. Where do you make a move? Is it into 6? Is it into 9?
There was a big lockup by Eric Fulkerson going into turn 3, and that is going to seal the deal for Jason Rollins, I think. I don't think they can catch him now as they come up through the crow's nest. They were right there, and now there's 4 car lengths, and I think that was the kiss of death here for them.
That's a tough place to have that happen. There are no ABS in these cars. Lockup is a thing. Leveroni not able to capitalize to jump to that second spot. Fulkerson lucky enough to hang on to it. Leveroni, though, wants to try one more. You can see him there coming off a 6, around this long bending section here, through 7, through 8. I don't know that he's going to get close enough to even grab second, but Rollins out in front, that was probably the best thing he could hope for, was to have just a small mistake behind him to give him a chance. It's not over yet, but he's got to feel better.
Leveroni puts his nose out trying to think about going into second place, and then comes back in and tucks back in. So all those little moves are what Jason Rollins is hoping he keeps seeing in his rearview mirror, because that is what's helping him possibly get to the finish line first here. We have one slow car.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that slow car is going to give Jason Rollins a little bit of a tow down this back straight. Could help him.
Exactly. We'll see what happens with Leveroni. He's got one last chance to try to come up second place here. This will be the move here going into the last 2 corners. Will he pop out? You know he's going to, because that's his only chance. And there he is, side by side. No contact, but he's on the inside, which is the better route. Will he get a little bit of run coming off this final corner going towards the finish line? The checkered flag is in the air. Your winner is going to be Jason Rollins. The question is, who's going to take the second spot in the podium? It's going to be too close for me to call until I look at the timing stripe, and it is going to be Eric Fulkerson in second, Nick Leveroni in third.
Wow, what a race those guys just put on. That was nail-biting all the way through. Awesome drive, no contact there at the end. Beautiful side-by-side stuff between Fulkerson and Leveroni. Those guys really put on a show.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll wear you out. That's some intense stuff. As we get a shot here of Amy Mills trying to catch up to Matthew Wyatt there for 6th. She's a couple car lengths back, probably not close enough to do it, but that's where they're battling, between 6th and 7th.
All right, we'll let them come across the line here for the final time. I'll start going through the order, and I don't think it'll change too much here. Your race winner, Jason Rollins. Your rest of your podium, Eric Fulkerson and Nick Leveroni. Running through the top 10, 4th place, Scott Story. Jeremy Rudder comes in 5th. 6th place is going to go home with Matthew Wyatt. Amy Mills comes up to finish 7th. Michael Chang 8th. Whitford Greg is 9th, and in 10th place is Connor Thomas. All right, that's going to do it for Spec Miata. We're going to take a short break and get right back to it in a minute or two with our Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula FE2, FX, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. From Thunderhill Raceway Park, this is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. And we are back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. I was just thinking, Lefty, that was the best race I've ever called where there was no passing.
Yeah, I mean,
There
they
wasn't a single
basically they pretty much finished as they sorted themselves out into turn 1 35 minutes earlier. But amazing how it's just a struggle, how hard it is as a race car driver to get everything out of a race car and still find a way around somebody. But those three, just spectacular driving in all three, hats off. And to Rollins to be able to hold off, essentially running a perfect race, just didn't make mistakes, didn't give the other guys a chance. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, both the joy and the pain of a spec class.
Yes.
All right, we are getting ready to see our Wings and Things group. You can see them off to the left there in their final staging before they're released onto the front straight behind the pace car. Not exactly sure what the holdup is right now, and I can tell you those cars up front are like, let's get going. Come on, let's get going.
And there they go.
And there they go.
Well, I'm looking forward to the battle here in P1. Davenport and Romer, these two are good buddies off the track, and on the track, maybe not quite as good buddies, but they're certainly going to be a pretty good battle. They were just swapping positions in qualifying all morning long. That's going to be good. And I'm also really curious, how fast can Caleb Schrader be in the dry? We saw what he did in the wet yesterday. How much gain ground can he gain here in the dry in an FE2 car with P2s and P1s all around him?
All right, here's your starting order. In the last row, you're going to have Kevin Mitz and John Ertl. In row number, I guess this will be 11, it'll be Lee Greenhill and Stuart Wells. Row 10 will be Tom Burton, Jeffrey Peltz. Row 9, Fernando Fabian Okonski is going to be in on that row with Jerry Dutch Schultz. Then we go to row 8, Peter West and Gary Peterson. Row 7 will be Matthew Romer and Tim Day Jr. Row 6 will be Tom Hope and Noah Humbai. Your front 5 rows on the inside of row number 5, Troy Shooter and Daniel Swanback. And then on the row 4 on the inside, Joe Briggs and John Yeatman. Then your front 3 rows. Caleb Schrader, we've been talking about him a lot this weekend. He's on the inside of row number 3 in the FE2 car. He's out of Tigard, Oregon. Next to him, Chris Vian in the P1 car. It's an Elon DPO2. He is from Auburn, California. Row number 2 is going to be John McIntyre, the regional executive out here in San Francisco region. He is in P2, in a P2 car, the Store WF1 from San Jose. Next to him, John Manfroy in a P1 car, the 08 car also from San Jose. Now we're talking about our front row. These are folks with a lot of experience and a lot of national championships. I don't have enough fingers and toes to count them up, I don't think. Jim Davenport is your pole sitter. He's in an Elon DPO2 from Alamo, California. And next to him on the outside is going to be Chip Romer, also a P1 car. It is an Elon DPO2 from Lake Havasu City, California.
So a couple things here is it looks like we've gone split starts. All the prototypes are out in front. That put Schrader actually with the rest of the FE2s. Otherwise, he would have had a couple of cars in between himself and his nearest competitor. So that'll be interesting to watch. Can Schrader pull away now at the front of that field of the FEs, FE2s? The other is Tim Day Jr. Really seemed to me off the pace earlier in his P2 car. It looks like McIntyre quite a bit quicker. Let's see if Tim Day Jr. is able to clear up whatever was up with his car and get back on pace. We expect him. Lastly, FCs. Shooter, Swanback, and Hope are all very evenly matched in FC. That could be a great battle, especially now with no prototypes kind of mixing things up. Those guys could be pretty quick and a great battle all the way through.
We have a Formula car and a prototype car who got away from the grid very, very late. They're trying to make their way around to catch up to the back of the field. What's going to happen is that prototype is not going to get to the other prototypes. That car is going to get stuck at the back of the Formula car field. And that car, if it's fast enough, will have to deal with all of those cars to get past him. And I don't know which 2 cars they are, but we'll find out pretty quickly here once we get the start of the race going.
Yeah, I can't quite call either one of them. One of them looks like an FE2, and there's obviously the prototype, the white car there. But we'll figure that out in a minute as your P1s, P2s are coming off the last corner, ready to go green.
And that is going to be the case here. We should get the 18 laps in here with this group, with these prototypes. They are fast enough, as long as we don't have any big old schmozzles in this race. Here they come. I know. Here they come down through towards the start-finish line. Starter's taking a look. Starter kind of has to start it with the split start, and that is what's happening. The green flag is out, and you've got all of your prototypes. Looks like 6 of them heading down towards turn 1 here.
Romer looked like he had the advantage as they went in towards turn 1, was able to pull ahead of Davenport, who was on the inside, which should be on the left side, should have been Davenport. But I think also Davenport's tires might be a little bit slower to light up, so Romer may have an advantage for a couple of corners, but Davenport should be coming back at him. Otherwise, a good clean start there for the prototypes.
All right, here comes your prototypes up towards the crow's nest. Big group of cars here as our Formula cars have taken their start, and we'll see them going into turn 2 here in just a second. A big gaggle of Formula cars here, and there they are, pushing their way through side by side up in row number 2. Now they've also straightened out as well. You see that white prototype car in the back, that was the one that missed the grid. So they're coming up through all of these other cars, which I'm sure they would rather not be coming up through.
Pretty sure that's Kevin Mitz actually in the number 13. He's the only prototype at the back of the Formula cars.
Well, that certainly makes sense. Look at how tight side by side through the crow's nest. That is really character building for you if you try to do that. And now you're going to see all those cars come here through turn 6. Hopefully they all made it through okay, and it does look like that's what's happening. And that prototype of Kevin Mitz is still working his way up through the field here.
Yeah, he's going to be working for a little while. That is a very hungry group of Formula cars. All the FCs, FE2s, and a couple of FAs thrown in there. He's got to try and make his way through. He's going to lose ground quickly to the rest of the prototypes. But out in front, let's see where we end up. It does look like, I believe, Romer might still be up in the front.
There is Jim Davenport up front with a 1:43.4. John Manfroy second. John McIntyre third. Chip Romer clearly did not get a good start as he is dropping back. I don't know if he is even on the racetrack at the moment.
That last car might have been
him. I think it was.
So I didn't see where. He has a really slow third sector. I don't know what's going on with Chip Romer, but he did with him on the timing stripe. So if the car is okay, he'll be moving through the field. But boy, he just lost about 20 seconds of track time.
Well, and it's interesting because he was fastest in sector 2 and sector 3, but look at how long his sector 1 time was. 10, 12 seconds slower than everyone else, 15 seconds slower than your race leader. So something clearly happened on the first part of this race that I didn't catch.
Yeah, same here. Don't know what it was, but he's right at the ship, like you said, fastest of anybody through sectors 2 and 3. So whatever was wrong seems to be fixed. The other one that seems to be fixed, I think, is Tim Day Jr. Just did a 1:47.5 on his first flyer. I don't think he was faster than a 1:52 in the qualifying this morning, which tells me he's on pace. He's right on the heels, I think, of McIntyre, his rival in P2. So we're going to keep our eye on that as we watch all the Formula cars plus one P2 admits coming through the crow's nest.
Everybody getting through there cleanly. That's a fun camera with the Formula cars coming through as close as they are. Just boom, 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 right through that section. Really, it seems like that's probably a rhythm section once you figure out how to do it.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And as you mentioned, Davenport's comment of there's one right way to do it, and probably at that point it becomes that dance. How do you hit that kink at 4, or I guess the start of 5, and how do you get the exit just right? Because at that point you're probably all the way down into 6.
Yeah, speaking of a dance, Jim Davenport must be dancing a jig right now. He has opened up a 7.5 second lead over the second place car, which is P2, but it is doing the math, which I'm not very good at in my head, 25 seconds back to the P1 second place car of Chris Vian. Chip Romer is trying to get it together and pull up through the field now. He has now worked his way back up to 5th place from whatever the problem was at the start. But really, really good news for Jim Davenport as we start working into the middle third of this race.
It looks like the whole field is getting around Fernando Okonski. He had a bit of a struggle there somewhere on that second lap. So he has fallen from what was a front 3, now down to 6th overall. Even the 2 P2s, McIntyre and Day, have gone past him. So we'll see if he's able to get back on pace. As you mentioned, Chip Romer's already made his way around Okonski. Romer now 5th overall and has his sights set on Vian, and then McIntyre and Day ahead of that.
It is not going to be long before Jim Davenport catches the back of this Formula field, and he's going to have to start weaving through. That might be a help to some of the other cars. As you can see right there, nope, that's not him. It won't be long, though.
Well, in the Formula Car ranks, you've still got Caleb Schrader, who put on such a good show yesterday. He is still at the front of all of those fields. I say fields with the FEs, the FAs, the FCs all involved. He's ahead of all of them right now. His nearest rival in class is about 7 seconds back, and that would be Yeatman, currently second, trying to hold off another Romer, Matthew Romer, currently third in FE2. Those two cars are nose to tail, somewhere out on the track, somewhere in the second sector, battling for second, but they have lost sight of Caleb Schrader out in front of all the Formula cars.
That is exactly what's going on as we get to 15 laps to go here. Still a lot of time, which is both good news and bad news depending on where you are on the racetrack. If you're Jim Davenport, you've now opened up a 12-second gap over second place, and you've got a 42-second gap between Jim Davenport and Chip Romer, who's already moved himself into second place in P1. But he has got, I mean, it's like between here and San Francisco to catch up to Jim Davenport right now.
All it takes, though, is one mistake. Davenport knows that. He's the veteran. He knows now he's got to just hit the marks and set his sights on the next 28 minutes to try and win this race, because Romer just set fastest lap of the race at a 37.9, 6/10 quicker than Davenport. So Romer knows he's got to run qualifying for about the next 15 if he wants any chance to win this race. Down in FC, though, we talked about how Swanbeck, Hope, and Shooter had all started this race together. They have since been broken up as Swanbeck has taken off. He's about 6 seconds ahead, or actually about 13 seconds ahead of Shooter. He's about 6 seconds ahead of Hope. And then even between them is Schultz. As Dutch Schultz has got himself up in a second. So a lot of shakeup here early on with FC. Remember, we saw those side-by-sides through the crow's nest. I think that's what was going on, is everybody was shuffling, and the ones that got out clean, Swanbeck out in front, Schultz be able to make some jumps, and then 3 and 4 are Hope and Shooter.
And in the FE2, Caleb Schrader, we've talked about him a lot this week, and he has been so fast. He has a 5-second lead over the second Formula car, and that's a Formula Atlantic. There's in no world should a Formula Atlantic car be slower than an FE2 car. It's just such a good drive by Caleb Schrader there.
That might be one of those Pro Formula Mazdas actually in an Atlantic classification. So I don't think we're talking the true horsepower,
That's true, but I still think it should be faster than an FE2 car, right?
Probably. Caleb's showing that he can wheel anything around this track, though, for sure. We'll see him again later as well in Spec Fords.
Sure.
So he's far from done.
Now Jim Davenport. Now look at this. Chip Romer has bridged the gap past all of the cars that he fell behind on the start. I'd still love to find out what the situation was that made him drop back 8 spots. Now it's clear sailing between Romer and Jim Davenport in an 18-second lead. Now one-on-one. First in place is Davenport. Second place is Romer. And with 11, 12 laps to go, we should get a good indication whether or not Romer's on a pace to possibly bridge that gap. I doubt it, because they were very evenly matched yesterday when they were 1 and 2. So
they were even yesterday. They were pretty even in qualifying this morning, but on this lap alone, Romer was a second faster in the first sector, 5/10 slower in the second sector, which still is a net of a half a second in favor of Romer. If he gets to the third sector like he's been doing, he might take another second out of Davenport's 18-second lead. So I'm not taking my eyes off of that quite yet, as I think Romer still is showing he's got some pace. The question will be is, can his tires take it for the next 13 laps?
All right, now the gap 16 seconds between first and second. That last lap, Chip Romer was 3 seconds faster than Jim Davenport. So I think he might not be happy with what happened on the first lap.
No, he's driving like an angry man right now, and for good reason. And if he keeps it up, he'll definitely be in the fight for this. The other battle I want to keep an eye on is P2. Tim Day Jr., whatever was wrong with that car this morning, it appears to be resolved, as he just took the P2 lead over McIntyre on that last lap. So Tim Day in P2, cruising out there just at a 45.3 to get the lead on McIntyre. They're still pretty close together out there, but we've got battle now in both prototype classes.
Yeah, and Day and McIntyre both in-store WF1s, so they're in the same chassis. I'm guessing they have probably the same motors in those two cars, so they should be fairly evenly matched when it comes to a hardware standpoint. The question is the software. That's the guy behind the wheel, whether the software is upgraded enough to keep it going.
Well, Tim Day is a multi-time national champ in that car, so he knows how to get it done. So it's just a matter of whether he's got confidence, considering the car may not have been running at peak performance. Sometimes you lose confidence in your own car until you get a couple laps under your belt. He's got those laps under his belt, and right now he might actually be pulling away from McIntyre in second. So whatever was wrong, he seems to have been putting it in the past.
All right, looking at our leaders again. Jim Davenport's crossed the line. Now we're waiting for Chip Romer to see what the gap is. Now the gap has moved a little bit higher, so I think someone may have gotten in Davenport's ear and said, hey, the 2.6 car is coming and coming quick, because that car now has stepped it up a little bit, and the gap has widened between first and second by a second and a half to 17.6 seconds.
Yeah, Davenport definitely responded.
As I say, sometimes when you think you got a big lead, you're kind of taking your time and not having to worry about it, and then all of a sudden the guys back on pit lane go, hey, buddy, that skinny pedal, use it a little bit more.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like that's exactly what happened to him. A little further down the order, Caleb Schrader still continuing to lead the FE2 brigade. Yeatman still in second, lapping at about 2 seconds a lap slower than Schrader. Schrader is just kind of in a league of his own right now, and still ahead of Briggs in that FA car as well.
That's right, pulling away a little bit more. Last time by, we'll look at the time. Sorry, just caught them when they were crossing the lines. Now it's a 7-second lead that Schrader has over Briggs, and he is 13 seconds ahead of the second place car in FE2.
Yeah, and I think even the last lap, maybe with some traffic, because we're starting to see that little bit of traffic forming in some spots. Schrader lost a little bit of time to Briggs and Yeatman behind him, but he knows he's got 7 seconds. He can pick his way through and do what he needs to do. Further back in the order, just among the FE2s, Yeatman, like we said, is about 13 seconds behind Schrader. The other Romer is in this field. That would be Matthew Romer. He's about 5 seconds behind Yeatman, and only about a second or so ahead of Hambayi. So there is a bit of a battle there for the third step of the FE2 podium between Romer and Hambayi.
Yeah, no question. And those are cars on different classes that are trying to get themselves into positions to take home trophies today. And of course, they're also collecting points for potential runs to the runoff. So all that action in the back that we sometimes don't focus on as much as others. Oh, we've got a car off here. Basically taking the bypass. I don't know if that was oh my gosh, I missed the turn in, or I have a problem. The car was going pretty slow though. Maybe it was just trying to figure out how to get back on the track without interrupting any other cars.
Could be, and you can see off in the distance in this shot to the left over there, just under our timing tower, that is, I believe, Ertz in that prototype, the one that got off the grid late. He has not turned much of a second sector here. That looks like that could be him in the number 13, and that's about as safe a spot I think as you could pull into.
That car, I can see it from my location here on pit road, and I'm trying to pull out my glasses here to take a look at it. That Formula car that took the bypass is just sitting there, so that definitely looks like it's some sort of a mechanical problem. That is car number 87.
Oh, that's Shooter.
Is Troy Shooter. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, and he was one of our good, the top 3 qualifiers in FC from this morning. So a little bit of a struggle there on that lap. Hopefully he's able to gather that back up and keep going. I believe he's currently 4th in FC right now with Swanbeck, Schultz, Hope ahead of him.
Yeah, that car is still sitting there. He is one of our SoCal drivers, and when he is on the track and that car is working, it is blistering fast. So definitely some sort of a mechanical issue to force him to pull over there.
I love this shot here off to the right. You can see how we had the hilltop there of the Crow's Nest at 5. You can really get a good vantage of how there you look over to the right, how it goes up and back down the other side.
And from this camera, you can look up there and you can see Troy Shooter there, just sitting there as the cars go by him through the Crow's Nest. And it looks like his day is done.
Yeah, he's in that bypass that we used on yesterday's layout.
Right, exactly. So it looks like the gap between first and second is kind of stabilized, which kind of makes sense now that Jim Davenport's been told to get on with it. Those 2 cars were very evenly matched yesterday, and right now they look very evenly matched as well. The only difference is today there's a 16-second gap between the 2 of them.
Yeah, and that's all that lap 1, sector 1, whatever that was. I swear Romer had a lead as they went past us at turn 1 there, and then somewhere in that first sector, he lost it, got maybe an off and back on. He's recovered. I can tell you on this lap alone, he's doing a good job through traffic. He picked up 4/10 in sector 1. He just found about 2.5 seconds in sector 2. So he could still be closing, and with 20 minutes to go in this 35-minute race or 10 laps out there still, it's not totally over if Romer can throw down a couple more flyers.
That's true. That's true. So we're at the halfway point. Time for our break. When we come back, we will, if all goes well, take your green flag all the way to the finish. We are live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park. Brian Bielanski here and Larry Lefty MacLeod as well. Larry, we've had some unfortunate happenings here. Thankfully, it's weather related and not anything more dramatic. There's been lightning found within 8 miles of the racetrack, and the way they do things here is whenever, and you can see that red cell of thunderstorms right there on our radar. Whenever there is lightning that close to the racetrack, they stop all the racing action because we have unprotected corner workers out there that have no way to get shelter quickly. So what's going to happen right now is they've checkered flagged this race. Everyone is going to come in and take shelter. All of the corner workers are going to get collected as quickly as possible. They will monitor the weather, and as soon as we have an opportunity to get back racing, and you can see those dark clouds. I'm not quite sure if that's the direction, but it certainly would make sense to me for that. It's just one of those things, you hate to see it happen, but the safety of our corner workers is far more important than a race.
Absolutely mandatory, and it's always the right call. I know in other parts of SCCA, there's a time number from a strike within X number of miles. There's a certain time that they have to wait until there's no strikes before they can send the corner workers back out. And obviously, you don't want to take these kind of chances. You get workers out there, volunteers that need to be in safe places. So this is good. We'll get the cars in, we'll get the workers in, and we'll wait for the call from the stewards to let us know when we can go again.
Yep, that's right. So let's go through and let you know how this whole thing finished out. Jim Davenport will be your race winner overall. Your P1 class will be, let's see here, it'll be Davenport, Romer, and John Manfoy will be your top 3 in P1. In Formula Atlantics, it'll be Joe Bridges and Greg Labate. And then in FE2, Caleb Schrader will take the win. John Yeatman will be second. Matthew Romer will finish third. Only one car in FX, that was John Ertl, and he had 8 laps in, so that was more than enough to become a finisher here. Going now down to P2, Tim Day Jr. I'll never be able to say that fast. He is your race winner in P2. John McIntyre is your race second place in P2, and then third place, Fernando Fabian Okonski will take the third place trophy in P2. All right, we're going to take a break here. What I'm going to do is I will come back every 15 minutes and give folks an update as to what the conditions are. So it is 2:20 now, and we'll also put information in the chat as well as soon as we know what's going on. That'll be another way we can update folks. But it's 2:20 now. Larry, if you want to hang out or come back in 15 minutes, we'll talk for a few minutes again. I'll have some more information at that point in time, and we'll do updates every 15 minutes until we come back to racing. So stay with us. When we come back, it will be the STL, STU, T2, and T3 race, and T4, I should say. That'll be our next race up when we return to racing action. We'll be right back.
welcome to Speed's coverage of the 43rd SCCA National Championship Runoffs. The Runoffs is the pinnacle of SCCA amateur competition. Drivers from around the country gather every year, not for prize money, but for pride, bragging rights, and camaraderie. 25 classes and over 700 competitors will do battle at an all-new runoffs venue, Heartland Park, Topeka, only the 5th different track in 43 years of competition. And today we'll see history made as a champion is crowned for the first time in the all-new Spec Miata class. Whenever you have a brand new class at the runoffs, it's hard to sort through the list of drivers and come up with a guy that you think is going to win the race. Just one driver, especially when you have over 60 entered in the class. But to win the runoffs, you have to have a history of winning races, and these three drivers have exactly that. Even though this is Tony Coelho's first runoffs, he is a former Miata Cup champion. He won the June Sprints and the National here in June. He's got to be a favorite. But there are others gunning for the crown as well. Matt Cross has one win in 2006 and claimed the Northern Pacific Division crown. And Tony Rivera, he finished second at the runoffs in E-Production in 2004, 3 national wins in 2006. Just 3 of many drivers with a shot at the inaugural Spec Miata crown.
With the huge success of the Spec Miata class, you can always expect tons of race cars at every race. Now, it's also a class that has bred some new drivers that weren't racing before. One of those is Mark Bennett. Now, Mark Bennett started racing this Mazda in 2003, and he must have learned a lot because he comes to the runoffs with 5 wins so far. Now, if you followed Speed World Challenge, you'll recognize this paint job of that of Bob Stretch, longtime pro competitor. Bob has had a stellar year with his Mazda. He has won so far 6 times, would like to add the national championship. Andrew Cadell started his racing in 1998, racing go-karts, decided to try oval racing, did a little oval racing, but really liked the road courses. Got in the Spec Miata class, comes here today with 3 wins. Now, any of these guys is totally capable of winning the national championship. Who will it be?
The 2006 SCCA National Championship Runoffs. To win the runoffs is to find the holy grail for amateur competitors in the SCCA. To win here means you have beaten the best of the best in your class from around North America, and you wear the crown of national champion. On the line next, the inaugural national title in Spec Miata. Welcome to Heartland Park in Topeka, Kansas. This is the first time in the 43-year history of the SCCA runoffs that they have come to Heartland Park. In fact, only 4 other venues have had the honor of hosting this event in its 43-year history. Now, the weather has turned a bit. It is cold, it is damp, and it should be a wild one. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Till, along with Dorsey Schrader. Jim Trado, Mike Johnson will be down in pit lane. Dorsey, it's wet out there. What can these competitors expect?
Slip breeze. 2.5 miles with 14 corners, Brian, and they used to come out of turn 14 under the drag strip. That's no longer there. This front straightaway narrows. That's called the kink. This area right here, congestion. Turn 1 and 2 are wider than they used to be. Good passing in 6 and 8. But this is one slippery surface.
Well, and this is one very, very competitive class, Spec Miata.
New class this year. Now, all the Miatas made, no matter what year they were made, can run in this class. That makes them all equal to one another. There's a jillion of them. Actually, there's 56 starting today.
Not quite a jillion, but anything from 1990 to 2005, you can run it. For the stories in pit lane, let's go down to Jim Trado.
And Brian, a driver starting back here in 22nd is Ken Sutherland. Why do we bring his name up? He was the fastest of the drivers on Tuesday here in qualifying. It was a very wet day. He was the fastest guy of the bunch. Guess what? He's from the Northwest. He races all the time in the wet. He made a very late decision just now to come down here with rain tires. He changed his mind twice, he told me. So look for him to move forward quickly. He's used to racing in the wet. Now let's check in with Mike Johnson.
Well, Jim, the one guy we haven't talked about yet is our pole sitter, Blake Clements. He's actually down here on an intermediate racing tire. He took a week off of school from Texas A&M University, come down for his first runoffs. I said, hey, Blake, how did you get the pole? Where'd you find that extra time? He said, I just needed that last session. Found a little spot on the track that worked great for me. He's got his first pole. It's his first runoffs. He wants to keep this car to the front all the way.
Tire choice is going to be the issue today. It's not raining presently, but it did this morning. There are puddles, Brian. It's going to be a paramount choice of tire.
All about gambles here in Spec Miata, the 2006 SCCA National Championships. The inaugural run for Spec Miata next. The 2006 SCCA National Championship runoffs. Spec Miata up next, and it should be a wild one. 56 cars took times. It's not a record, but it's just only 2 cars short of the record, which was 58 Spec Racers back in 1993 at Road Atlanta.
And the real story, Brian, is the racetrack itself. Of course, it rained pretty hard. There's still puddles, it's still wet, but the tire choice, that's going to be a big issue.
And it will be a huge issue, Dorsey. You're rolling the dice. It's a gamble. Blake Clements on the pole. We heard them say he's going to start on intermediates. Andrew Cadell outside. He's on slicks. Talk about a gamble.
A lot of guys on rain tires. I think Sammy Valafar in 3rd place is on a full rain tire setup right now.
So you got 3 different setups throughout the first 3 cars. You take a look at the second page. Mark Bennett, he's a divisional champion from the Central Division, and Bob Stretch, we talked about him in the beginning of the show in 18. He's a Southwest Division champion, so you got some good talent there in the second 10.
This is by far the biggest event as far as car entry that we'll see. This is the 3rd page of drivers, and like you said, 56 cars is only 30 of them so far.
Harry Manning down in 25th. He's an ex-national champion in the 2003 Showroom Stock B class, so obviously a lot of talent there. The 4th page. Looking on through, Jason Ott, a lot of talent there as well. He won a division, as did Ken Zollner right beside him. On down through the next 10. Yes, the next 10. This is 41 through 50. We said 56 cars took time. It is a huge field. It's a big challenge just to get them lined up behind the pace car.
Well, you got 2.5 miles of racetrack and 53 cars. As you look through the rest of the field here, that's taken up better than half of the track, I would think.
Well, you can see the racetrack itself. There is somewhat of a dry line that has been formed from other races that have competed already. Problem for the 0-3. Bill Christian from the Southern Pacific Division has had a problem, and he has stopped already.
Got damage on the right front corner right here. Now, I don't know if that happened in this stoppage or whatever the deal might be. We haven't seen it.
Getting a report that he hit the wall down the front straightaway on the pace lap.
That surprised me. I saw while they were trying to scrub their tires, I saw one guy get loose and almost spin the car, so that's probably what did happen.
Have a couple of onboards for you. The number 77 of Sammy Valafar, he'll roll off 3rd.
And a little further back in the field, you're going to have the number 80 car. This is Matt Cross, who qualified in the 10th spot.
So those should be some great shots for you as well. For the latest stories, I should say, from down in pit road, let's go to Mike Johnson.
Well, hey guys, check this out. This is the back of the qualifying grid, and I want you to notice these lines down here. This is all the disqualified cars. 15 cars were disqualified, and kudos to the SCCA. Usually in races before, we see that a lot of guys don't know when they win until they get home on Monday because of all the post-tech inspections. SCCA has worked really hard to change that this year, to get it all changed, to get all the tech done before the race. Back up top.
Now the cars lining up for the start here. You know, a lot of those times disallowed, not kicked out completely, but just times from different qualifying sessions when they found problems with them. But spec classes, you do everything you can to find an advantage.
Brian, there's too many cars for all of the cars to be on the dry line. So that being said, half of these cars are going to be in the wet.
So you're expecting the grand crumblage when we get to turn 1, as our friend David Hobbs would say, the green flag waves. We are racing in Spec Miata, the first national championship title on the line, and a good run for Andrew Cadell outside. Right on board, Sammy Valafar looking at the traffic out back. Cadell leads to turn 1.
This could be the equivalent to NASCAR's big one. If this goes wrong, any one of these guys spins in the middle of this pack will cause a huge problem. There's a car.
There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars off track so far, fighting to get back on. And of course the problem is fighting to get back on. It is muddy over there.
And that was the forward part of the pack. Look at the car still streaming into that corner.
And what they're going to bring back on the racetrack, Dorsey, is mud. And that is going to be a huge mess when they come back. Take a look.
This is down and into turn 1 complex. Now you watch as the 3rd place car spins there.
3rd and 4th got together. I think he had some help, Dorsey.
And it stacks everybody up. Now it's just a big shoving contest. Everybody trying to find a place on the racetrack.
Saw the 11 of Mark Bennett involved in that as well. Out the back of the 77
This
car.
is your 3rd place car. Let's see if he gets hit here. Yeah, I'd say so.
You think? Bob Stretch right behind him in his black Miata with that orange and green lettering. They get through, but look at the gap back to the rest of the field.
Well, that split the front guys away pretty soundly because
Stretch
Bob Stretch pulling off the racetrack. And
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I just want to give everybody an update. I promised I'd come back, and we do have that update. We're going to take, we're still in the middle of this lightning delay, and it's not time to call it over yet. So we're still monitoring things, and we will get back. It's going to be at least another 15 or 20 minutes by the time any decision is made and workers get back out. But I have been told that at the moment, if we can get out rather quickly, races are going to get shortened to 16 lap races in 30 minutes. Now, if this drags on for a little while longer, those numbers will probably change again. But that is where we sit at the moment, and we will come back here again in 15 or 20 minutes to give you another update. But we were enjoying the Spec Miata race from 2006, just like you were. Oh, and there was just lightning that we saw on the screen there. So it's still moving through the area, and we're going to keep an eye on that. But the goal here is to keep everybody safe, and that's what we're doing. And we were enjoying the Spec Miata race from 2006 at the runoff, so we want to get back to that real quick. So I'm going to shut up, and we'll do that now. Stay with us. We'll give you an update again in about 15 or 20 minutes.
Spec Miata racer Mark Pombo is a racer and a military veteran. Artist Brick Collins is doing something very special in Washington, D.C. with your image. Mark, tell us about it.
Well, I was fortunate enough to be chosen to represent the modern-day soldier from Operation Iraqi Freedom. There's a mural on display representing the modern-day soldier dating all the way back to the Revolutionary War, and Brick Collins, the author, chose me to represent the modern-day soldier.
That is huge for that young man, but unfortunately right now, parked on the sideline. Mark Pombo, problems with his Miata, has pulled it off to the side. What an honor, though, to be recognized in that fashion. Good for Mark, but this is not good for him and his hopes for a national championship.
you see right there, Mr. Coelho has got his car running, fastest race lap so far. This is the 80 of Matt Cross, who was in 10th when he qualified. Now he's already up to 4th place, doing a great job.
Up to 4th, and only, well, he's inside 3 seconds back from the leader, so that is exceptional driving on the part of Cross right now on his way forward, and that is Tony Coelho right in front of him, so he's going to try to get by him and pick up positions a little bit. All right, Dorsey, take a look here. We're riding on board. Give us a lap around the racetrack from on board with Cross.
We're actually on the back part of the racetrack right now, Brian. Hard braking. This is setting up for a series of corners that will bring you back to the front straightaway in the start-finish line. Very slow. You can see we've got a dry line that has developed, and everybody's staying pretty much on it. It's wet to the outside, so to make a pass, you're going to have to make that decision. Here are the last 2 corners, this right, and we saw the crash up ahead earlier when the car spun. This is, oh, and a little loose.
You can see the sheen, how wet it is offline.
Now, this is to run up the 1,700-foot front straight. Now, this is brand new. It's no longer on the drag strip. You see the start-finish line up ahead, and it's going to narrow down, Brian. It's going to kink to the left, and they call that alpha. It's not really even a number. There it is right there, but we've seen trouble there. Turn 1 and 2 are wide open compared to what they used to be. They used to be just about stop corners, but you go over the brow of a hill right here, you do your braking, right-hander, then a quick switchback. This is where the crash happened at the beginning of the run. Now you take a run down this hill, a little elevation change. It goes downhill into a carousel, a 180. This is turn 3, and you see it rises in elevation a little bit. You come off that corner, and you run down into a series of 2 right-hand corners. It's really, when the race car more is like a continual right-hand carousel. This is the first right-hander, turn 4, and then it leads directly to the next one.
Just a little breakup from our onboard cameras. The weather really, really treacherous right now. And oh, right in front of him, I believe that was Coelho. It is Tony Coelho off the outside of the track. Just got loose coming off the corner there.
Got in that wet, and it's all it took. He lost traction with all 4 wheels and slid right off the track. The ceiling is really low here today, so we've got an airplane up there that's giving us these shots, onboards, and there's an Air Force base right next to this place, and he's already been warned they will shoot him down.
Yeah, they have an issue with him being up too high. Look at Coelho off the outside there, just the car just skating off. Such difficult conditions right now.
It is difficult because every lap really changes with guys going on and off the racetrack. you know, it's drying out. What tires did you choose? If you chose a full rain tire, a full treaded tire, and it's drying out, you have less grip available to you than someone who went with a slick or went with an intermediate.
Well, it's interesting. Andrew Cadell, our leader, started on rain tires. It'll be interesting to see how long those tires stay on his car, because rain tires need that moisture to stay cool. That being said, it is a very cool day.
You don't get much cooler than this. It's not freezing, but it's not far from it either.
Yeah, absolutely. So Matt Cross doing a good job. Now Tony Coelho trying to work his way back up. We'll have to see how many positions he lost with that off-course excursion. Probably not too many, but certainly got his attention. For more on Tony Coelho and what's going on with him, let's get down to Jim Trado.
We're checking in with his dad, Nino. He knows exactly what's going on. No radio communication, but I mentioned to you via my headset, he went off track. Didn't look like he lost too many spots, though, Nino.
No, I think it's early in the race, and he's been turning good lap times. Track as slippery as it is, I think he's got a good chance. The guys in front of him, everybody has an opportunity to make a mistake, so we'll see what happens.
What kind of tire choice did you guys make today?
We went with the rain tires. Doesn't seem like we're going to get much drying conditions in the next half hour, so I think he made the best bet.
The thoughts from pit road of the June Sprints winner, guys?
Well, I tell you, he's right about that. It's so cold out, Brian, that it's not going to be as bad as it would be if it was a summer day and you took those rain tires and ran them in this condition. But it's still wet, but there's no puddling, and you see no spray, no rooster tail coming out of these cars, which would indicate to you that the racetrack was wet enough to run wet tires.
Tony Coelho slipped back to 6th with that little off-course excursion. Let a couple of other cars slip by as well. So he's going to have his work cut out for him if he's going to work back up to the front. Spec Miata's doing battle here, Heartland Park, Topeka, Kansas, in the 2006 SCCA National Championship runoffs. We'll see who can. The 2006 SCCA National Championship runoff. Spec Miata class on tap for you here today. 56 cars take the green flag under very, very difficult conditions on the racetrack right now. And the battles, well, they are everywhere, as you would expect, with 56 cars doing battle. On board, the number 77, Sammy Valafar, looking out the back of his car right now. Valafar in 8th. Started 3rd, but he was part of that problem down in turn 1, the Grand Crumblage, as we call it.
Yeah, I mean, he got involved with all those other cars, and that split the field. The guys in the front part of that weren't in that, they've got a great big lead going because of it.
Good battle for 3rd right here. Tony Rivera in the number 27, doing all
crash,
he can.
Brian, someone in the wall. You see the skid marks coming down into it. Dropped off the outside. One of the little silver Miata, I don't have the number, but
Tony Rivera trying to hold on to 2nd place.
Look at the windshield. Look how dirty our windshield's getting. That's a problem with this kind of drying condition. There's no rain to clean the windshield off with, and all these cars are spraying mud and dirt.
Yeah, you can see how dirty the car is from the front, and as you said, you can see it as well, trying to look out the windshield. Rivera trying to hold on to 2nd. Brad Rampelberg has moved up to 3rd past Matt Cross, so he's on his way to the front. As I said, good battles all around Heartland Park, Topeka, and why wouldn't there be with 56 cars? There's always going to be somebody to race with.
Well, the lead cars will sooner or later catch up with the tail end of this huge pack of cars, and that will break their momentum and slow them up a little bit.
All right, you're Sammy Valafar. You're looking out this windshield. You know it's dirty. You're tempted to reach down and hit the windshield wiper.
Don't do it. Don't do. You know not to do it. So do I. It'll be just a big mud smear if you do that.
Unless he's got the squirter bottle full of fluid. Oh, it's sideways there for Rivera. Big lurid slide coming off of the bus stop.
Did a great job at managing the slide, but nonetheless it cost him time.
Rampelberg there in the orange Miata to the outside, trying to get by him. It doesn't get any closer than this.
Guys giving each other just enough room.
And the problem is they're varying amounts of grip as you see him slide. Remember, there's a drier line and then a wetter line, and you don't want to get caught out on the wet line.
That's what I was talking about. If you're going to pass somebody, you're going to have to move off, and you're going to get at least 2 tires in the slippery stuff.
Great battle. Tony Rivera in the red Miata. Then
he loses grip.
Oh, and he slides to the outside. Rampelberg in the orange Miata, and then Matt Cross in the 80. You ride with Cross.
Rivera lost a little grip, got a little slide coming off the last corner. Now watch this draft. Watch this draft. Down into turn 1, we're going to go. He lifted a little bit right there.
He's afraid of what's about to happen.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. Not ready for that.
Oh, and the 54 gets in there as well, trying to make a move. John Willenberg, he wants a part of it. Cars look like they have reasonable grip right now, Dorsey. They're not sliding everywhere. Maybe that's part of the problem. You don't know where it's going to slide.
Well,
look at Rambleberg up the inside.
That's a good move. That's inside that long left-hand carousel. Not enough to stay there, though.
Awesome stuff. Matt Cross not letting him get away in the yellow Miata. Right there behind Rivera in the red, 27. Rambleberg in the orange, number 12.
There you go. That'll work.
Got him. Can Cross get him as well? Cuts underneath, side by side. He's on the wrong side for this one.
One car off track on the backside right behind these guys.
A lot of agricultural driving going on right now. You want rain tires on because you want the treads for when you go off in the mud.
Well, you know, it's not as bad, believe it or not, as I thought it was going to be. This track is drying.
Rivera has lost the spot. Now Matt Cross will try to take another from him as they head down to the bus stop. Cross, I don't believe close enough to make the move now. But it doesn't get much closer than that. Really closes up under braking. Matt Cross trying to pick up a position. He wants to move up into the top 3. We'll find out who can hold on to win the inaugural National Championship in Spec Miata. The 2006 SCCA National Championship runoffs at the drop of the green. The field, 56 cars of them, streamed down to turn 1, and well, you can expect what happened.
Bump, bang, push, shove. No room for all these cars.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. How about on board?
Ouch. Oop. Ow.
I want the bodywork concession.
Yeah.
Everybody back underway, and then a problem for Steven Johnson on the front straightaway.
Good job of everybody avoiding that as he snaps her back around.
A little stunt driving going on there. Good battles here. Problem for the 17, though. He goes sliding off to the outside. That was Tony Coelho.
Of course, there's no grip out there. It's still pretty wet early in this race.
Gets back on track, but look at this battle here between the 27, Tony Rivera, and the number 12, Brad Rambleberg. Great racing going on there.
Rivera lost grip and left that door open. That's all it took. And then look at this mess. More turn 3 stuff.
No problem there. Saw the 75 of Michael Collins in there as well. So he's not having it his way. But I'll tell you what, the number 88, Andrew Cadell, definitely having it his way right now. 7 seconds is his lead over the second place car of Rambleberg. And the reason that he has it, because everybody else has been fighting behind him, Mike Johnson.
Down here with Roger Cadell, your Andrew's father. Who made that decision to go with the slick tires before the race?
Actually, we make a decision as a group. Andrew makes the final call, but it was an easy call today. They're a production tire, so they're just shaved down production tires, so they're not bad when you cut them way down. So we're in good shape with the Toyotas.
All right, well, very nervous father right now. He's been pacing back and forth, almost wearing down this concrete. And I did a little recon before the race, and looks like the top 3 guys right now are all on that shaved front tire. So, but I did feel a little drizzle about 5 seconds ago. So, you know, the weather could still change.
Well, there you go, Brian. That's what we talked about at the opening of the show. Now these guys are on full race tires, but it is a street tire that has been shaved. The tread shaved down on it, so it has some grip even in the wet.
On board right now, the number 77, Sammy Valafar. He started 3rd, remember. He has dropped back to 8th, part of it because of that first turn melee, but I think perhaps he gambled in the wrong direction as well at the start. Maybe he doesn't have the tires that he needs. Look at the damage to the 67 right behind him. You saw Aaron McSpadden with a lot of bodywork damage right up there on the right front.
Well, for instance, a full treaded tire or a rain tire, if you want to call it that, versus the shaved down non-treaded tire is about 1 second a lap in lap speed.
McSpadden up the inside, gets past Valafar as they come out of turn 3. I think Valafar's got issues right now, Dorsey. He just doesn't have the grip that he needs.
He's probably on full reins, and he won't have the grip that way. And also, he's got some visibility problems. Remember, our camera shots are usually more clear to look at than your naked eye can see.
Well, Aaron McSpadden got past. I believe Eric Foss in the 48 got past as well. So right now, Valifar going the wrong direction. Take a look from outside, out of turn 3.
Just not down to the inside. The door is open, and that's all it took.
Oh, well, it took a little
then
of
he
that,
takes
too.
a little slide check-up, a little hip check.
Well, now we know why McSpadden has a little bit of bodywork damage. McSpadden got through, but Eric Voss got past him as well.
It's starting to rain. Now you see right on the windscreen there, a few droplets coming down. This could change the complexity.
I was going to say, you think it was a mess before?
Yeah, it's going to turn really greasy now.
Certainly Andrew Cadell doesn't want to see that if he's on those slicks. And as you said, even though they're shaved tires, they're not going to channel water away if it starts to really collect on the racetrack. Good battles here. Look at this, a little pushing going on. David Watts trying to hold on to his position.
And you can see from the naked eye looking at the track how much mud there is where these people tend to go off and come back on. That mud, once the water gets mixed with it.
Watts in the black 66 there, a little loose, and he is really under attack. I think he's about to be assaulted.
He just got assaulted.
30 of Austin Christian right behind him. Christian looking up the inside, trying to get past.
Going into the... He should get this done pretty well.
Oh, and the 41 puts it in there as well. Steven Johnson wants to make amends for the problem that he had on the front straightaway early on. Andrew Cadell continues to lead Spec Miata from the 2006 runoffs. The 2006 SCCA National Championship runoffs in Spec Miata. 56 cars took the green, and the battles continue around Heartland Park.
Saw the yellow flag there. There's the reason one of the red Miata is getting past now, just came back on track from an off-course excursion. And of course, right in front of this 6-car train.
He's getting freight train. Gary Bachman in that.
Oh, he tries to get inside, and the 47 leans on him, gives him a little door.
Gary Bachman there in the white Miata with the red highlights on it leads this train. But I mean, look at this battle. This is 17th on back. And this is awesome stuff. You know, once again, whether you're battling for the lead or 17th, you've got somebody to fight with, and there's definitely some pushing and shoving going on right now.
There's no question these guys are not afraid to lay the fender to somebody. We see it all the time. You need a body shop sponsor to run these cars.
Gary Bachman out in front. You see him go past there, and look at this side-by-side battle going on here. Two of them.
Starting to see some brake lockup and some tire smoke, which means that the racetrack itself is starting to dry enough to where these guys are getting brave in the brake zone.
So the 47, David Voden. Look at this.
See, I told you about visibility problems. Look, he's turned his windshield wiper on.
And that was a mistake.
It ruined that area.
Henry Van Verst in pit lane. That's not how you win a national championship. But, hey, you got to be able to see. Look at him scraping it off.
Caked on there. I mean, it's like concrete in there.
Yep, you got to be able to see if you're going to drive on the racetrack. And for Henry Van Verst, he couldn't. So to pit lane he goes and has a little service done back on track. Meanwhile, this battle continues to rage, and Gary Bachman still holding on to the point there. But right behind him, the 59.
And you see guys in the back of that pack with windshield wipers on, which means that they've got enough water from the rain that they think they can clean the windscreen.
It's actually the 56. Blake Clements really trying to come and get him. Clements in that silver and red. This is a battle for 15th and 16th right now. Bachman holding on to 15th. Clements right behind him.
That would be the upper two-thirds.
Well, that is an excellent point, Dorsey. Remember, Clements took time off of school to come to the runoffs. He needs to finish as high as he can. Maybe he can take that back and have it count for a little bit of classroom credit if he can finish in the top 10. So
got some tire smoke coming out of the red car, the 4th place red car now with a wheel and tire rub situation going on.
Some smoke out. Which car was it?
That red one right there. It's about to get some more.
Oh, the red.
Oh, it's the right
red
front.
Miata, huh?
Got red Miata there with the crashed right front fender.
Now, the 41, we saw him have his problems. Steven Johnson had his problems early on. He is trying to make up for it, coming back hard up through the field. Michael Neal in the black, number 4. Johnson gets the best of him there, gets around him on the outside of turn 4. That's a pretty good move, Dorsey.
Yeah, Michael Neal couldn't get the car turned down. I think he's probably on full rain tires at understeer, wouldn't get down to the bottom of the racetrack. And leaving that hole open, we know what will happen.
Well, somebody's going to put a Miata in there if you give him a gap, and that's exactly what Steven Johnson did. I'm going to give him pretty high scores for the 360 on the front straightaway.
Yeah.
He did a good job.
That could have caused a huge wreck, but it got him out of danger because I wouldn't like to sit there sideways with the whole field coming at my door either.
I'm just thinking that the first 180 was pretty scary as he's looking backwards down the racetrack at all these cars coming at him. Battles all around the racetrack here in Spec Miata, and as I keep saying, you would expect it. 56 cars took the green, and we've only had a couple of retirements, so a lot of cars still out there. Michael Neal still trying to hold on. That's the 66 of David Watts right behind him, the black Miata with a red top, now trying to get past Neal.
And you can see the cars squirming around. Part of that is because of the slippery nature of the racetrack. The other part of that is some of these cars on full treaded tires will squirm around that much.
Spec Miata action from the 2006 SCCA National Championships. The rain beginning to fall again. What will that do for Andrew Cadell?
Raising 3 boys is a lot of work. Running 3 race cars is a lot of work. But running 3 race cars for your 3 sons is a whole lot of work. Bill Christian, how did you get yourself in this position?
Well, it's just a competition with the boys. They started out with tricycles, elbowing each other, then bicycles, then go-karts. Now it's race cars, and they love it. We do as a family.
Well, now, looking at the 3 cars, 3 sons, do you have a favorite? Can you choose one above the other?
You know, they've all got their special talents. They all have their special expertise. I couldn't tell you which one will be across the finish line first, but I'm sure it'll be a yellow car.
All right, well, how about I'll go for one in the black driver suit.
Sounds great to me.
Wow, to run 3 sons. You see him right now caught up in the battle with 41. 29th and 31st, the boys running right now. So not having a great runoff, but they're having a great time, I feel certain. And you think they've got their hands full. Bob Stretch, that we saw earlier with his problems, has 5 sons under the age of 10. So it won't be long before Bob Stretch has the same problems that Mr. Christian does. He's going to have to be putting his boys in some race cars as well. Car's nice and clean, though, not a mark on him, and that's saying a lot right now for this class in these conditions.
Well, you can say that again. I mean, coming this far through the race, 13 laps into a race like this on a track like this, it's hard to keep a race car clean. And he's under a lot of pressure. At 41, very aggressive.
I love Jonathan's occupation that he listed, slacker.
That's a good one.
Hey, if you can get it, why not? Austin Christian right behind him. Both of them, it's their first runoffs. We talked about that. And, you know, to come to your first runoffs is nerve-wracking enough, but to come under these conditions is really, really trying. So the boys doing a good job right now. Stephen Johnson right up there in the middle of that mix. Talked about his problems earlier. We don't need to see any of that again. Looks like he's going to get a good run this time on Austin down the front straightaway. We'll see if he can get by him.
Stephen Johnson's been really, really aggressive. He's smoking the tires, getting in the corners because he's running so hard now.
So hard to get it done down here in turn 1, though, with that kink in the straightaway right before it.
And then the slipperiness of turn 1 and 2 throughout the weekend has been noted as well, because everybody gets off the road, it seems like, at the apex of 1 and carries all the dirt out.
Of course, the other problem, you see a very definitive dry line forming, and now it's really slick in the damp off to the side, so tough to get it done. Right now, Austin kind of down in the damp, Johnson up in the drier line, and a problem for the 54, John Willenberg. That was our 3rd place car, so he's dropping back a little bit. You saw the 48 of Eric Foss go by him in that red Miata. So problems there for Willenberg, but he's gotten back past Foss, holding on to it. We'll have to see how many positions he lost as they come past the line this next time. Tony Rivera right in front of him in the red Miata, the number 27.
Oh, just got in too deep, gets this big slide going, and off the outside of the racetrack. It's a good save, as a matter of fact, but
he had gotten past. Yeah, ooh, that was scary.
Just got out from underneath him after he got to the outside of the grass.
Willenberg had gotten past Rampelberg and taken the position, but then had the problem. Look.
Yeah, or snaps right across in front of our camera car there.
On board with
Matt Cross.
Yeah, that was Matt Cross. So scary moment there for Willenberg, but he got back on track.
See what happened right there with the pass attempt? He got into the wet. As soon as he turned down into the wet, the car broke free, got loose on him. Good save.
Yeah, he's on his way back, being aggressive, trying to get past Tony Rivera side by side through 4. And now into the braking zone here in 5. They'll run down the hill to that very slow turn 6.
If the car you're trying to pass stays on the dry line, it gives you no option but to try something where it's going to be slippery.
Eric Foss in the red Miata right behind with the lightning bolt. Has the catbird seat watching this battle right now. Battles all around the racetrack in the Spec Miata class from the 2006 SCCA National Championship runoffs. Stick with us.
All right, folks, welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park. And this is a hailstorm right now. We have hail on the front straight.
That is
live
real.
Pictures here at Thunderhill. And this storm has developed rapidly in the last 10, 15 minutes here. So I don't think we're coming back anytime soon. The lightning has been crazy. I just put in our chat that we put the thunder in Thunderhill this weekend.
I think you're spot on.
Been rumbling thunder for the last half hour.
This is crazy. Is there anything else? First, it was sheep and sheepdogs on the track yesterday, and now here we are.
These sheep have been grazing all afternoon, and when this started, they started running for the other side of the hill. It looked like the sheep were in the Kentucky Derby. It was crazy. I mean, if a sheep could gallop, they were galloping to try to get away from this.
Yeah, this is crazy.
These are live pictures. You can see all of this coming through. Look at the beautiful blue skies out there to the south of us. It's like a whole different day. No, not. Our producer just said 5 minutes to the grid. I don't think that's going to happen, folks.
Anyone that's ever been to an SCCA Pro Solo knows that 5 minutes is not an actual unit of time. It's 5 SCCA units. Same thing here. We've got, of course, you can call 5 to the grid because it could be 5 minutes, 5 hours. We don't know.
And so that's on the other side of turn 1, and it's beautiful blue sky out there. You wouldn't even know this was happening 5 miles south of here. It is just crazy. We didn't mean to interrupt the Spec Miata race, which was very entertaining, but we felt this was slightly entertaining also.
Yeah, it was written for Tony Rivera. I was like, hey, Tony Rivera, I know him. Maybe he'll go out there and win this race. I don't know.
Yeah, former track manager at Thunderhill, David Vodden, was in that race. Bob Stretch, whose sons are now racing in Spec Miata, was in that race. So very cool to watch. We're going to get back to that here in a few minutes. And then probably queue up another race because we're not going to be going back to racing anytime soon. If there was ever a perfect call, Lefty, to pull the corner workers in, this was the perfect call.
Oh, yeah.
There should be no questioning the decision. Nobody was questioning the decision when it happened. Glockschna says we should pull out the boats and do a boat race. Yeah, James Flynn, double wow. Yeah, if it wasn't green before, it'll be green again here after this. But, yeah, anyway, folks, we just wanted to cut in real quick and show you what was going on. We gave you an update on shortened races. I suspect that may change here going forward. I don't know if can you hear it? I'm going to stop talking for a second. I gotta tell you, folks, I grew up in Wisconsin, and this is every bit as impressive as any storm I ever lived through in Wisconsin. It is just, look at that.
The wind is picked up. It's sideways hail now.
Wow.
I can tell you what, no one in our next group is out changing the tires right now. They know they're going to have to.
Back because none of my friends will ever believe this without looking at this YouTube video. We should send this to the Weather Channel and link, tag the Weather Channel in this because this will get a lot of. Wow.
I think the irony is great that we're watching the 06 runoffs.
The people here in the control room, in the broadcast booth, can't even hear me talking.
Yeah. Well, I think the irony is we're watching the 06 runoffs, which was held in Kansas, and this is looking a lot like a Kansas Twister right now.
Yeah, Dorothy, we are not in Kansas anymore. Where's Toto? Oh, my gosh. This is just unreal. I can see that there's 3 electric generating windmills here that look like they could power a DC-10 right now, Lefty.
Those 3 have single-handedly fixed California's power issues today.
Our power issues are over right now out in California. Kirk W., been in California my whole life. This is not normal. Sashimi Moto, we need a new class, Touring Arc. I'm on board with that. This is just really remarkable. In Europe, the competition's drifting masters, they're crazy. And I put in the chat of our in-house chat that we use to talk between the announcers and the crew a picture of the storm cell from the radar. Can you pull up a picture, Zach, real quick, and just give us a storm cell picture? Because this is, as my folks in Boston would say, this is a wicked bad storm. I'm sure that he's probably moved stuff. Yeah, I'm sure he moved everything around to show us the runoffs. And oh, here's the picture I put. That was that dot. That's us.
That little eye of the storm, that little
exactly.
burning ball of flame is just the storms around the area. That's crazy.
And then here's the live radar. And yeah, that red block. That's exactly what we're in the middle of right now, folks. So. Maybe the worst decision of my broadcasting career was to stay up in this top floor of the tower during the storm. Maybe we should have run for cover here, but no. In the word of journal, in the name of journalism, Lefty, I stayed sticking for the team. Exactly. Looks beautiful that direction.
The birds are out. The birds are singing. No problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is torrential. This is kind of an epic storm that no one saw coming. Who was the weatherman who said this afternoon was going to be nice and clear all afternoon? Who was that person? Because we may have to revoke their meteorology degree. It's slowing down at least a little bit. Maybe there's calm at the end of this storm. As Brian may have lost connection for a second. All right, so we're going to be a little while. We will let you know when we get back to this. But for now, enjoy, I guess, the 06 Spec Miata runoffs race from Heartland Park.
Championship runoffs right now. Andrew Cadell having it all his way, but his lead beginning to shrink. It was almost 8 seconds earlier. Now, just 4 seconds the last time by. I say just 4 seconds. Still a long way to go, but he's definitely losing time. Only 3 laps to go. We'll see if he can hold on for the victory. Mike.
Well, I'm with Andrew's mom, Ruth. Now, you guys have been go-kart racing for 8 years, but you guys are very nervous down here. How come?
This is the biggest race of Andrew's life. I mean, yeah, you race and you get nervous every time, but this is the big one.
Has he put a lot of pressure on just this one event?
He's put a lot of pressure on himself. We just tell him to go out and race and do his best. That's all we've ever told him to do.
Well, he's doing exactly that, and I tell you guys, the rain is starting to come down a lot harder now than it was at the beginning.
And that is not good news. Cadell, second in the Northern Pacific Division this year, 3 wins in 7 tries, so obviously a good record, but he came from go-karts. This is a very different deal, Dorsey.
Well, he's got enough in hand, I think. I mean, there's 3 laps to go. He's got 4-second lead. Someone will have to close it better than a second a lap, and it's starting to rain. So what would I do? I'd go into conservation mode right now and just be smooth and precise.
Well, right now, Brad Rampelberg not letting up. He's on a charge, but talk about a charge. Look at this battle right here. That's the 58.
Too much
going
speed.
Past the 66.
Too much speed, could not make the corner for turn 1. We've seen it all weekend long. It's really a dirty corner down there.
He was past him for a minute.
Yeah, he was for a minute.
David Watts been mixing it up all day long in the middle of great battles. Watts in that black 66 with the red top. Now one of the Christian brothers, I believe, right behind him, beginning to put the pressure on. This is great. These guys further back out of the top 25, but still, that doesn't mean they're not going to race. It's the 31 of Jonathan Christian right behind, and he gets the move done. Beautiful move there in turn 5.
And 25 is still better than halfway in the field.
We talk about the great battles all around the racetrack. Well, you know, with battles comes a little collateral damage, and we've seen some of that today. Look at this here. Whoops, excuse me.
Ooh, just too much speed, gets off the outside, and there's that old mud.
That was the 54, John Willenberg. A little collateral damage there.
You know, every lap you run around here, it's different. Here's the same thing. Goes off, gets in the mud puddle. Once you hit that, it piles up all of the mud inside your tire. Oh, he turns the lights on. Get out of the way.
I love that.
We're wrecking here. That was good. I like that.
What do you mean get out of the way? I'm busy wrecking, like you said, Dorsey.
Maybe he winked at him because I got you.
Oh,
now that's
we'll add a little insult to injury there. Willenberg having a hard time getting it back on track. Like I said, we'll have a little collateral damage. Willenberg is certainly part of that, and this battle just keeps on going. Jonathan Christian in the yellow Miata right behind the black number 66 of W. David Watts. And this battle has been going, I think, from the drop of the green, Dorsey. These guys have been stuck pretty much.
No, that's going to do it. 66, I think, got too far out that time. We'll see.
Collected it back. Christian right behind him. I don't know, Dorsey.
Maybe he didn't. It looked like he was loose out there, but certainly got a good run.
It's so hard to pass in turn one in these conditions. We've talked about it now. Christian not close enough to even think about it this time. If he thinks about it from there, that one will make the highlight reel.
Yeah. He'll do the same thing. Just get down there and not make the corner.
But he definitely closes the gap there in the braking zone. The best move I have seen today was the headlights.
The headlights were just perfect.
I love the blinking headlights.
Oh, man. And here's the 67. We've seen this car, and it's been battling. I mean, it's got dents everywhere. The front end's all dented up. Doors are dented. He's been in a battle today.
That's Aaron McSpadden right there in the gray Mazda Miata. Up to 7th. That is a good run for him. He started back in 12th, so he is on his way up to the front, and I'm sure he's taking advantages of some other people's woes, but you can't take anything away from anybody today who has stayed on track and picked up positions. That's what you've got to do in difficult conditions.
You see it spitting rain again right there off the last corner coming on the front straightaway. A point by right here, or he's acknowledging his pit crew is what was happening.
Yeah, 17 laps in the books.
That
he was acknowledging the driver. 1 lap to go for Andrew Cadell. The lead down now to 3.5 seconds. He picked up the pace, though. He had slowed down for several laps. Now he is back on pace. The 12 of Brad Rampelberg had been moving up on him, but now the gap pretty much staying the same. Look at this battle, 47 and 26.
26
David Voden in the 47.
Oh, 26 gave him a little extra speed there to try to loosen him up. Put the bumper to him.
Steve Ott in the red, number 26. Now he's going to try to go around the outside. He got a good run onto the front straightaway. David Voden in the blue and white Miata. We'll see if Ott can get him down to turn 1. We keep talking about how difficult it is to do down there. Is he close enough?
Incoming. Oh, man.
Step away from the guardrail.
Yes, but now can he make the corner at that speed?
He got it down inside, and yes, takes the position away. Great move by Ott. Passes in turn 1, one of the more difficult places right now, and makes the pass, makes it cleanly, and now beginning to pull away.
Nice setup. That all set up off the last corner on the front straightaway.
Great job by those guys battling hard. This man in the blue, number 88, Andrew Cadell. You heard his mom say, this is the biggest race of his life. He's won go-kart races, but to win here at the SCCA National Championships will be the biggest win of his life in the biggest race of his life. Down the front straightaway, just a couple more gear shifts. One more, the checkered flag will wave, the crew celebrates, and Andrew Cadell takes the inaugural Spec Miata National Championship in the SCCA.
And he did it without getting his car dirty. That's almost impossible, which means he stayed out in front of everybody so far.
Young Andrew Cadell will make the record books. The emotion on the part of his family, and why would there not be? He makes the record books and takes the inaugural national championships. What a feat under difficult conditions for this young man. We'll be back to all the celebrations when we come back to Heartland Park. Welcome back to the 2006 SCCA National Championship runoff. Spec Miata, great results there for Andrew Cadell.
No doubt about it, Brad Rampelberg, second place.
Very happy driver right there, Mike.
Andrew Cadell, congratulations, your first runoff victory, your first attempt. How's it feel?
Oh, it feels great. That rain stuff this morning just gave everyone so much trouble, and we decided to put on the slicks, and it turned out to be the right call.
Now, your mom told us this is the most important race of your life. Tell us what it means to win a national championship.
Man, this is a whole family-driven thing. My grandpa drove the motorhome back here. We don't think we're able to race next year. We're out of money after this year, so just got to thank so many people. My grandpa, grandma, mom, dad.
All right, sorry to break you loose, but I gotta go. Congratulations.
Well, you can hear the emotion in that young man's voice. To not see him back next year would be a shame after winning a national championship. Certainly hope he can be back, Dorsey.
No question. It'd be nice to defend, but he will always be the first winner ever in Spec Miata.
He goes down in the record books. Great pictures from Matt Cross with our onboard cameras. Tony Coelho trying to get back to the front after his problems early on. We saw a great battle. Steven Johnson in the 41 gave us that great pirouette down the front straightaway. That was some excitement.
The entire thing was excitement. I really expected it to be a big wreck, and these guys, hats off to them. They kept it on the racetrack for the most part.
They kept it much cleaner than we thought they would. So hats off to everybody in Spec Miata who took a chance to come and compete in a brand new class this year in the SCCA, and they made a great show for everybody. Andrew Cadell will take his trip around his racetrack with the checkered flag, and that is a special moment for that young man.
Yeah, that's a great special moment. Hopefully he'll get his mom and dad, his grandma and grandpa, and they'll get him, load that car down, and there's your headlights.
Little flash of the headlights there, and just a look at some of the action in Spec Miata. It was a great one from here in Heartland Park, Topeka, but then again, the runoffs always are. For Jim Trado, Mike Johnson, Dorsey Schrader, I'm Brian Till. Make sure you catch all of the SCCA National Championship runoff shows right here on Speed. The wild card in the 2006 Jeep production runoffs was, without a doubt, the weather. With nearly a dry start, the number 9 at Woody Deathridge took the lead and held on for 6 laps as the rest of the Jeep production field got themselves sorted out through turns 1 and 2. But as the skies opened up, the rains came down. Chuck Mathis in the number 54 made the inside move in turn 11 and took the lead. The battle for third was no cakewalk either. The number 29, Ken McQuillan, having his problems. Chris Albin taking advantage of front-wheel drive. He took the position. When the checkers flew, Mathis had the win and a very well-earned national championship. Jeep production may not have had the numbers this year in the SCCA, but it doesn't mean that it hasn't had the competition, and the same holds true for here at the runoffs. Chuck Mathis in his Volkswagen. This car is light, it is powerful, but more importantly, Chuck is local. He is looking for runoffs victory number 2. But when you talk about multiple wins, look no further than Kent Prather. He has 6 national championships to his credit. He's worked out some of the engine woes he's had in the past. He's looking for win number 7. Ken McQuillan in his Datsun 510 leads the Datsun brigade. He's been very fast as of late. He's been winning, and he thinks that the changes made to this Heartland Park circuit could benefit that Datsun. That's a look at some of the Jeep production competitors. For more, let's check in with Dorsey Schrader.
Jeep Production is a class that's packed with a lot of driving talent and a lot of different race cars. Out of Central Division comes this Datsun. This is a classic roadster driven by Bill Wessel. Bill's done some suspension work to this car and has netted a brand new track record at Black Hawk Farms. Now, Jay Marlowe has brought us a Toyota, and the advantage this Toyota might have is it's 140 pounds lighter than a Datsun 510. Also carries a 5-speed gearbox. Woody Dethridge is taking time off from his full-time job as a mechanic on the Speed Source Mazda Grand Am team to come here and run the runoffs. Now, he's had some difficulty with the transmission in this Suzuki. He's got that fixed. Could be a dark horse. 6 guys looking for 3 spots on the podium. Who will go home disappointed?
Welcome to the SCCA National Championship Runoffs presented by AT&T. The National Championships are in their 44th year, and every year the competition seems to become more intense. Today's battle for the Jeep Production crown mirrors the battles that have been waged for over 4 decades on 5 different world-class racing venues. This year, the runoffs return for the 2nd time to Heartland Park, Topeka. And while many of last year's competitors have returned, the track that awaits them has some surprises in store. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Till, along with Dorsey Schrader. We will take you through today's contest. Mike Johnson and Chris Neville will keep you up to date with all of the stories that develop down in pit lane. Dorsey, I say it's a different track. Take us around.
Well, reconfiguration of the track. There was 2 places where we always had trouble. Right here in turn 1 and 2 and right here in 8 and 9. Those corners were too tight. All we did was crash race cars. What they did, they opened them up. Now, this end of the racetrack right here is extremely fast. But then when you get through turn 9 and you work down your way through turn through 10 through 14, they call it the autocross. Very technical aspect of the racetrack. You have to have proper car placement and really worry about getting power down.
And these Jeep Production cars, another production class, but it was only in 2001 that we started to see roofs.
We had, in the beginning of this class, were just midgets and Sprites and Spitfires and so forth. There weren't enough of them to go around. Now they've opened up the Datsuns and all sorts of other cars, you know, Volkswagen's front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive. We're going to see that play out today. We have a very wet racetrack right now. It's drying, and one end versus the other is going to favor the front wheel versus the rear.
And what that means is a lot of great competition on the racetrack. For some of the stories, let's head straight down to Mike Johnson.
Well, with Jeep Production possibly going away at the end of this race, a lot of teams and drivers are trying to figure out what to do. Chris Albin thinks he's got a very good package right now, and he's going to maybe go to that H Production limited prep, while a lot of the other teams right now are thinking going to a full prep F Production next year. Now, this car did finish 3rd in a very similar condition to this last year, where everybody started on slicks. The skies opened up, started to rain. He pulled right through the field, had a 3rd place finish. He's hoping to end his Jeep Production career up on top this year. Chris?
Well, Greg Gopper's a 20-year veteran of SCCA racing, and not only does he race during the summers, but he spends about half his time working corners with our very own Greg Kramer. He has not won the runoffs, but this little Honda has carried him to 15 victories and over 100 runs in it. Now, Greg is going to roll the dice this weekend. He's putting his chips on a slick tire. We've seen rain all morning long. That rain stopped just about an hour ago, so the track is definitely drying out. He thinks the slick is going to be the way to go. The rest of the grid down here, we see a blend of rains, slicks, and also this intermediate tire. This is actually a slick tire that some of these teams have come along and hand grooved them, so we see different distances between the grooves and also depth of groove. So everybody kind of rolling the dice, not really knowing what to do. Mike?
Well, the front 2 cars are on slicks, but these guys can do other things with their cars. They don't have downforce, no tunnels, no wings, but they can still adjust ride height. They can adjust their sway bars and spring heights and their shock absorbers. They're trying to do everything they can to make sure they can get as much grip, depending if they've gone to a wet setup, dry setup. Right before the race, right before these guys are going to roll out, one of the corner workers came by and showed them a sign said heavy water in turns 2, 8, and 14. So even if they've got a full dry setup, they could hit one of the big puddles in one of those corners and be in a lot of trouble. Maybe those hand grooves or those cut tires will let them push right through those puddles and get them up front.
Well, Brian, all those tires that they're looking at, nobody described a mud tire, and I think that's what they're going to need is a mud tire.
Well, it's important because a lot of other races have taken place today in these conditions. A lot of mud brought back on the racetrack. Hey, these guys raced in difficult conditions last year. They'll do it again in 2007. The Jeep Production National Crown, it's up for grabs next. The SCCA National Championship runoffs from Heartland Park, Topeka. The 44th running of the runoffs, and for 43 years they have crowned a Jeep Production National Champion. They'll do it again this year to make it 44. And in reality, even 10 years before that, they claimed national crowns in G production. They did it based on points. Today, they'll do it on the racetrack like they have for the last 43 years. G production title up for grabs. Take a look at the starting grid. Chuck Mathis, a former national champion, will roll off on the pole. He could take the Triple Crown. Kent Prather, 6 national champions in G production, to his credit. So a lot of talent up front. In reality, the top 5 only 3/4 of a second apart in qualifying. Woody Deathridge had his problems last year. He'll qualify 12th. Start there today. Gregory Lund will not make the field. The field right now gathering up behind the pace car. You get a look at the racetrack, Dorsey, and you can see some of the damp spots out there right now. But the racetrack looking like it's getting pretty well dry. For more from pit lane, let's check in with Mike.
Well, we got a late-breaking story. Andy Deathridge in the 69 car actually qualified 6th at the end of qualifying, but there was contact in one of the qualifying sessions, so SCCA officials and the driver of the other car in contact protested the 69 car. He got moved back 6 positions to position 12. Now, he says the 00 car was weaving in front of him. He was gaining 4 seconds per lap. They made contact, they hit, he got protested. Here's Chris with the other side of that story.
Well, Keith Church was the unlucky recipient of that incident back on Monday and had massive damage to his car. The car is no longer square. Most of the damage was up on the left front corner. The suspension was no longer in the right spot. They can't get it back to that, but Keith is hoping that with the wet track today, maybe that will equalize things out and he can hopefully have a little bit of lady luck on his side.
Well, this racetrack is almost opposite from what it was last year, Dorsey. Last year they started in the dry, then the rains came, but today the rains came much earlier. They came last night, early this morning, but now the track beginning to dry, and it's pretty well dry. There's some damp spots out there. I'd say there's a lot of gray showing, but there's a lot of brown showing as well. A lot of mud on the racetrack.
That's that mud tire thing I was talking about. And you alluded to the fact that we've had races before this one. Those cars have been on and off the racetrack. Racetrack's going to be slippery, but it'll be drying out as they go. You know, we'll have to see how it works. The front-wheel drive car will have an advantage right off the bat, but I think ultimately this track will go dry. It's very windy right now.
And with all the rain, that washed off whatever rubber was put down, so we've got a very green racetrack as well. And now with the track being dry, they're going to be putting down a lot of rubber, but a lot of different types of cars. You alluded to it in the beginning, Dorsey. Rear-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, newer cars, older cars, 10 tops, open top.
Yeah, and that might be why the class isn't as popular as it used to be. I mean, these cars nowadays, you can put different engines or different preparation levels on the engines and move between classes and so forth. This G production's always been popular, but right now it's on the bottom of the totem pole.
Kent Prather, 6-time defending or 6-time champion in a 1962 MGA. The newest car is 14 years old, so nothing real new in this class. All right, let's take a look. Front row onto the front straightaway. Mathis in the number 54. Jay Marlowe outside in the 21. Both of them divisional champions. Mathis has a victory at the runoffs, and that victory came last year. So defending champion looks at the green, and we are underway in G production.
Very slow start. They brought him up very slow, but Chuck Mathis now checking out.
Great start there by Mathis. Working the field down, you see Woody Deathridge there in the black Suzuki already attacking from his 12th starting position. We talked about the fact that he had qualified 6th. You see the damp spot there at the exit of turn 2, and that's the challenge, isn't it, Dorsey? You've got dry areas of the racetrack, you come around the corner, and bam, there's the wet spot.
It's downhill right there, so all the water drainage is going. There's another one right there. You see everybody trying to avoid that. Kent Prather doesn't avoid it. He drives the MJ right through it and passes a couple cars in the meantime.
Well, Prather on some of those hand-grooved race slicks. Woody Deathridge already now making the move. He's up to 5th, I believe, in that black Suzuki, so he is on a charge. Our front 2, Mathis and Marlowe, both started on slicks. Prather and then Ken Buquillin, they both started on those hand-grooved tires. Bill Wessel, who started 5th in the 47, was on slicks as well, so a wide variety of tires up front. And I think that if you started on slicks, you made the right decision. Look at Deathridge.
Boy, look at the power there. And then think about the technology difference between that car and the MGA of Kent Prather right behind it, a car built in '62.
Or Ken Buquillin right in front of him in the Datsun 510. So right now, Woody Deathridge surrounded by a little bit of nostalgia in the front and back.
That's an awesome start going from the back like that all the way up, and the lap's not even over yet.
See a good move, Bill Wessel there in the 47, one of the Datsun Roadsters, and that is a neat car. I can remember going to the runoffs back in 1985 for the first time, watching those cars. And then as the 10 tops developed and started coming into the class, it really kind of changed the complexion of it.
Wow, from 12th to 4th is an amazing drive by Dethridge. Now onto the front straightaway for the end of lap 1. Wow.
Man, and Mathis had gotten a good start, but dropped back to second now. See Marlowe in the black 21 up in front. Mathis there in the orange Volkswagen, the number 54 in second. McQuillan holding down third, but Woody Dethridge right there in fourth. 12th to 4th, 1 lap, 2.5 miles. Pretty darn impressive.
We always talk about time will tell, and in this race time will tell because of all these different tire choices and the fact that this racetrack is quickly drying out. Some of those hand groove tires are going to start to go away. They're going to start to slide a little bit more. The guys on slicks are going to get faster.
On those slicks, as they go through that water, might hydroplane a little bit, but they've got good temperature to them. Oh, look at Mathis, a little bit sideways. Thank goodness for front-wheel drive. McQuillan in the Datsun 510 behind him, a rear-wheel drive car. And then you got a train from 4th all the way back, 5th, 6th, and 7th right there.
Dethridge and Prather, you got to watch those guys, both champions before. They are set right now just to ride around, I think, and let this racetrack come to them.
Saw Bill Wessel in that Datsun Roadster. Chris Albin right in front of him. A good look at Ken McQuillan in the Datsun 510. And look at Dethridge looking up the inside, coming into the 8-9 complex, one of the faster areas on the racetrack. And he makes it look easy. He just powers by him.
Yeah, he's got some serious power there. Ken McQuillan carrying the speed banner on the side of his car. Thank you, buddy.
And I tell you right now, front-wheel drive may very well be the way to go. You've got very changing track conditions. Dry in some areas, inconsistent we should call it. Dry in some areas, damp in others, mud in others. And the consistency of front-wheel drive may be standing good stead for Woody Dethridge right now. Marlowe continuing to lead over Mathis, then McQuillan, then Dethridge. And a problem for the 00. Keith Church, we talked about him. That car not particularly square, and we may see part of that being the problem right there.
So one of his suspension parts where you bolt on, the frame got bent and he can't bolt it back where it needs to be, so he's running a car that's not doing just exactly like it should.
Dethridge works his way down the straightaway past Ken McQuillan, takes over the 3rd spot, and Dethridge on a march to the front right now, once again just powered by that little Datsun 510 and takes over the 3rd position. His sights now set squarely on defending champion Chuck Mathis in the Volkswagen in front. But look at this. Great battle here between 2 of the older cars in the class and 2 of the cars that I was used to seeing.
Bill Wessel got by and has made that pass for position.
Great battles in G production. We may not have seen a lot of these cars this year, but when we see them, they give us a great show. That's what we're seeing here. G production from the runoff. Stick with us.
Last year we introduced you to this crazy family as they were celebrating the Himes-LaFon wedding. We've got mothers, fathers, maid of honors, best men, all here celebrating a wedding they did last year. And what did they do? They dragged in the new man of the family, Chris Himes. Chris, they brought you in, now you're racing cars. How's it been so far?
It's been really good. We've been, all the family being in here. We get it's a real nice family atmosphere, and we have a lot of fun.
So this thing is really your fault. You're the one that dragged him in with this group of people over here.
Yeah, what can I say? He used to ride horses. I showed him what real horsepower was.
Well, it seems like he's doing a great job, and best of luck to you guys this weekend.
Chris Himes running 7th right now. So, I call those people enablers. They bring you in, they get you hooked, and then you're not going to go anywhere because once you start racing in the SCCA, it's really hard to leave. This club racing is really what it's all about.
Kind of what gets this SCCA thing to stay alive all these years is the family atmosphere thereof.
Jay Marlowe having things his way right now, and his little Toyota Corolla behind him, the Volkswagen of Chuck Mathis, then the Suzuki. But look at this battle here. McQuillan now falling victim to the 47 of Bill Wessel and the 26 of Kent Prather. McQuillan now beginning to drop back a little bit. Wessel and Prather working their way by, and Wessel has gotten past Prather. Prather, a 6-time champion in class, and it goes all the way back to his first win in class in 1986.
And again, I'm watching these cars and what lines are taken around the racetrack due to what choice of tires they decided to put on. It's pretty dry right now, Brian. I would say 99% of this racetrack is a dry track, except for that big puddle in turn 2, which you're going through pretty straight. A dry setup would be what I would favor.
Yeah, and Wessel has a dry setup. The car right behind him, Kent Prather, has those groove tires, so does Ken McQuillan. And you made an interesting point earlier, Dorsey. If you just take a grooving iron to these tires, you may be in trouble.
Well, I mean, a lot of guys right there at the last minute took a grooving iron, cut big chunks of rubber out of the tire to make tread sipes, but did they, oh, there's our feature guys over there, did they rebalance the tire after they cut the rubber off? Well, a lot of guys forget about that. I see water underneath that car. It's not a good sign.
Yeah, Chris Himes.
Or is that oil?
It'll be interesting to see what his family members have to say about this. Go back to the in-laws and tell them that you have had a problem. Definitely fluid underneath the front end of Christopher Himes.
It was still
little
coming
Honda
out,
Civic.
too.
Yep.
Could have had a piston rod or something.
But you made a good point, Dorsey. You start taking rubber off and you don't do it equally around the tire. All of a sudden, you got a tire that's out of balance, and you're going to run this thing at well over 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, did you cut it symmetrically, you know, one tread to the next? Probably not. You probably just whacked away at it and made a mess.
Yeah, probably hard to do when you're doing it by hand. Look at this. Woody Deathridge continuing to hold down the third spot, but right now Wessel beginning to close a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what tires Woody Deathridge is on. He's on hand grooved, I see. So maybe his tire's beginning to go away a little bit. For more on Woody Deathridge, let's check in with Mike.
Larry Funk, now Woody Deathridge dragged you down here from Cleveland. Have you been to a lot of races before?
Yeah, I normally race myself, but just wasn't in it this year, so I was down here and Woody needed some help, so here I am.
So right before the race, you guys get together and start grooving up those tires, or what kind of tires are you on right now?
Yeah, well, Woody decided to go with a softer compound Hoosier and hand grooved him himself because we weren't sure what the weather was going to bring.
All right, well, guys, this track is starting to get pretty dry down here, and those really soft compounds could start to deteriorate.
That's a very good point. He chooses a softer compound. In the beginning, it might have been okay, but Dorsey, he's really fast now. Is he going to be really fast 21 minutes from now?
Well, that's exactly the question, because it is drying out, and those soft tires are going to start getting hot. How good a job did they do hand grooving them? I ruined a set like that one time. That's how I know this happens.
Chuck Mathis, Jay Marlowe, they're on slicks. They may have made the best decision as Marlowe continues to lead, and Mathis looking for 2 G Production National Championships in a row. We'll find out how it all turns out when we come back.
After running all season in a Volkswagen, Tim Pitts decides to purchase a Datsun 510 just 4 weeks before the runoffs. Tim, why the decision for the new car?
It's a much faster car. It's probably 30 more horsepower. It's got twice the brakes. It's got equal handling. It's been a winner in the Northeast. Couldn't resist buying it. It's been quite a learning curve here this week, but hopefully with a little bit of luck we'll do well.
There's got to be some challenges with the new car, though.
Yes, it's been a big learning curve here this week, but I think we'll overcome.
Well, he's purchased a winner. Now let's see if Tim can win in his first appearance.
And Tim Pitts has that new Datsun up into the top 10. He's 9th right now, so a good run for him. Perhaps he made a great decision in buying it.
Well, we got a black flag to the entire field. Now, this is a kind of a strange way of doing business. They're, I think, going to bring the entire field to a halt, bring it down. Instead of putting a red flag out, which means stop, a black flag means proceed back around the start-finish line and then come into pit lane and stop. I think now that will happen. So they're going to do some cleaning up, Brian. Not only that one car that we saw off the racetrack, which, by the way, did have a wreck. They did get, you see the skid marks over here where that car spun and ended up where it's sitting there.
They're going to have to take a lot of room on the racetrack to get that car on the rollback. You see the rollback pulling up into position, and he'll take up a lot of racetrack as they try to get that number 7 of Christopher Himes loaded up and out of the way. Looks like Himes maybe got a little wide out of turn 2, got in the moisture, hooked the car back to the inside. And
yeah, and the way that wreck looks to me, he probably bounced off the wall front and rear. You see he's lost his rear bumper. We see fluid from the front, which is more than likely radiator. So he probably just banged off the wall backwards and then spun around and hit it again with the nose.
That just adds a little bit more insult to the whole thing. You
blew
see
the rear window out.
Yep.
It's broke the rear glass.
It's not bad enough that you tear up one end, then it's got to swap around and tear up the other end as well. A lot of fluid out in front. The oil that you talked about, that's going to get the radiator. Probably oil coolers up there as well.
And you see the corner crews here going to work. These are all volunteers from all over the United States. Not only just the United States, they come from all over the place actually to work this event. They don't get paid a thing, and they stand out there in that rain this morning, and I wouldn't do it. I did used to do it, though.
You talk about the guys who come to race. They couldn't do it without all of the corner workers who show up so that they can go race. So you'll see when these guys take the checkered flag at the end, there's a thumbs up by all of the drivers congratulating not only the champions, but the corner workers who are champions in their own right, giving all these guys the ability to go out and do battle on the racetrack. Well, as they take care of the damaged car of Christopher Himes, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back to more Jeep production from the SCCA runoffs. The 44th running of the SCCA National Championship runoffs and the 44th running for the Jeep Production National Crown from Heartland Park, Topeka. And it has been a good one today. Damp conditions in the beginning, but that never dampens the spirit of the competitors in the SCCA National Championship runoffs. Jeep Production, the battle for the crown. Jay Marlowe leading right now. Chuck Mathis wants to make it 2 in a row, but the field right now stopped. The competition parked, getting the racetrack cleaned up. We talked about Christopher Himes earlier in the event, and then he had a problem at the exit of turn 2. Car came to rest. They had to clean up the mess and take a look and get an idea of what happens here, Dorsey.
Oh, that's not going to work.
Boom.
Got loose. You saw that. Couldn't get the car stopped. Once he got on that grass, Brian, no way he was going to stop there. Big impact, and then you see him sliding off and getting stuck up there on the racetrack. So it did do the radiator oil coolers or whatever. They got to clean that up. So the black flag is out. Means all the cars are stopped on pit lane. You can't work on them. Not supposed to do anything to it.
Mike, what have you got from pit lane?
Well, I'm down here with Jay Marlowe. They just pulled into pit lane right now and under this black flag. I'm just going to get a quick interview. You seem to be pulling away pretty strong right now. How's your car running?
I've got an LNA Enterprises motor in this thing, and I don't think anybody can catch me.
That sounds like a great advantage. Now, how about tires? You're on those slicks right now. Is the track pretty good? Or is there still a lot of puddles?
There are still some real wet spots just in a few isolated areas, but for the most part, most of the track is dry.
All right, good luck. You're doing a great job.
And that's what I was talking about, Brian. He is on a dry setup, and I think that is exactly the right choice because we're not really all that wet. We've got a couple puddles, but you can deal with the puddles.
Great choice for himself. Chuck Mathis made that same decision, as did Bill Wessel. Tim Pitts did as well. Gregory Gopper. We know that all of those drivers are on slicks. Mike, what else do you have?
Yeah, hey, Woody, you had a great start. How's that car running so far?
Real good. The car's running great. I'm going to kick some butt.
All right, well, that's the right attitude you need with only a few minutes to go in this thing.
Well, this might save a lot of guys, this fact that we've been stopped now for a while in pit lane. The guys that had the groove tires, you know, those tires would have been warming up and those tread sipes would have been getting a little rubbery and squirmy. Now it's all cool back down. They get to do it all over again.
I don't think Woody Deathridge really cares. You heard the enthusiasm in his voice, Woody Deathridge. 4th right now. He's trying to chase down Jay Marlowe. We're going to come back for the green flag and more Jeep production action from the runoffs. The 44th running for the Jeep Production National Crown at the SCCA runoffs. At the drop of the green, the front row flashes by the line, and Jay Marlowe takes the lead from the drop of the green. Chuck Mathis in his orange Volkswagen drops back a little bit, but the man on the move, Ken Boquillan, having a good run, but look at on the outside, it's Woody Deathridge in the number 69, charging to the front. A great run from his 12th place starting position. Mathis wanting to hold down the lead and claim another national championship. He flashes by, but look at this good battle. The 47, Bill Wessel, working his way up to 4th. He takes Kent Prather with him in the number 26. Ken Boquillan gets shuffled back 2 positions. Problems, though. The number 7, Chris Himes, out of the exit of turn 2, hooks the car back to driver's left. Big impact with the wall. We've needed to stop the competition to get that mess cleaned up. They've gotten the 7 car on the wrecker out of the way. The field back underway behind the pace car, and we're about to get Jeep Production back racing. And as you said earlier, Dorsey, this could be good news for the guys who have those hand groove tires right now. We know Jay Marlowe, Chuck Mathis, they're on slicks, but look at your 3rd place car, Woody Deathridge. He's on a softer compound and grooved.
And you can see at the top of the screen, we just got over 10 minutes left in this race. So up until now, nothing makes much difference. You've got a race car left underneath you. You've got a 10-minute sprint race to get it done, and it's for the national championship.
Kent Prather as well in 5th on grooves, but Bill Wessel on slicks. So that perhaps is why Wessel has gotten the better of Kent Prather and moved into the 4th position. Nobody on more of a charge, though, than Woody Deathridge was. Jay Marlowe out in front right now in his Toyota. Remember, Mathis won this race, but he won it last year in the rain And as I said earlier, the conditions really quite the opposite of what they were last year. We started damp, we're going to end dry. Last year it started dry, and it ended up in a deluge. So right now, the pace car to pit road, the Volkswagen pace car, the official pace car of the SCCA, heads to pit lane. Jay Marlowe heads to the green flag, and we will be racing again at Heartland Park. The 44th running of the SCCA National Championships, and the 44th time we will crown a G Production National Champion. And look at Wessel in the 47, all over the back of Deathridge. Mathis wants to come with him.
Marlowe had the great start, though. He timed that one perfectly, opens up about 10 car lengths.
Deathridge sleeping a little bit at the start, it seemed like, was able to move up a bit, but Marlowe with the great jump back a little bit further. Chris Albin in his Volkswagen moving past McQuillan.
And you look there, Jay Marlowe, he was talking about his engine builder and how much horsepower he's got. He certainly looks to have enough of it, but it was a good start that got him in the position to be that far in front. Ken McQuillan started up in 4th, but he has dropped well back in the order, back to 7th on those hand tires. Look at Prather. Prather makes it through, and watch Andy Deathridge as well, because he is on the charge. You heard him say what he was going to kick. He's headed that way.
Woody up to 2nd place, Prather up to 4th, Mathis right in front of him, but Wessel looking to come back. Bill Wessel looking both sides of Kent Prather right now. Wessel in the 47, Prather in that beautiful number 26, that MGA.
Prather did not want it to rain. This car is not a good rain car compared to these front-wheel drive cars, and it's still a little bit damp out there, but for the most part, you're on a dry track now.
When we spoke with Prather earlier in the week, he said, I've got a shot at this as long as it doesn't rain. Well, he did not want to see the damp conditions. He rolled the dice with those groove slicks. He may be paying the price a little bit. Bill Wessel in that white 47 all over the back of him. The orange 54, defending race winner Chuck Mathis right there in front. You can throw the proverbial blanket over there.
And he gets pushed.
Wessel pushes him.
Loosens him up. He's not going to be happy about that at all. Wessel working to the outside of him now. That was the loosen your friend up in the corner technique. Worked pretty good.
And these are two cool old cars. You don't want to be rubbing too much on them. The parts hard to come by. Wessel takes the position back from Prather, but Prather looks back up the inside as they get to 1 under braking, side by side.
Oh, you
don't get any closer than that without changing some paint.
Oh, now up back to the inside again, trying to outbrake him down here at 3.
These two having a great run right now. The battle for 4th, changing it back and forth, and Mathis really beginning to put the pressure on Deathridge right now. Remember, Mathis on the slicks, Deathridge on the grooved compound, the softer compound. Both of these cars front-wheel drive. Chris, what do you have on the 69?
Well, Brian, Woody Deathridge had that great restart there. He went from 3rd all the way past Chuck Mathis, but as you were just saying, Mathis is on those slicks, so it looks like he's starting to group in the car, try and get back around Deathridge and see if he can put some pressure on Marlowe.
I think it's the slicks right now, Brian. The slicks are starting to pay off.
These battles are awesome. Woody Deathridge right there, Chuck Mathis right behind them, but Kent Prather and Bill Wessel still going at it strong right behind him. These two battling in every apex for position right now. Wessel, that's not where you want to be.
Can he hold
across.
it? No, he's going to get past.
Spectacular stuff. Wessel never lifted, neither did Kent Prather. And one more time, the position change. Now, Wessel needs to take a breath, because I guarantee you he hasn't since the entry to turn 8. And look at this, Mathis all over the back of Deathridge, and behind them, Wessel and Prather still at it. Deathridge in the black 69 still out in front of the orange Volkswagen.
Oh, and Mathis got the position. Deathridge just slid off the corner 14, got too wide. Mathis worked to the inside and has taken over.
Beautiful stuff. The same thing happened right behind him. Wessel to the inside of Prather. Mirror images. Take a look at this. Mathis in the orange Volkswagen slides wide.
There's Wessel.
And look at that.
That was Wessel loosening up Prather a little bit from that corner, and of course we'll outrun him down the straightaway as a result.
That was a lap or two ago. This was this very last lap, the slide for life.
Did a great job, but once he knew he was going off, he straightened his hands off and just let it happen.
Spectacular G production action from the 44th running for this national championship and the 44th running of the SCCA National Championships. We'll be back with more G production action from Heartland Park. The SCCA National Championship runoffs from Heartland Park. G production, the crown on the line. Jay Marlowe out in front. by almost 5 seconds. The battle's behind him, intense, and he loves seeing it in his mirror. It has allowed him to walk away from the pack. 5 seconds in hand, that is his lead, and Jay Marlowe having it all his way. You heard him say earlier, hey, I think the engine in my little Toyota is going to take me to the front and keep me there, and it has, Dorsey.
Plus the setup. I talked about that at the beginning of the show. Whoever did the gamble right and got the right setup, which is a dry setup, was going to win. And of course that is Marlowe. But back behind that, here comes Chuck Mathis. He's doing all he can to catch back up.
Mathis would like to make it 2 in a row, but he's got a long way to go. And look at this battle. Bill Wessel has shaken Kent Prather. Prather has had a problem. Nowhere in the picture, and he had been hanging right there. So Wessel now, Prather out of the picture. All he has to concentrate on is that little black Suzuki in front of him, the number 69 of Woody Deathridge. Prather, I just saw him, just came onto the front straightaway, so he had a problem somewhere on the racetrack and has dropped well back. Meanwhile, Bill Wessel trying to hunt down Woody Deathridge. You heard him in that break during the full stoppage there. He said, hey, I want to kick some rear end. I'm going to the front. Well, he did. Now he's gone back a little bit, and he's not having to look out the front windshield as much as he's having to look out the back.
Well, Deathridge's car is starting to squirm around. I think that's be a tire-related situation. And we look back, all the third car there, finally comes Kent Prather. He's definitely at a slowed pace.
Yeah, he's continuing to drop back, Mike.
Yeah, there's not going to be a 7th-time champion today with Kent Prather. You can hear his motors just really struggling down the front straight. He was actually waving cars by last time by, so I'm sure he wants to finish the race if he can, but he's definitely not going to win today.
Well, disappointment. He's had some engine problems in the past, thought he had them worked out. Obviously, they've come back, and talk about coming back. Look at Bill Wessel to the inside of Woody Deathridge. That's up through turn 7. The next complex of corners, the very fast 8, 9. Wessel knows it well. He went mudding there just a lap or 2 ago, Dorsey. Here we go.
Deathridge has got the car right now that's got the squirms. Watch the back of the...
Oh, he's going to do it again!
Yeah, same way. Oh, this time he might be in big trouble. He's in trouble. He's going to have an accident here.
Oh, he just got to the wall. He escaped with it once.
Oh,
he's not going to get by with it twice.
No, not that time. I saw it was too far gone, too much speed on, and now he's going to be lucky if he doesn't get himself in trouble.
Oh, huge disappointment for Bill Wessel. This looks like exactly what he did before, but right here, it all goes very, very wrong, very different from what happened before.
Deathridge, a good read on that crash right there, not to get involved too. Look at that. That's big trouble. That's when you know it's all going wrong.
Come on, baby. Nope. He's
Not
thinking turn, turn, turn. Nope.
Not this one.
Bill Wessel, problems from the front. He'll be dropping back. Jay Marlowe continues to have it all his way. 5 seconds in hand. On his way, perhaps, to the Jeep Production National Championship title. Jay Marlowe continues to lead from the Jeep Production National Championships at the runoffs. He finished first in his division in 2007 with 4 wins. He'd like to make it 5 wins on the season, that last one being the most important one. Take home the gold medal from the SCCA National Championship runoffs. Right now, over 5 seconds in hand, well on his way to doing just that.
Should be seeing the white flag, I believe, this time by Brian, so he's got a huge advantage. We'll just now try to be smooth. His pit crew will be telling him just calm down. Run off this last lap, it's all yours.
But you still have to finish this race. He's got a big lead. He still has 2.5 miles to go if he wants to claim the title. Anything could happen. A good battle here. That's Chris Albin in the little yellow Volkswagen, the number 3 there in front. Right behind him, that is the number 15, Gregory Gopper. Gopper trying to chase him down. This is the battle for 6th.
Chris Albin's had a little help with his driver's door. Somebody's put the front of a car right through it just about.
That Volkswagen a little narrower and not quite as square as it was when we took the green flag, so it's showing the signs of battle here in Jeep Production. And we talk about perhaps being the last year of Jeep Production. Well, in all the national classes that the SCCA runs, they do a count on cars throughout the country throughout the year, and Jeep Production had the lowest turnout this year. And so they're saying perhaps at the runoffs in 2008, when we bring 25 classes, you will not be one of them. You haven't had enough participants. That doesn't mean it's dead and gone forever. If they can get the field back up throughout the country next year, perhaps in 2009, we'll see Jeep Production back.
Well, it's got everybody that's in the class. There's your one to go infuriated. You know, you've got a race car, you're not going to be able to race it in the championship. No way, you know. So
Gopper to the inside. working his way past Albin, gets past him pretty cleanly, but Albin going to stay with him, make it difficult through 1 and 2. No, Gopper through.
Boy, Albin's got front end damage. Look at the grill. He's got the side door smashed in. He's been in a war today.
Well, he's saying, hey, if this is the last year, I'm going to get everything I can out of the car.
That could be the other part of it.
If I don't have anything to do with it, run it till the wheels fall off, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. Albin trying to get that position back from Greg Gopper. Gopper right now holding on to it in his Honda. Behind him, Albin in his Volkswagen trying to claw his way back up.
And now we have a completely dried up racetrack, and it's I'm still, the grip level won't be there because all the rubber's washed away, but for the rest of the races today, maybe we'll have some good surface.
The gamble would have been to go, as you said, Dorsey, with a completely dry setup. The track has come in, the line has dried, and that's what you wanted. But what you didn't want to do was get off track. Bill Wessel can testify to that. We saw him get by with it once. You're not going to get by with that twice. And right now, Jay Marlowe, looking in his rearview mirrors, doesn't see a soul. What he sees ahead
easy now.
Is the checkered flag onto the front straightaway. The gold medal awaits, as does the checkered flag. The crew celebrates, the flag waves, and Jay Marlowe will take the national championship, his first national championship. He won his division this year. He takes the national championship as well, and that is a spectacular 2007 season for Jay Marlowe. Go back to that battle that we saw before. Gopper in the 15 holds his position over Albin there. They'll come to the line that way and working his way back up. Wessel, Bill Wessel, trying to make amends for his off. Will he be able to get past Albin as they come to the line? A drag race down the front straightaway. They flash? No. At least it would have helped a little bit, but no.
Of course,
Wessel will finish 8th.
Chuck Mathis ended up getting that second place position, and Andy Deathridge held on for 3rd. As you see, Kent Prather's MGA one more time across the line.
Beautiful car, Kent Prather driving. The 21, Jay Marlowe celebrating. Chris?
Jay Marlowe's crew chief Ron Lyda down here high-fiving the crew. You guys said this was a Cinderella story. This is his first year of national competition, his first runoffs. You guys come away with the win.
Yes, we did. I tell you what, Jay's an awesome driver. He stayed calm and he did what he needed to do with the LNE motors. And Goodyear, they was good to us. Man, it's just awesome. It's awesome.
Now, you guys rolled the dice and went with the slicks today. Was that your decision or was that Jay's?
Yeah, it was Jay's decision for sure. He's the one, he kind of makes the final decisions. He takes my input, and that's just the way it works.
Was that a flip of the coin, or did you guys look at the weather?
We watched the weather pretty close.
Good job, guys.
I'm surprised he didn't say it was his decision. He didn't have Jay there to dispute it. Hey, take the credit when you can get it. But Jay Marlowe did a great job on the track, obviously a great job off the track as well, making the decisions, going with the setup, going with those slick tires. So Jay Marlowe makes the good call, and in the end, it pays off. It pays off with precious metal. He takes the gold in the 44th running of the SCCA National Championship runoffs. The 2007 SCCA National Championship runoffs in Jeep production has been settled. Jay Marlowe takes the crown in his rookie season. Mike?
Well, I'm trying to get in here. He's still getting his helmet and his glasses off, Jay. First year of SCCA racing, first year of the runoffs, and a win right off the bat. Congratulations.
Not first year of SCCA racing, first year of national racing, first time to the runoffs, first time I've ever seen this track. But I had a great car. We made the right call on tires. It just worked out for us.
Now, who made that selection on the slicks? Was that you, the team? I mean, that was obviously the way to go.
It was pretty much the team. We've been watching the radar all morning long, just going crazy about it, and it looked like the rain was pretty much gone. I knew there would be some wet spots, but I just had to really be careful every time I hit those wet spots, and the other 75% of the track was dry.
Now, during that black flag situation, were you worried that maybe, okay, on the restart, that's going to be his best shot to come after you, or did you just put your head down and go when you saw the green?
I just put my head down and went. This man right here builds the engines, he builds the suspension, he built this car. He made it the best, and that's the reason I'm here. Sam Neve with L&A Enterprises.
All right, congratulations.
Some drivers try for years to claim the gold.
I was going to say, he ruined it. He ruined it for himself. He's got to quit now.
Jay Marlowe did it in his first trip to the runoffs. His rookie appearance, he takes the gold, and that will make many a person jealous down on pit lane. A tremendous job, and he is as cool and calm in an interview as he was in the car throughout the competition. Soft-spoken guy.
but he did it all on the racetrack without a doubt. And a great call, Dorsey. Once again, dry was certainly the way to go.
No doubt about it. We could see it from the first couple laps that racetrack only had a couple of wet spots. So good call for his team or him. Whoever made that call was right one.
Marlowe and Mathis both on those dry setups. Mathis, he can't be upset. 3 trips to the runoffs, 2 podiums, including a national championship last year. Andy Dethridge, what a great job for Woody. He all the way up to 3rd on those groove tires. We saw the problems for Chris Himes. We talked to him earlier. Unfortunately, his day had a very early ending, but a great G production battle. Looking forward to seeing these guys back. We may not see them in 2008, but it doesn't mean we won't see them again. Let's take the opportunity to get down to Chris and talk to second place.
Well, our defending champion from last year, Chuck, you went out, you did the best you could, but Jay Marlowe just running away from you. Was there anything you could do?
I was hoping if we stayed green the whole way, I might have had a chance to wear his tires down, but he handled really good on the straightaway. But he did it over well, a very good job. And I got to thank my sponsors, Gary from 24/7, Hoosier, Redline, my best friend Rob, who had to go to...
Now I know you've done a lot. You got a lot of great sponsors, but you've also got a great history here at Heartland Park. Now, in the 90s, you won a lot of races here. You pretty surprised that a guy like Jay Marlowe can show up, his first runoffs, and win this thing?
No, he's pretty good. You should see him out there driving.
Well, obviously, he's still pretty happy with the podium finish.
Well, as we said, you know, Mathis, a good history here. 3 appearances and 2 times on the podium, including a win.
Well, they got all his crew in the car so they could take the victory lap, and then the car wouldn't start, and they didn't have anybody push it.
So they had to get out and
had to
push
get some help from
and
friends.
Get it fired up. We'll head back down to pit road and Mike.
Woody, you started the weekend on probation. You got pushed 6 positions back in qualifying, but the move of the race was that restart. How'd you get that jump?
Well, the original start went really well. I got up on the left side of the course, and I went down the far left. I'm like, these guys are checking up on the brakes. I'm going by them all. So we stayed on the pavement, did a beautiful move. I had the inside in turn 2, made a couple more moves. The black flag, yeah, it may have helped me a little bit. I started with a softer compound than normal, and they started to go off at the end of the race.
With you hand grooving those tires, does that make it that did they go away a little quicker now because of that?
I think it may have created a little extra heat, you know, prematurely, but you know, I can't really complain. I rolled the dice, and to get on the podium from the 6th row, I'm pretty happy.
All right, good job.
Very impressive performance. On the results, it says Andy Dethridge. We know him as Woody, and he is quite a character, as you saw from the interview that we did with him. Jay Marlowe taking the victory lap, something that you always get to do when you win the runoffs. It's great to do it in a production car because you get to take your crew with you.
Yeah, and the Speed Sports Mazda team will be real proud of Woody, too, because he's a full-time mechanic on that Pro Series car, and they'll be watching with interest.
Well, he certainly knows how to wrench on him. He knows how to make him go. He knows how to drive him as well. And Jay Marlowe, you can't say enough for that young man. Once again, his first appearance at the runoff, a track he had never seen. And maybe that's good. He wasn't here last year. He didn't get used to those stop-and-go corners.
Good point. New racetrack. He doesn't have to learn over now.
Right now, he takes his crew around. They wave the checkered flag. Salute the corner workers for their help in getting him to his national championship. Once again, without the corner workers, we would not be here. Plenty of excitement in G production today. What a great run by Kent Prather and Bill Wessel. Unfortunately for Wessel, it ended early, as did it for Christopher Himes. But for Jay Marlowe, this will be a year that he will always remember. The SCCA National Championships in G production. It has been settled. Plenty more racing to come right here on Speed. For Dorsey Schrader, Mike Johnson, Chris Neville, I'm Brian Till. Make sure you catch all the runoffs action, and you won't find it anywhere except here, right here on Speed.
For the first time since 1969, the Sports Car Club of America's National Championship runoffs return to one of their historic homes, Daytona. Welcome to the 52nd SCCA runoffs presented by Garmin Verb at Daytona International Speedway, brought to you by Mazda. The run for the medals begins now. And we welcome you live to Daytona International Speedway, coverage of the 2015 SCCA National Championship Runoffs, presented by Garmin Verb. I'm Rick Benjamin. Great to have you with us for our Friday afternoon coverage. My good friend Dorsey Schrader is alongside. Hayward Wagner will have our coverage on pit road. H Production up first here today to kick off our Friday afternoon's worth of racing. Got a lot of great racing for you. H Production, Formula 2, Formula 500. STU, B-Spec, and then Spec Miata tonight. So we've got a lot of great action for you as we get going here this afternoon. Should have an 18-car field in H Production coming your way very, very shortly. Let's set the scene downstairs on pit road. Hayward Wagner.
Guys, it has turned into a Florida scorcher here in Daytona. The sun is out, the surface is hot, the air is hot, a lot of humidity. Some of these cars coming out in H Production, carbureted cars, so the tuners definitely being challenged as we've had cold conditions, warm conditions, and wet over the 4 days of qualifying.
Yeah, certainly going to be a change for a lot of these drivers from what they may have seen here earlier in the week. You've been here all week. I got in Tuesday night. What is it? Much warmer than we saw earlier in the week?
Oh, it is. It's really oppressively warm here for Daytona. This time of year, you know, being the 90-degree mark like it is right now, this humidity being as high as it is, the drivers nowadays, you know, most of these guys are coming out of different regions of the country where it's not anywhere near this warm or this humid, and it will take its toll on you.
No question about that. All right, we've got our Garmin Verb Fast Lap of Daytona International Speedway coming your way. We'll get a tour around this 3.5-mile layout that includes most of the NASCAR oval as we take it down through the tri-oval here. Buck 22 in this particular car. It's a Toyota. I'm guessing this is the Toyota Yaris, perhaps, that we're watching. And it is Jason Isley, who's your pole sitter. And that is a Yaris, the two-door that he will start on the pole.
Well, H Production is the slowest of all production classes. Not to say that they're slow. We're doing 120 miles an hour, 122. This is the infield, completely flat. The slowest corner on the corner of the track is this one right here. And, you know, it seems to you when you're driving it like you could walk faster than that, but it's also a really slippery corner. You can get in trouble there. The fastest corner on the infield coming up right here, and we call it the kink, left hand flat out in this car. But you have to be on the money. It's a narrow little thread the needle kind of corner down into the right-hander. You're setting up right now to go back up onto the banking, so your mind is thinking about, okay, this next corner up ahead, I got to get this one done right. It's flat, it's off camber, it's real difficult, but it leads onto this long back straightaway, so you really have to nail this. You'll see them working through here. Come up the banking. Now with a slower car, you want to get off that wall and down onto the apron. And you see him right now, not on the apron because they've disallowed you running down there. In some of the races in the past, cars have actually driven around on the bottom of the apron to even make the track shorter, but as the chief steward says, do it this way.
Got to be outside the double yellow lines here.
Outside the double yellow lines, getting down here, ready for the bus stop chicane. It's a very fast left, right, left. You'll see right here, he's going to go down 2 gears, flick it in here, and it goes right back to the right. Now, the more you run here, the more people drop wheels. It brings sand up. That can be a skating rink through there. You have to really watch and look ahead every lap to make sure it's not full of gravel, full of dust, grass, whatever. Back on the bottom of the racetrack, shortest way around the banking. These little cars, they don't want to be up on top if they can help it because they're horsepower hindered, if you will.
Jason Isley from California. Driving the Racer.com Toyota Yaris 3-door. It's got a hatchback. And up onto the tri-oval.
So you can carry groceries.
There you go, absolutely.
You get hungry out there.
Or spare tires in a toolbox.
That too.
Be more apropos.
Used to be a mechanic, but nobody's that brave.
Over the stripe. So Jason Isley, your pole sitter in H Production, giving us our Garmin Verb Fast Lap around Daytona International Speedway.
Now, H Production used to be bug-eyed sprites, Fiat 850s, things like that. You'll still see some open cockpit. Most of it now has been changed over to the cars that you're seeing on the grid here.
Interesting field. You've got old Civic hatchbacks. Mm-hmm. You've got some, I see a VW Golf, looks like a Datsun 510 toward the back of the field. Some cars maybe eligible for vintage racing as well.
Yeah, all of them eligible vintage for sure. Box cars, I call them. You know, they're shoebox cars, and they'll surprise you. They've got bigger engines than the old bug-eyes. Why don't they run the old cars? Well, there's not many of those left. You know, old bug-eye sprites and stuff are become worth more money now, restored, than they ever could be as a race car.
Absolutely the case as we take a look. There are a couple of open-wheel cars, a lot of open-wheel cars in the paddock, of course. A lot of cars that will be seeing action a little later this weekend. Some cars getting hardship laps and so forth. But in the meantime, we get set to send our H Production field away. Let's head back to pit road, get an update from Hayward Wagner.
All right, guys, H Production rolling to the course. Jason Isley, your pole sitter. Couple of guys to keep an eye on, Sam Moore and William Perry. These are guys who have been longtime Southeastern IT racers, have done very well at the American Road Race Championship, taken championships there, moving over to the majors and national racing level to be able to qualify for the runoffs. This is their home turf. They know how to play the game here. The other car to watch, the second place qualifying car right now, went out on a hardship lap before the last session, so there may be an issue there. At the start, though, all eyes will be on Isley. His cube mate at Sports Car Magazine, Philip Royal, won a championship in T4 a couple of hours ago. If Isley can't do the same thing here, he's going to be picking up lunch for a full year.
Ooh, now that's quite a wager. I'm guessing Isley didn't have a lot to say about that. I think he was probably told this is what it's going to be. Jason Isley will be on the pole. We'll take a look at your starting lineup here as the H Production field rolls out. And again, Doris, this is one of those cases, and maybe it's because we've got this big racetrack, 3.5.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Larry, Lefty MacLeod, and we got good news, Larry.
We do.
We do. We're going back to racing here. 4:30 local time, so in about 15, 16, 17 minutes, we're going to come back. We're going to do 15-minute races to get our last 4 in today, and we're going to have a real short time between races, so you might as well head to the restrooms now, folks. We're not going to have any breaks. We're going to get everything going as quick as we possibly can. The track actually looks like it's in really good condition, all things considered. Not far off the track, that might be an issue, so drivers are going to have to do their best to keep between the white lines, because going off the track might send you to Never Never Land, and or at least Never Return Land, and that could be problematic.
Yeah, what do you think that you think there'll be any wet tires, dry tires? What do you think the teams are choosing right now?
I think they're choosing intermediate tires if they have them, and I think definitely the first group, considering they're kind of semi treaded tires anyway, because they're all on a little bit of a shaved DOT tire. They might go out on dry tires, as well as the Spec Racer Ford 3 cars. So, because the track is on the course, it's not so bad. Off the course, not so good.
Okay.
So let's get back to our break here for the next 15 minutes. We'll come back just before 4:30 to get racing started. Thank you all for your patience, and we appreciate that. And we'll be back to racing in just a bit.
Has an opportunity today to complete the super sweep if he can win this race. And Gopper qualifying 4th in his Honda Civic Si outside row number 2. Safety car dives for pit road. The Yaris of Jason Isley from California, the Racer.com 2015 Toyota Yaris, leads him to green. Drafting will be key. Big shuffle for position as we head to turn number 1.
Yaris, of course, a new car, a newer style car. Look at this Volkswagen Cabriolet from the outside. Big run. That didn't used to be a convertible, by the way.
Really?
No. That
cut the top off it?
Yes, he did.
Wow. There you go. Moving up, trying to take 3rd away from the 37 car, Brian Lynn, who started on the outside pole. There's one of the Scirocco's on the outside trying to make a move.
You've got front-wheel drive primarily all through the field here. That Spitfire, of course, is not, nor is that Datsun 510 with independent suspension all the way up.
Michael Ogren
got a smoker at the back.
Back in 5th position. There's the Scirocco moving to the outside. Doing a nice job there. That is the 5th starter, Michael Ogren from San Antonio in the 39.
Cabriolet doing a good job, the 137 there.
That's Al Hulse from Sebastian, Florida in the 137.
Got a little smoked. I think he just locked the tire up. Very aggressive start for that car.
Yeah, getting by the 37 of Lynn, who started 2nd and has given up 4 spots here already.
And Brian Lynn's a very accomplished race car driver, national champion. Certainly somebody that's reputable.
14 laps, 50 miles the distance, 40-minute time limit on these races. We haven't had a full course yellow yet here today. Don't want to jinx anybody, but so far it's been nice and clean.
Yeah, normally I'd say, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, this place, there's so much in the way of wide open spaces here at Daytona. We really haven't had a lot of beating and banging so far.
Now, these cars, like I said, they've got very small engines and don't have the top speed that this racetrack was built for. So, you know, running around here at 130 miles an hour, you know, you're way under the limit of what the track can take.
137, doing a nice job. It's the car of Al Hulse from Sebastian, Florida, started in 7th position.
This has turned into a really strange Class H production because you have now all these sedans in there. It used to be production cars were all convertible sports cars, and the Bug-Eyes and Fiats, like I said, Triumph stuff. And nowadays you've got all these newer modeled sedans or subcompacts, I guess you'd call them.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the speeds through the speed trap first time. Now that was off the start, admittedly, but we've seen cars like Michael Lewis's Jaguar, you know, buck 85 through the trap. Isley 89 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. And that feels fast in that car, I guarantee.
Yeah, yeah. And now we've put one lap on the board, much faster this time around. 130 for William Berry, who runs second. Brian Lynn, who ran third, a 133 through the speed trap. And Michael Ogren in his Scirocco, 134 miles an hour. We watch battles for position here. Working lap number 2, the 37 of Lynn and the 137 of Hulse out of Florida, fighting for position. They're battling it out for third, side by side.
Somewhat surprised I haven't seen anybody working in a real tight draft yet. These cars really need help as far as straightaway speed goes, so it would behoove you to make a deal with someone.
Yeah.
Till the end, and then, you know, nobody's friends.
Then it's
anymore.
everybody, every man for himself on the last
Exactly,
lap.
yeah.
Hulse in the 137, Lynn in the 37. The battle is for third. Right now, Hulse has gotten past. Alan Hulse from Sebastian, Florida, taking that spot over. Michael Ogren there in the 39 car. And that Scirocco out of San Antonio. Up onto the banking here at Daytona.
Everybody
Turn 1
should,
of the big track.
Yeah, everybody should be down on the bottom, on the low line. They don't need all that racetrack up there for the speed that they run here. Plus, it's shorter distance. We've said that all along. And it's considerably shorter. I used to know what it was, but you know, I'm old now.
Don't admit to that.
It's a lot different.
It is. It does make a big difference in terms of distance. Now, you mentioned front-wheel drive when the car's leaders were going through the infield section on lap number 1. How much of an advantage do you think front-wheel drive is with these small-bore race cars?
Yeah, not so much in this condition. You know, if we got into a situation with a low coefficient of friction, you know, gravel comes up or whatever, they would tend to be better there. But, I mean, front-wheel drive, one of the advantages of it is less loss of horsepower through the drive line. But that even being said, these are very, very under horsepower cars. I think most of these, you know, some of these probably break 100 horsepower maybe.
Yeah. Again, lap number 2. Jason Isley in the 99, still your leader. Second spot, William Perry in that Honda, 36 car.
Everyone pretty equally separated. You know, no one's getting much draft advantage whatsoever. The cars relatively equal on their performance level.
Alan Hulse in the 137, the Volkswagen Cabriolet. Where they did a little surgery to take the roof off a sedan. Huh?
Yeah, I was looking at that car, you know, looks like a wedge, almost looks like a modified.
Yeah, to some extent. To some extent. The you know, you think about that in this era of race cars that are built off a parts shelf where you can call up a supplier and order a chassis and a crate motor and a lot of the other bits and pieces and just bolt it together, or even just buy a car, buy a rolling chassis and maybe have it finished by a prep shop. It's cool to see guys who can still get out a cutting torch and do something like that themselves and go race.
You know, you'd look at that Cabriolet and you'd think to yourself, you know, that without the windshield and the roof and all that, it'd be aerodynamically better. It's actually worse. You know, with him being out there, the air comes up out that windshield and blows over the top of the car, providing downforce. With that thing being open like it is, it actually creates a lot of turbulence, and that turbulence, you lose speed on this. So it's a disadvantage here on this fast racetrack.
So Hulse now closing in on William Perry out of Sale Creek, Tennessee in the 36, the Honda Civic for second spot. Hulse is going to move up behind. They're going to hook up in a draft here and try to run down Isley.
They could be buddies. They could have made a deal too. You never know. But right now, that bump draft that's going on, even running that close is helping both their causes quite a lot.
Down the back straightaway here at Daytona, down the super stretch as it's known here, heading toward the bus stop.
And you want to break away and give the car in front the clean air, and you want the air on the front of your car too, so that you don't have a big understeer problem, a big aerodynamic push. Now you want to get hooked back up again. You see him, he's getting drugged right up to the back, and then he'll get to that Honda and push. These guys working together can go much faster. Somewhere, I would say 7 miles per hour at least, better doing what they're doing than if they were all by themselves.
And it's really about the only chance they have against Isley. Isley last time around ran a lap of 2:18. Perry ran a lap of 2:19, as did Hulse, but hooked together they ran a lap of 2:15.
Right.
So knocked about 3 seconds off the lap
That's what
time.
they're doing right now. Those two have made a deal. They know they have to catch that car up in the front. The Toyota's running away with it if they don't work like they did. And see how he backed away again? So these two guys exactly doing what they need to do. They should be really quick like that.
William Perry out of Sale Creek, Tennessee, in that red and white Honda Civic. In second spot right now. A.J. Hulse out of Sebastian, Florida, and that Volkswagen minus its roof. Closing back in third.
They made 2 seconds up on that one lap by doing what they did. The only thing you have to watch for when you're doing that is that when you square up, when you go to hit the guy, that you're dead straight with his bumper, because otherwise you start to turn him. If he gets turned, it slows you up. But if you do it like these two guys look like they've done it before, if you were to turn the guy and pass him, that would be a penalty. If you were to turn the guy and he spun out, that would be a penalty as well. As long as you can push and not make a position change or, you know, disrupt the flow of things, it's okay to do what they're doing.
But as we were watching these two cars draft last time around on the high banks, there was actually a gap of maybe 6 or 7 inches between the two cars. So it wasn't bump drafting in the classic sense. You think of NASCAR racing where they actually do lock bumpers and push each other around a place like this. Hayward Wagner on pit road.
Yeah, guys, I was just up on the roof of the 500 Club with Will Perry's parents. I asked them how their nerves were about the race. Mom was a wreck. Dad says it's just another race. They were really excited to see Will get matched up with the Volkswagen, have an opportunity to have a push partner to see if they could catch Isley. Isley's another guy here from California without much crew, so we don't have anybody who can talk to with him. But before the race, he told me he thought it would be a factor that these Hondas are all running 13-inch wheels. He's running a larger diameter wheel, a taller overall tire, which is less RPMs, less wear and tear on the tire. So he's hoping that he can get away and then rely on his reliability to keep a gap on the rest of the field.
Well, there's an interesting concept right there. Rolling distance on a tire makes a big difference, obviously. You know, if you do a 15-inch tire and you roll it from valve stem all the way around the valve stem, it goes a further distance than one that's 13 inches.
Sure.
So it's turning less times around to do the same amount of mileage.
All right, let's see what happens this time as, again, Perry in the 36, Hulse in the 137, the blue Volkswagen, hook up in the draft here through the tri-oval. They chopped 2 seconds out of Isley's lead last time.
Now they're going to get racy at Laguel.
Oh, trouble for the 11 car.
I saw this earlier. This was parked over at the bus stop. He either didn't make the chicane, but you have to come to a full stop if you don't. He did that over there, but now he's made a full stop somewhere else, and so I think we have mechanical. I see a Datsun 510 down there too on the inside of turn 1, so we've had 2 mechanical issues actually.
The 11 car, Tim Pitts out of Louisville, Tennessee, the performance tuning Volkswagen Golf, a 1990 Golf, coasting off out of power evidently and off the racetrack into a safe area, so no caution flag. Again, we mentioned earlier, we have not had a single caution thus far today in the first 5 or so races of these 2015 SCCA National Championship runoffs. Here comes Hulse in that 137, that blue Volkswagen, minus its roof. Closing right back in on the 36 of William Perry from Tennessee.
As these race cars get older, parts become more hard to find. If you blow an engine and throw a rod through a block, you have to go out and find a block and the pieces to build an engine from. Well, there weren't that many of them, to be quite honest with you, over a period of time that, you know, are eligible. So that's why we don't have the cars that we used to in this class, and we have cars now that, you know, are of a newer nature, if you will, like that Toyota in the front's, you know, pretty new.
Brand new car, yeah, 2015 model Yaris. For Jason Isley out of California, Costa de Casa, California. Here's your race leader, hoping to close the deal and win the gold medal here at the SCCA National Championship runoffs. On the backstretch,
the whole front of that Volkswagen Cabriolet is square, so it's nothing but a big bumper anyway.
Yeah.
So use it.
Dropping down into the bus stop as they work to cut some distance out of Isley's lead. Perry in second in the Honda, Hulse third in the Volkswagen. Perry in that red and white 36 up onto the banking again.
It's hard for these guys to do this, what they're doing, because it's not. Oh, we've got a full course yellow, something.
See, I jinxed them. First time today.
Well, there was a car back there in the bus stop that's been sitting there.
Pitts in the 11, stopping back on.
So they're going to take care of some issue out on the racetrack. But what I was saying is, it's hard for these guys to do what they're doing because they don't normally do it. You get used to it in NASCAR. There's the 11 car. That's what we were talking about. The Volkswagen sitting at the bus stop, I think mechanically hindered. But you can't see through the car in front of you if you do a lot of that. NASCAR guys are just turning left at the end of the straightaway. You know, it's different. They're not adjusting speed like these guys have to. It's tough. I mean, they don't get to practice this.
Absolutely. All right, coming to the stripe here. Cars a little further back in the field. Michael Ogren running 5th in the 39 and 6th to 59. Edward Funk out of Massachusetts.
Could be a pass under yellow.
CRX, yeah.
We went full course yellow, as you see right there, double yellow, and we know that car is back there in the bus stop. So any pass made, the yellow flag is at advisory from the standpoint of it's telling there's something's wrong, but it's also a demand flag, and the demand is no passing.
5 laps are complete. 9 remaining here in the H Production feature on this Friday of the 2015 SCCA National Championship Runners. Jason Isley.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We've been having a little bit of Larry, we just put our feet up. We did, took time about kind of thing. So we've had sheep this week, sheepdogs on the track. We've had rain, we've had lightning, and we had hail. And
mudslides. We had mudslides.
Yeah, we did have some mud going across the track too.
I don't know if our audience saw that, but yes, down there between 1 and 2 was a giant mudslide that's since been cleaned up. This has been an unbelievable day, but you got to hand it to the staff here at Thunderhill. Has done a fantastic job to get us where we are. And I tell you, look out the windows now, and it's like, is this the same place that was hailstorms an hour and a half ago?
I mean, we already have a dry line forming on parts of this racetrack. It's nuts. So let's get to it real quick. We're about to get Group 4 out here. It's STL, STU, T2, T3, and T4. Here's your starting lineup. Top 10 rows. In the 10th row, Tom Van Veen and Whitfield Gregg. In the 9th row is going to be Izzy Sanchez and Tony Kiritsus. In the 8th row, Amy Mills and Carl Young. Row 7, Mark Cefalo and Michael Lowe. Row number 6 is Scotty B. White and Ryan Gutierrez. Now we get into row number 5, Todd Clark and Wilson Powell. Row number 4 is going to be Mikhail Butenko and Ken Peterson. Row number 3, Mark Hoover and Roger Eagleton. Now our top 2 rows. On the inside of row 2, Chris Hart in the T3 car. That's a Nissan 370Z. He is from Yakima, Washington. Next to him will be Sean Lovett in the car number 137. That is a T3 BMW E46 from Petaluma, California. And then our front row, Nathan Pope on the outside. Car number 42, STU, a Honda Prelude. And all Honda front row, your pole sitter is Ryan Hazelton, an STU car. That is a Honda S2000. Pace lap is underway, and we are going to get this thing going, Mr. Lefty, and have a good time with it too, I bet.
We are. I don't think our postal Hazelton actually ran in yesterday's race, so this will be, obviously he qualified on this morning's times. We'll see what he does here. The track is a little different this morning. They had probably a damp line. I'm pretty sure that, like he said, a lot of dry out there. So Hazelton, let's see what he can do. Yesterday's race, it was the T3 cars that just vaulted to the front there. Lovett kind of walked away and took that win. STU ended up being won by Hoover. But the best battle was T4. It was Scotty B. White and Mark Stefano put on the best show of that group. Let's see if that battle reignites here as we get going with this. About the different type of format that we woke up this morning and thought we'd have. We're not doing a 35-minute, 18-lap race. This is 15-minute sprint to win.
Yep, this is a dash for trophies. We don't do dashes for cashes here, but this is definitely a trophy dash. Split start in this group. Our STU cars will start up front. All of our touring cars will start in the second pack here, and that's what we're looking at here as they come through it's been so long since we've been on the air, Lefty, I've forgotten what they call this.
Crow's Nest.
Well, Crow's Nest, thank you.
The one place in a heavy storm you don't want to be.
Yeah, except because of all of the elevation change, the Crow's Nest is practically dry. Water
Yes,
ran off that really fast, and we are getting ready to get started here. 15-minute races here. We're going to get them back-to-back with very little time between, so hope you popped your popcorn, you got your hoagie ready, and you're sitting back and watching with us as we get these final 4 races in today.
This is going to be interesting. Everyone's out there. This is their chance. It's like a sighting lap as much as anything for these drivers to really understand, is there any standing water left on any corner, and is there any greasiness? Because not only was there rain, it would have washed anything on the edges of the track across the surface. There's going to be gravel, there's going to be clag, there's going to be all sorts of stuff. These drivers are right now trying to figure that out, make mental notes. 3 miles is a lot of track to remember where every little speck of rubber and dirt was. This is going to be an interesting lap.
And the good news is, because they had to blow the entire track to blow the hail off, yes, that's what I just said, they blew the hail off the track. Hopefully all the clag has left the track as well, so there shouldn't be any marble issues, at least for the first race here. And so that is, I guess, the benefit of this 2-hour delay.
Yeah, look at this. Still little some damp spots though. You can see that little bit of downhill braking going into 14. Could be interesting the first time they come through. They're hot to finish lap 1. This is their chance to see, does anything look better than anywhere else? And then they're going to go into turn 1 hot here in just a minute. There it is, green flag down.
That's right, green flag is in the air, and here they come down the main straight for the first time into the big unknown of turn number 1, following 3 cars wide in the very back of the pack. Here comes your leader through for the first time. Let's see how they handle all of the situations. Still 3 wide in the back of the pack, Lefty.
They'll have to get things sorted out, but not quite yet. We're still 2 wide up there for 3rd.
And here comes, we have a waving yellow flag. That was one of the flat-out cars, it looks like, may have had an issue. I'm hoping it's now going. Here comes our second group, should be coming soon to take the green flag on the front edge. And here's our green flag again with a briefly waving yellow. That means turn 1 or 2 is clear. Here they come side by side past the start-finish line for the first time here. 15-minute races, 14 and 14 left on the clock here. Going wide here might not be the best idea for this first lap, but we will watch to see. It looks like probably everyone got through just fine.
We got a slow car just on the outside there too, and there was contact.
Big contact.
Yeah, that was your leader. That was a T3 leader who I think was the Nissan of Chris Hart that may have contacted the back of that slow-moving car and trying to fight his way through there, but we're probably going to go to at least a little local yellow, if not more. I'm not sure that little car is moving at this point.
Yeah, that car got hit pretty well here, so I'm sure they're going to have to get out there because it's right in the middle of the racetrack. So if that car doesn't move very quickly, they're going to have to go full course, and that is exactly what has happened here. So let's do this, Lefty. Let's take our break now so we can kind of assess what's going on, and we'll be able to get some information and try to see what's going on here. Here's our break. We're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live. live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
All right, we're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Under full course yellow here with 11 minutes left in this race. So essentially what happened was we had a slow car from the first pack who was trying to get to, trying to get to a safe position, and maybe didn't realize that the second pack was coming. And when they tried to get to the inside of the race course, there was contact with, I think, the leader of whatever that first pack was, or the second pack.
It looks like the car that initially had slowed, the one you can see on our screen there. I think that's the Tom Van Zeen number 69 STU in a Honda Civic. And the car that he then looks like had come in contact was the red 370Z of Chris Hart, who was the lead of the touring pack that was coming through. So we've got the services vehicles on the scene now, and we'll see how quickly they can get this cleaned up. Clearly, we're on a clock. So.
Yeah, I was saying, if we can go back to that camera for a second and pull the pylon down, you can see the second car is right behind the pylon there. Driver is out of that car, and so that's good news. And so we can move on to a different camera here while we wait to find out what the status is on the driver of the first car. And I guess we can talk about what the running order is at the moment. I guess we've lost all of the benefit of the split start now that they've all pulled back together here. Your leader at the moment is Nathan Pope. He was in the STU car, followed by Ryan Hazelton, Mark Hoover, and Wilson Powell. And then if you go down to the touring group, it's now Sean Lovett who is your leader. The T3 car, Roger Eagleton, Todd Clark, those are your top three in that second pack, which of course has now caught back up with the first pack. So, yep, and I'm seeing a black flag all right now, so we're going to pull these cars in, and we will figure out what the situation is going forward on that.
And in that case, the clock still runs, correct?
Yes. Well, in normal conditions, it does. They may black flag them, get them in, and then red flag the race to try to keep the time. But we're running really up on the clock here. I haven't gotten a determination yet, and I probably should have asked that question if there's been any extension to the 6 o'clock deadline here for a cold track. Maybe we can get some clarification on that here in the next few minutes. But as I believe it, there is a 6 o'clock curfew here. And that will be when we're done, regardless of what the situation is. And if that's the case, they might even just leave this clock rolling here. And but we'll see if we can get some information on that.
Yeah, let's hope that we're able to get at least a lap or two in a green for a sprint for these cars. Being the first group out after that long break, these guys were kind of waiting with anticipation, did a great job of getting themselves ready. I'm really hoping that I'm sure the stewards will do everything they can to give them that opportunity. and I'm sure the crew here at Thunderhill is going to do everything they can to get the 2 cars off that track as fast as they can. If we're able to, it's going to be interesting because the T3 battle right now, they're sitting 1st and 3rd in their order, but they're also 10th and 12th in the overall. I suspect that they're probably a little quicker than the back of the STL crowd that's in front of them, and that could make things interesting should we go green, because suddenly their battle will be happening between some lap cars unless they force some sort of split on a restart. Not sure if that'll happen.
All right, so the good news, Larry, is I can see both drivers out of the car. So that is the positive news here. One of the problems we've got is that car that's off in the distance there is so far off the track, and we've had so much rain in such a short period of time. I don't know if the tow truck can get out there to retrieve that car at the moment. I think that could be a problem, and I'm just speculating. I've got no information on that from anybody official, but I don't know.
At a minimum, maybe the guys with the tow truck might need their wading boots to get out there to hook a strap.
Exactly. So, anyway, real good news there with that situation as far as the drivers are concerned, if nothing else. So. If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America, whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars. SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. And ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information. On a little side note, Lefty, the first fill-in race we ran during our break was the original first national championship for Spec Miata.
Yeah.
And there's a guy in that race, Mark Hoover.
Mm-hmm.
He's in 3rd place right now in STU.
Totally by plan. We knew he would be in the next race. I'm sure when we selected that feed.
We planned that perfectly. But a ton of folks that we still race with us today. I saw a run through on that link. Bob Stretch was in that race. His sons are racing Spec Miata now in the Super Tours. They're not here this weekend. Jim Drago, who is at most of our Super Tours east of the Rockies, he was in that race. So a lot of folks were in that race. I was like, wow, look at all those names. I see those names there, and I see these names
Matt
here.
Reynolds was in that, and we just saw him a couple weeks ago at Hallett doing obviously dominating there and everything he runs in. So yeah, that was a fascinating race, knowing it was also the first national championship for Spec Miata, and how that class has just grown by leaps and bounds.
That was
speaking of Mark Hoover, I'm wondering, he's in this race today. I wonder if he's in the same car, because he is in an MX-5 here in STU. If that is his old Spec Miata car, it really would be.
I may have to try to track him down tomorrow and ask him that question, because it was just by chance that all those guys were in the race. So clock is still rolling at 5 minutes and 20 seconds here. I'm watching the starting stand like everybody else here. To see if they're going to throw a checkered flag here.
Great if they didn't. I'd love to see an actual sprint lap.
We don't typically do the green white checker thing, but that would be that might be all they can get in here if they try to go back here. The unfortunate part is I don't see any of the cars moving yet. They're working hard to get them hooked up and out of there, and that is the slowing down at the moment. And I see that red car moving a little bit, maybe, or am I not? Because I didn't see that in my view before. I think what they've done is they've pulled a huge long rope out to that car, and if you can go back to that camera, turn 2 camera, and drop there we go.
Yeah, so the car's moved.
Yeah, so what they've done is they've put what is probably a 300-yard rope out there, so that they didn't have to put the tow truck in the mud. And that's what I didn't want to see. Checkered flag is out here, and that's going to be the end of this race. And I have to get some clarification on how many laps we had to run to have an official race. And I honestly, we're in uncharted territory here, Lefty. As long as I've been doing this, and as much as I'm a pretty good Bible reader, GCR reader, I don't know what I've ever read about a 1-lap race or a 2-lap race. So we'll get some clarification, and I'm sure if I don't get it for you tonight, I will have it for you tomorrow.
Yeah, and I'm wondering that the Civic down there, the original car that had been going slow, that kind of got caught in all this, hasn't moved yet. I'm hoping they maybe have him on the tow. I'm worried that maybe they're having Is it now? I'm hearing now maybe he's on the hook, so that'll be good. Yep, there they start to roll. I'm also hoping there's no fluids down, as it was I think the front of the 370Z. They maybe made contact. Hopefully, there's no additional fluids down compared to the amount of fluid we've had dropped from the skies today. But yeah, it looks like they got him with a tow, which at least helped keep the schedule going for the 15-minute sprint races for these last 3 that we've got coming up.
So they're rolling all of the cars across the timing loop here. So it will officially be 3 laps in the books, I believe. They had the first
2.
lap, then 1 lap under the full course yellow, and then when they came around on the black lap, this would be literally considered, I think, the 3rd lap. I could be completely wrong, though.
Okay.
What is Race Hero? Yeah, no, it's saying 1 complete, so this would be 2 complete. Yeah, we'll get clarifications on all of this. The really good news is that the 6 car, I think, or the 5 car that I'm looking at, it's driving back on its own power. So hopefully the contact wasn't horrible, and he'll be able to get back out here tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll at least help him be a part of that Western Shootout we've still got to come tomorrow.
And they're towing you can see the car on the right there with the tow truck. That's the car that was part of this whole thing. And I will say,
and
though,
there's the Nissan. You can see him there coming around turn 4.
He ain't going real fast, though.
No,
that's
okay.
His own power, but he ain't going fast.
No, to secure the front fascia back on that car, do a little alignment. Let's check the cooling system, and hopefully he'll be out there tomorrow.
Right. That's a good thought process. So, I'm not even going to go through a finishing order because I don't know how accurate things are and where it's going to lay out how this is. So, we'll take a short break here, and I think it'll be pretty short because I know they're going to want to get this Group 5 race started pretty quick. So let's do that. We'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have Group 5 for you. Stay with us.
big old thing, you know, that you go through. It's on the track.
And we're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park, Hoosier Racing Tire, SCCA Super Tour, getting ready for race number 5. This is going to be Spec Racer Ford. 15 minutes, Lefty, and hopefully they'll get a few more laps in the race before it. That was unfortunate. It seems like we're just having a series of unfortunate events. If you're looking at the camera here, folks, right next to pit wall, there's a white line. That is not paint. That is hail. We still have a little accumulation on the racetrack. If anybody hits that, that's their own fault. But that is, it's in the shade, so it hasn't melted yet. And sun's getting a little low in the sky here, and that is the situation. We've got our cars lined up here, our Spec Racer Ford cars. Let me run through our starting order real quick, and as we get ready for another 15-minute race here. Our top 10 rows again. Actually, you know what? All the time I got, I'm going to go through all of them. Starting in 25th per 7. What's that?
Go for it.
25th position is Robert Peelsticker. In 24th, Bruce Richardson. 23rd, Jim Ricketts. 22nd is Paul Luca. 21st will be Scott Monroe. Row number 10, Judson Holt and Paul Gowdy. Row number 9 is Brandon Lewis and Eric Hand. Row number 8, Jerry Apples and Graham Wood. Now on to row number 7, we've got Sean O'Boyle and John Solner. Row number 6, Andre Parra and Lee Douglas. Now our top 10 cars in our top 5 rows. Row 5 on the inside, Darrell Anderson and Bill Booth. Row number 4 on the inside is Henry Tabor. Tom Burke will be next to him. Row number 3, Todd Harris and Taylor Harris. And then we've got row number 2, Hayden Fisher and Joe Koo. Your front row on the outside, the instructor, the teacher, Mr. Miyagi, John Black. On the inside is Danielson, the student, Caleb Schrader in car number 99. And that is your starting order for race number 5. What do you think, Lefty?
I think this sprint is going to make things very interesting here. These drivers know they're going to have to get it out, get it done, and if they just saw the last race, they know that any sort of yellow is going to shut this thing down very likely and not get the rest of the race in. So it's going to be a lot of aggression.
There's already a car off? Yeah,
there's already looks like a car off, and that may not be good. We'll see how quickly he can get back on, assuming he can. Yes, he can. Come on. I can feel it. Let's go.
Yes, I think I can. I think I can.
Not much ground clearance.
Oh, no.
He's almost there.
Come on. Come on. Don't get high-sided. Oh. And we're clapping on the stream for the car who spun on the base lap. Oh, gosh.
He just made about 24 very good friends by getting that car going with the other cars in this field.
So someone in the stream told me what the relationship was on the Taylors. I'm trying to scroll back through.
Okay, I can tell you what it is. I had looked this all up. That would be on the Harrises. You've got Todd is the dad, a former pro driver. Actually used to run, I think, in GT1 and SCCA form, ran some Pro Series stuff. And Taylor is his son, who I believe, based on the articles I've read, probably in his early 20s at this stage. But yeah, it's a father-son team with Todd the dad, Taylor the son. And I think right now, Todd is just on the inside of the same row with his son. And I can tell you, having raced with my son, these gloves are off. You just go. We'll see how they end up today.
I love it.
But at the front, I think Caleb Schrader has been out there in every condition you could throw at him this weekend already, between the Spec Ford and the FE2 that he's already run. He's been very fast all weekend. Just got nipped at the end of the race yesterday by the veteran John Black. John can't wait until the 24th minute to make that pass today. He's going to have to do it early, especially if we get any sort of yellow, could shut this race down. If you want to win, you got to make a move early. Aggression could pay off here.
So what we've learned is, yes, there is a 6:05 hard stop here. So if there's any problems, these races are going to go 15 minutes regardless of what the situation is. So lesson learned on the first race. Hopefully these guys can keep it going, and we won't have that same problem again. Just a couple corners before we get back to the start of racing here in race number 5.
Beautiful blue skies and sunny. Couldn't ask for anything more. Just don't dip a wheel because there's floods offline.
12 and 6. Turn 12 leads onto the back straight here. Cars already starting to line up 2 by 2. That's good to see. And they will come around turn 14 and 15 and onto the main straight. And then Caleb Schrader will lead them down to hopefully a green flag. I will say the field's going to have to look really ugly to get a green flag here, Lefty.
Yeah, at this point, as long as they see cars and there's not chaos, there's going to be a green, and that's just, let's see how this goes. If this race can go more than
not in the first row.
Yeah, let's see if this race makes it more than 2 corners.
Here comes our green flag. Here we've got them, 20-some cars, all headed down towards turn 1. And this should be interesting, folks. We've got a big group of cars coming through. You can see the hail being kicked up into the air there as they came through. 2 cars spinning off to the right now, trying to see if there's any contact. They're all continuing, it looks like. Hopefully they can get back onto the racetrack without any issues. Now they come into turn 2, 3 wide in the back, but it looks like Caleb Schrader's walking away already in the front, Lefty.
Yeah, he seems to be a quick starter, and he's keeping up that trend right now. This is going to be fascinating, but he does have some company. I think that might be John. Yeah, that is Black actually in the lead, and that blue car, John Black, has gotten around him.
And those are the 2 cars that put on the big show yesterday. Oh, 2 cars going off at the exit.
One's
4.
Way
off. One went way off the track, and then we've got this one here that hopefully can get started. Oh boy, I'm kind of hoping that checking on the sheep.
The one we can see. The one we can see is moving, and the other one might need a shepherd to lead him back to the track. Luckily, we've got a few in the area.
Is that the one that rejoined a little closer up in front of us, Brandon? Okay, so both cars are now back on the racetrack.
Excellent.
We are all clear, and we should be able to keep racing here.
That's the reason, though, I had mentioned. You got to be aggressive early to pick up spots. John Black has done that, took the lead because just in case that we had to go to a full course yellow, that's the only chance you're going to get. Now, can Caleb make a bit of a retaliation? Can he give it? Look at that already, sticking his nose down the inside through 10. That was sweet.
Well, I mean, this is one of those things where it's like you realize green flag is go time. There's no way to rest on your laurels here because we could have a 2-lap race and be done. So you're absolutely correct.
Yep, and now they're not even worried about what's happening behind him. Because back there in third, you've got Hayden Fisher. You got, what do they call these names we've got down there? Joe Koo also back there. And then you got the Harrises right now. Todd, I think, might still be ahead of Taylor. We'll see what they look like when they come across the stripe. But the front 2 are definitely pulling away. John, a pretty solid opening lap there to hold down that lead.
12 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Black, Schrader, Todd Harris, Hayden Fisher, Joe Koo. Henry Tabor, Sean O'Dale, O'Boyle, Daryl Anderson, Graham Wood, Joe Koo dropped down way a bunch here to 12th place. He was in the top 3 rows, so I'm not sure what happened. He might have been one of those cars that slid off early.
I'm thinking the other one might have been Taylor Harris because he had started, I think, on that 3rd row next to his father, Todd, and he just crossed the stripe to finish that lap in 22nd. That is a huge plummet.
It is, and I'm thinking that Tom Burt and Jerry Applis were the cars that went off here at the exit of turn 5. Yeah. Turn 4, I mean, because they are the last cars on the grid or on the timing sheet at the moment.
Well, let's keep an eye out for both Taylor Harris as well as Tom Burke to be making a push through the field. You don't have much time. We're probably only going to get maybe about 6 more laps at best, maybe 5. They're going to have to push and push hard to make up positions every single corner. But the front 2, they're nose to tail. They're locked in just like they were yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely checking out, which is what they need to do in this situation. because there's not a lot of time. We're at 15-minute races. That's probably 6 laps, maybe 7 laps. So there's not a lot of not a lot of real estate out there, not a lot of miles to make too many moves.
Not at all, but you look at these battles now. That battle there might be for about 5th or something like that, with Dwibby, Joe Koo, and a few others all sort of lined up. So that battle is going to be waged pretty hard, and I suspect we're seeing some aggression with a very short race. Everyone's got that bit of anxiety pent up. They want to get out there after watching that hailstorm roll through, and they're getting the itch saying, I got to get out there, I got to get out there. Now they're out there, and it's, I got to find a spot, I got to move up into the position, and it's going to get tense here.
Gonna get tense. It is tense. I don't know how much we're gonna get. I mean, it is 10 minutes to go, and everyone is doing their best to get to the front. 0.6 of a second, the gap between John Black and Caleb Schrader after 2 laps. Here comes the second group of cars. This is third and fourth, Todd Harris, Hayden Fisher, and then a whole just plethora of cars now flying past the start-finish line. And John Black is opening up a little bigger lead now as he heads up towards the crow's nest. And Caleb Schrader better work hard to stay on his back tailpipe there, because if Black pulls ahead with this short amount of time, there's not a lot of time to catch back up.
Yeah, Black seems to be quicker in the first sector of this track so far, and like you said, he's pulled ahead a bunch of lengths, but I think the same thing happened the last lap, and by the time they got around to about turn 12 onto the back straight, Caleb Schrader was right back underneath the tail, the rear deck lid of John Black. So there's a bit of that strengths playing to each other around the track. For Caleb, he's just got to figure out if he can find a spot by it. Again, with only maybe 4 more laps, he's not going to get many chances, but a little slow for John Black coming around 7 and 8.
Yeah, exactly. And he apparently a big slide at 8, and Caleb Schrader said, I see that, I'm coming through. Tried to, but John Black was able to close the door and stay up front here. But that's the kind of thing you got to watch out for and really take advantage of those opportunities when they come.
Well, look at the battle there from third, though. I think that's Todd Harris and Hayden Fisher battling it out, and I'm not even sure who's ahead right now. I think it's Harris in the 44 ahead of the 14 of Fisher. They are locked in for that battle for the last step on the podium as tightly as the 2 for the front 2 positions are battling.
All right, let's take our break real quick, because we've got to hopefully get the last 5 minutes of racing in live here on our stream. Let's do it. Let's take it now. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. We're back in a minute.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
And we're back live at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Race number 5, Spec Racer Ford, 6.5 minutes left to go in this race. We also want to let people, oh, big spin there. Thankfully, no one nearby as long as the people coming through next don't have any issues. And they're oh, that was really close. At least it looked close. Hopefully it was just the perception of the camera angle that we had there. But that car has gotten through, no contact, ready to go, no hard, no foul. Thanks a lot. Right up front, Lefty, our leaders still, John Black and Caleb Schrader, 0.6 of a second lead for Black at this point in time.
Yeah, but he's for Caleb Schrader. He lost yesterday's race right at the end. I'm sure he wants revenge, but he's got to find a place where he's faster. And right now, John Black is faster everywhere. No one's catching him. In fact, John Black just pulled out another couple of tenths on that last lap alone. And they may even in this format, with even in a sprint race, may catch some traffic. We'll see how they do. But the other battle is the battle for third, where Hayden Fisher just passed Todd Harris for third. Those two are locked in tight, but they've now since swapped positions. We'll see if Fisher can hang on to it or if Todd Harris has anything to say.
And here comes your leaders down to turn 10. Now, if you're listening to this camera here and you're hearing squealing in the background, it is not cars going off the racetrack. Right behind our camera is a skid pad that has been active all afternoon. So if you're hearing the squealing tires, don't fret. It's not our guys, well, at least hopefully, but it is the skid pad.
As there's our leaders there. Look at this. I think Schrader's as close as he's been now, going down the back straight, maybe with a chance to pop out and maybe force John Black into a bad line here through 14-15. It's gonna be tight. 5 minutes to go in this race. Probably they should get a third lap, maybe?
Yeah.
2 minutes a lap. They each just ran 159s.
Yeah, I think there'll be 2 minutes or 2 laps at this point. So this should be the second to last lap. Because they're going to come around under 2 minutes here after this one, so they should get the white flag next time by.
I'm not sure. I'm speculating they're going to get a third because at 2 minutes a lap, like those two are running 159. So you knock down 2 minutes.
Yeah, you went to engineering school, so maybe I should trust you in your math better than me in my math.
But either way, I'll tell you what, Caleb Schrader would probably want all the laps he can buy at this point. And John Black is saying, go ahead and throw that checker anytime you guys are ready. But look at them. Look at them. Nose to tail going to the crow's nest. Oh, yeah.
So close to the crow's nest. And then a little gap now has been widened with the third place car, Hayden Fisher. Now it's over a second between those two cars. So
yeah,
that's going to be tough for Todd Harris to make up here with either 2 or 3 laps to go. Here comes your leaders now through 8 again, and Caleb Schrader here is in a great spot to make a move. He's just got to find the place to do it.
And he might be trying now as he comes around into 9. I don't know if that's the place to make a pass, but he was underneath the deck lid. You know how these cars love to race that, so tight, nose to tail. Caleb trying to find that spot. Look at this as they come down the hill. Maybe he's got to run.
This could be the move for the lead, and it could be the decisive move for the race. There is Schrader trying to get there side by side through 10, almost peeking in, but John Black was able to keep the foot in it.
Oh, that was awesome. Didn't quite get the pass, but look, he may have caused a little bit of late to the throttle for John Black. Caleb going to get this run. It's a downhill break-in zone. He is on the inside. Can he hold it?
It looks like he's going to take the lead here for the first time on what will probably be the second to last lap now. You might have been right, Barry.
I like that.
I'm going to stop doing math. Here they come down the line, side by side.
It's a drag race.
Just John Black by it says 0.3, but that can't be it. 0.053 seconds. Had to wait for the timing loop to update on my screen. 0.053 seconds at the line.
Oh, John, just spectacular. He used the outside run around that hairpin there at 14-15 to get the long run and hold that line all the way down the front straight into 1, which gave him the inside line, forcing Caleb Schrader wide. We saw him kind of slide the car down through 2, but he hasn't gone anywhere yet. Look at him. He's right back underneath the back of him. Caleb seems to have found his groove. He just can't find the place to go by, and John using all the veteran savvy to hold him back.
Well, the question is, did Schrader learn what he needed to learn on that lap so that on the final lap he can try to do the same thing? And if he could be just a few feet further forward at that drag strip at the line, it was barely a nose for the lead last time by. He doesn't have to be that much faster last time to make this happen.
He doesn't need to. Let's see what he's able to do as they come around 7 and 8 now, using all the apron to get there.
That
close.
Caleb Schrader car must look like the size of a Mack truck in the rear view mirrors of John Black right now. He is all over the back of that car, and here he comes again, real close as they head into turn 10.
He's not in the position to shove down the inside like he was before, but maybe he's trying to get the better run off the 10-11, and then as they go down the back straight, maybe have a better run even than he did the last time, which was pretty good. This time, if he does it, he's going to have to stick the landing, as they say, and get the braking done and get on the gas early. That's where I think John Black was able to hold him. He got on the gas better coming out and was ahead at the timing stripe. They should see white flag this time by. It looks just like a carbon copy of the last time.
It does. It does. Caleb Schrader trying to make that move again on the inside. And now the white flag will come out here as they come to the line. What's the distance going to be this time? Well, he didn't stick the landing like you said, but you know what he did is, I think maybe he's decided, I can't do this on the second lap because John Black's going to come right back at me on the final lap.
Let's see what he does going in. Yeah, let's see what he does going to 2. We are on final lap now. There it is.
Into 2. That's John Black on the outside, Caleb Schrader on the inside. That's going to put Schrader on the outside at 3, which could be a bit treacherous, but he's made the complete pass now. He's fully in front of John Black. Caleb Schrader in the lead now as they head up towards the Crow's Nest on the final lap. Does John Black have anything left? There's a slower car they're going to come up on. Not sure if that car is going to be part of this discussion. Can they get that past that car in a decent place?
Well, that's the same place that John Black made the move on Caleb yesterday. It was going on the outside through 2, and this time they were in the same position, but Caleb had a better run on the inside to hold that line. Great job, but does John Black have a counter move? He knows where he can be faster, but I'm not sure this is the part of the track where John's faster. I think this is Caleb's strength, unless Caleb makes a bit of a mistake. He's been real strong through the second, third sector.
Yep, there's that slower car with Schrader in front. In the second car, there's a first-place car on the racetrack. Hopefully they can get around that slower car without any issues. Here they come into turn 11. There is that slower car again right up in front. Could this be a thing? I hope not. Schrader's got to find the right spot to get around them and not let Black take advantage. Here they come through 10. The slower car gets out of the way. Great job. They should be able to get right past him. Hopefully that car will just slow down and let him by.
Oh, no. Something happened to Schrader. He's
slowing down. What happened there? John Black has made the move. He is going to be able to take the win here. What is this?
Did he miss a gear?
Schrader car maybe missed a shift.
I mean, if he's got the same sequentials, that'd be odd, but he could still be running the old H-pattern. If he missed a gear coming onto that back straight, that just cost him the race. He looks like he's still going to be in second. He's under full power now, but heartbreaking last couple of corners.
Wow, John Black's going to take the win. 3.8 seconds, the gap at the line, which was not representative at all about what the deal is there. Wait to see who comes across the line. Third, that's going to be Hayden Fisher, is going to take the last spot on the podium. Todd Harris will finish 4th.
All right, and then for 5th place, you got Anderson, Tabor, and O'Boyle. I think we're all running essentially nose to tail. So that's Daryl Anderson, Henry Tabor, who's got some fans watching the race, and Sean O'Boyle. All of them now coming to the stripe to see who's in the lead. It's Anderson for 5th.
There you go, absolutely. Anderson for 5th, then Tabor, then Sean O'Boyle. Well, that was fast and furious action for 15 minutes.
And we still got a couple more battles. In fact, in this next pack, I think you've got Taylor Harris. Remember, he started up in like 6th in this race, had the issue on the first lap, has worked his way back up to 13th. He's the number 40 somewhere in this pack. He just finished, so this pack here might be the 14th through 18th or something. I'm not sure exactly, but it's a pretty intense pack.
Gowdy, Holt, Peel Sticker, and Booth coming to the line right now. Ends up being Booth, Douglas, Gowdy, and Holt. Peel Sticker actually first, then Booth. Oh, every big position change here. All those packs on the last lap were different packs. I'm sorry, all the packs on the second to last lap were way different orders on the final lap.
Unbelievable. That's sprint racing that's how sprint racing goes, right?
Wow.
Oh, I feel heartbroken though for Caleb Schrader there. Had made the move he needed to make on his rival, got the pass done, and something happened. The car just didn't go as he got onto that back straight. Looks like he's got it going now on his cool-down lap, but unfortunately, still able to recover in a second spot. But boy, what a great race those two just put on.
Absolutely. Let's run through them real quick. Your winner, John Black. 2nd place podium, Caleb Schrader. 3rd place is Hayden Fisher. 4th through 10th, Todd Harris, Daryl Anderson, Henry Tabor, Sean O'Boyle, Joe Koo, Graham Wood, and Brandon Lewis. 11th through 15th, Scott Monroe, Taylor Harris, John Salner, Rob Peelsticker, Bill Booth, and Lee Douglas in 16th, Eric Hand in 17th, Paul Luca, Bruce Richardson, Tom Burt. They round out your top 20 here. Whew. All right, Lefty, let's take ourselves a break, catch our breath, because the next group is going to be just as exciting, I think. B-Spec, Production Cars, and GTL. That's next from Thunderhill Raceway Park. Hoosier Racing Tire, SCCA Super 2. We'll be back in a minute. No rest for the weary, Lefty. No rest for the weary. As quick as they get them off, we get them back on because we're running out of time, folks. This is Group 6, B-Spec, E-Production, F-Production, H-Production, and GTL. I have the starting lineup. Would you like me to do that, Lefty? I've lost Lefty. Is Zach hearing me?
I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay, I just want to make sure all was good.
Sorry about that.
Were you
gotta find my mute button.
Were you doing that on purpose just to make me feel like the world was coming to even more of an end? I can't do this without you, man. This is the buddy system. All right. All right, let's get going. Glenn McCready is your pole sitter. Next to him, Brian Lynn in the GTL car. Row 2 is going to be Kurt Fritchie and Lee Fleming. Row 3, Albert Correa and Joe Carr. Row 4 is Tim Lindrud and Thomas Lepper. John Trich and Ali Naomi is going to be in row 5. Sean Lovett did not qualify. If he's out there, he'll start at the back of the pack for this race. Let me see if there's another car in the back. Oh, yeah, there's a car in the back of the pack that is not a B-Spec car. That is probably Sean Lovett there, who's going to start 11th. Okay.
Yeah, that's amazing. So yesterday in this race, I believe it was Albert Carrera that just sort of walked away with it there in that Boxster. I don't know that these are the conditions that the same. Yesterday they were a pretty damp race. McCready today seemed to have a pretty good pace this morning in his MX-5. That's why he's up on the pole. We'll see if he's able to continue that pace now with the way things have gone this afternoon. And then Brian Lynn, of course, found his pace this morning and currently is pretty darn quick up there. We'll see if he stays up near that front in his GTO car.
All right, we got 15 minutes to go. This will be some fast and furious action. It'll be fun to see the B-Spec cars in a 15-minute sprint, dash sprint kind of thing. There's 3 of those cars there. And then we've got 3 cars in E-production as well. Little gap car, Brian Lynn there in between the 2 E-production cars up front. And you're right, that Porsche Boxster was pretty stout yesterday. We'll see if it takes advantage of the conditions today.
He really was, and he jumped out there early yesterday. We'll see if he's got that kind of race pace early on. He's got to get around a few others to get there if he wants to. He's got the folks like Kurt Fritchen there in his RX-7 and that first gen, Lee Fleming in his MG. He's going to have to get around all of them. Those guys looked pretty racy this morning. We'll see if they've got the pace. This is sprint format, though. This is just whoever can get up there, get the pace early, is going to have the advantage. We saw it in the last race. If you can make a pass early and stick to it, it could end up being your race.
All right, here they come. 2 corners to go before the front straight. That Mustang pace car will pull off here. Then Glenn McCready will start pushing these cars right down towards the green flag, hopefully. And we will be back to our second to last race of the day. Here is the green flag. Here comes your front row, McCready and Brian Lynn going down towards turn 1. McCready's got a little lead. Brian Lynn is in second. Now keep in mind those cars are not racing each other, so there's no reason for them to press each other here. The car who wants to get around though is Kurt Ritchie because he wants to get up there behind McCready because those are class battles right there. First 3 of the first 4 of the first 5 cars are all E-production cars with Brian Lynn mixed in there.
Yeah, well, Correa's already made his way around Fritchie. He's now in that Boxster doing what he did yesterday, off to a pretty good start. He'll need to dispatch a Brian Lynn in that GTL car if he's going to go any further. But you can see that out in the lead, McCready, Brian Lynn, and the little Nissan right behind him, the GTL car. Then you got Correa and Fritchie the next 2. And then that Z3 BMW, which I'm not really sure who that is because unless it is Joe Car, it says here in MX-5, that is clearly a BMW Z3. That he's driving out there. And then you got the GTI Tim Litterud in the GTL car.
Sometimes when these cars switch, when guys switch classes, they forget to switch their transponder. And the info that we get on the timing and scoring sheet is from the transponder. So they might have, Joe Carr might have his Mazda transmitter in the BMW.
Easily could, and that would explain a lot of it, but it's got the same number on the side of the car. That helps. There's that E30 BMW, which started from the back. I believe that was Lovett, Sean Lovett, in that E30 has already made his way not only around the B-Specs, but I think they let him by shortly after the green. He's actually made his way up to 4th. Is that where I see him now?
Wow, that is an impressive move. Yeah, that looks like it is that car up in 4th place. And that would be Sean Lovett. He was quick in some other races that we've had this weekend, so I guess we shouldn't be surprised by that.
Yeah, he is moving for sure. He may have had some issues in some of the sessions. I think even this morning, I don't know that he even completed a full lap, which led to his low starting position. But he's got the pace now, and he's got the pace now enough where the 4 EP cars in front of him, I want to look out. They may be mirrors full of a white BMW in a minute. In fact, it looks like Correa is already behind Carr. Or Lovett, I should say.
Yeah, and the gap now between first and second in E-production is 3.5 seconds, which is pretty substantial for McCready, and he's got that buffer of that Nissan Sentra of Brian Lynn in between the 2 cars. So looking good for those cars there, or at least for McCready here early on. Still 12.5 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, McCready off to as good a start as he could have hoped for. He's got some margin. He's got another class between he and his rivals. And in a sprint race, time starts to work against those from the back. It starts working in favor of those at the front. And for McCready and Lynn, both those class leaders just cruising along under 2:08. They're 2:06.5, 2:07.2 for their lap times there on that first row flyer. back behind them, the B-Spec battle, though, Trich and Lepper and Naomi are very close there. You can see them right there, 1, 2, and 3. That is your B-Spec race, all nose to tail.
Yeah, that was something I was expecting, to have those B-Spec cars together there, especially with this short race. They can all kind of not worry about the differences between those cars. It's 2 Mazda 2s and a Mini Cooper. They've been pretty evenly matched all weekend, as long as they didn't have a whole bunch of cars between them, and that's what's happening here.
Yeah, it should be a great match. We saw in qualifying this morning that Trich and Lepper continue to trade fastest laps. I suspect that they'll continue to do that here in this session. Now, though, it's track position advantage to Trich. Lepper needs to overcome that deficit that he's down. But, you know, in a sprint format, you got to act quickly. You can't wait too long to make your move.
That is absolutely true, because there are just a few laps in these races, maybe 6 total. And that would make sense with the time we've got here in these 15-minute races. But it's like go time right as soon as the green flag falls. And we're seeing McCready take advantage of that thought process. And he has not put a wheel wrong yet. And hopefully he won't at all, for his sake, definitely. Everyone behind him would like to see him put a wheel slightly wrong so he can pull up the gap together. But a 2:03 is his time in this last lap. Although Kurt Fritchie's trying hard. He just did a 2:04.5, his fastest lap of the day.
Yeah, I think Fritchie there in that first gen RX-7 would love to, at this point, get around Brian Lynn. And Brian, it's probably might even give him the space, knowing that his GTL battle is a pretty substantial lead for him right now. He might let Fritchie take off and take a run at McCready if he feels like he's ambitious to. But McCready, every single sector for him is his personal best, if not the race best. So he's continued to pull out that lead now with 10 minutes to go, about a third of the way through the race. Good start for McCready.
Time for a break here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll do it now. When we come back, it's the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Thunderhill. We'll have the rest of race number 6 here in about 2 minutes.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome back to Thunderhill. For those of you who might be just joining us, Lefty, we went from what was practically perfect racing weather to the mother of all storms, which stopped us for 2 hours, to what is now essentially perfect racing weather. It's crazy.
It absolutely is, and I think it's the Michigan in me bringing my weather and our crazy weather patterns out here in Northern California. I don't know what else it could be. It's just been an absolutely crazy day. But these drivers continue to, whenever they're told to go to the track and take laps, that's what they're doing, and they are racing. And right now, the raciest of them might be second place runner Kurt Fritchie, who's been screaming around there trying to keep pace with McCready out in front. He's just about 4 seconds back. He was able to get around Brian Lynn, and there those two go through turn 11. He was able to dispatch of Lynn. at least to maybe take a run down McCready. McCready has responded and has pulled a couple of more tenths in each of the last couple of sectors, but it's not over yet here in EP at the front.
So we've got 6.5 minutes left here in this 15-minute race, and I don't know if it's enough time for Fritchie to catch Glenn McCready, but he's going to give it the old college try here. I'm going to guess, what, 3 laps left? Are you calling it? Because you're the engineer. You're the math guy.
Well, yeah, your overall leader just crossed. Ooh, this is going to be a tough math for me. Yeah, I'd say 3 at this 2 and change. I don't know if we can get a 4th one. We'll call it 3.
So he's going to have to take a second a lap out of, at least a second a lap out of Glenn McCready here if he wants to be close at the finish line here. That is a tall order.
He just took 8 tenths out the last lap, including about 1.5 seconds in the 3rd sector alone. Not sure if something happened to McCready or Fritz just finally found his groove. But, you know, so you're telling me there's a chance. Might be going through his mind right now.
Yeah, and with a little hiccup from McCready, that would really be a good situation for Fritchie. So he's ready to pounce given the opportunity, and it looks like he's going to be really close, possibly just on outright speed. So, you know, but the other opportunity is possibly for McCready to kick it in a little bit more, because his fastest race lap was a 2:03, his last lap at 2:05, so there might be a little bit of speed left in that Mazda MX-5 as well.
There could be, and if he's got it, he may want to crank it up. He doesn't want to even give any sort of hope to Fritchie behind him if he can kind of squash those dreams right now, as you can see him down there coming down towards turn 10, down that beautiful hill, just plummeting down. God, it just looks so gorgeous with the elevation changes around here.
Yeah, didn't like that 2 hours ago, but it's beautiful now.
It was more like a frozen waterfall, Niagara Falls in January a little while ago.
And it looks to me maybe like McCready's actually opened it up just a little bit. That looks a little bigger than 3 seconds to me. We'll know when they come to the line here as they come down the back straight. They've got 2 corners to go before they get onto the front straight. Here is that first corner. That's 14, then 15, which is kind of out of our view here. And then that dumps them right onto the front straight. We'll get a better time when they cross the line here. It's McCready, Fritchie, and then Brian Lynn, which is in a different class. It's a GTL car. At the line, it is now...
It's a lot closer.
That's not quite 4 seconds, is it? I guess.
I think it is. I tell you, Fritchie's quick in that 3rd sector. He took another 1 point in out in that sector alone. Overall, it was about 1.6 seconds on the lap. So, yeah, Fritchie's coming. He's making his move now. He knows this is it. And I'm looking at that clock. It was about 4 minutes and 20 when they came across start-finish to start a new lap. At 2:06, that's 4:12 is 2 laps. That's an 8-second overlap. They might still get 2 plus this lap.
That 3rd sector for Kurt Fritchie was out of control. Almost 2 seconds right there in the 3rd sector. He's also hitting the trap 5 miles an hour faster than McCready as well. So he's got that rotary RX-7 all hooked up here with the final laps to go. This race is far from over, folks.
Yeah, that little Wonka is spinning strong down that long. The 2 straightaways connected, both the back straight to the front straight. That's basically sector 3, and right now that's his strength, which is good for him if he can get up there, because that's where the passing zones can be. If he can just get a little bit closer, and if he does get that extra lap, like I'm thinking maybe he might, that can play right into his favor. He's lost a little bit, though, here. A 10th loss in Sector 1, 5/10 loss in Sector 2. He's going to have to crank it up here in Sector 3 again and find another 1.8 to make a race out of this.
And McCready just went purple in Sector 1 and purple in Sector 2. So I think he's like, I'm not letting this thing get out of my hands here. We will see. It does look, though, as Fritchie's better in Sector 3, but he's going to have to be a lot better to make up any pace on this lap, because he's purple in everything here for the number 4 car on this last lap. And it does look like Fritchie's closed in again in Sector 3. So McCready's faster in the first 2/3 of the track, and Fritchie's faster in the last third.
And I don't see a flag waving yet, so it looks like 2 to go by my calculation. What's the distance between them? 1.1 he did. He took out a couple tenths. Again, all that third sector. He's about a full second faster in the 3rd sector alone. He needs to stay close in the 2nd sector. and that's going to be probably coming down 5 through 6 and down towards 9 is that second sector. That's where his deficit is right now. He can't let McCready do any more damage there because Fritsch clearly has the advantage when they come down to those last straightaways.
Fritsch, to really make this a legit chance here, he's going to have to be within about a half a second here when the white flag comes out. And I don't know if he has enough there to do it, but he is not giving up. He is pushing hard. It looks like he hasn't lost as much here in Sector 1 and Sector 2 as he had on the previous lap, which could be really good news if he is so much faster in that third sector.
That's what he needs to do. He needs to stay close in the areas where perhaps McCready has an advantage. McCready on this lap is 0.6 quicker in the first sector over Fritsch. So not quite what Fritsch needed to do. He needed to stick a little bit closer to Glenn up in front. But here as they come down through 8, it doesn't look like the gap's opened up too badly. So through the second sector, if he could just keep it at this gap, pull another second out in the third sector, we'll be under a second with white flag going.
So we will definitely get the white flag this time by. I don't need any math to work on that one. It does look like it's a little bit closer here with McCready and Fritsch, but it's got to be within a half a second to really be legit here. And we'll watch to see whether that is the case. Looking back, I was going to say, looking back at the B-Spec field here right now, first and second space, John Tish and Thomas Lepper are still about 5 seconds apart, and then 7 seconds back to Ali Naomi. So no real strong battle there at the moment, so we're going to keep an eye up front here.
Yep, as they see that white flag, there it is. How close is Kurt Fritsch this time to Glenn McCready? Maybe about the same as they were the last lap? Yeah, it's at 1.2 seconds. At this point, McCready probably has to make a mistake to give Fritsch a chance, but Fritsch needs to run a perfect lap here to even have an outside chance to take this win.
Well, and honestly, McCready has to run a pretty perfect lap well. Just a tiny hiccup will be enough for Fritsch to get right back up there. And we'll watch this here. They're going to come out through turn 3, and we'll see them come into our view as they come out of turn 3 and into turn 4. There they are, coming up towards the crow's nest. It's still McCready and Fritsch.
How much curve does each one take here at the crest? That's the love. There aren't a whole lot of ways to take that corner right, and they looked pretty good through there. Nobody giving up much time. Next up will be the turn 6, leading onto that long, bending, sweeping 7 and 8. There they are.
Yep, there they are, and that is a pretty stout lead with less than a half a lap to go here. Without a big mistake from McCready, it looks like he's going to be able to motor on to take the win here. Great showing, though, for Kurt Fritsch to be able to come into second place in E-Production. Your third place car right now in E-Production is Sean Lovett, and he started last.
Yeah, great drive today. Yeah, whatever issues he had this morning in qualifying, he's able to put that aside. And, maybe the electric delay may have helped him with that out there wrenching in the hailstorm, but whatever he had to do, it worked. And he's right now sitting third in that class. Great result. Look at this. As Fritsch now doing everything he can coming down onto the back straight. If he's going to have a chance, he's got to get close. And I don't think he's quite close enough, even with the horsepower that he might have.
That absolutely looks to be the case here. Here they come into turn 14 for the final time. That front car is Glenn McCready. The gray car in second place is Kurt Fritsch. And Brian Lynn is kind of way back there all of a sudden. But the checkered flag is out. McCready is going to take the win here. Fritsch is going to come in second. Look at how close they are. Wow.
Great run off that last corner. Fritsch's thinking, man, if I just had one more lap. What a great race between these two. Never give up. Huh?
0.123 seconds was the distance at the line. He made up over a second on the final lap to make that really interesting.
Never give up. I'm telling you, you just never know when that driver doesn't get a great run. He only lost by a tenth. It could have been the other way around. Great job.
Wow, that was crazy. McCready, your winner. Kurt Fritsch, second. GTL, first place is Brian Lynn. Third place in E-Production is Sean Lovett, your fourth overall finisher. Going down the second place car in GTL was Tim Lindwood. Now let's look at B-Spec. John Tritch, Thomas Lepper, and Ali Naomi are your top 3 in the B-Spec race. We're going to take one more really short break because they're going to get this last race going pretty fast here. It's going to be Formula F and Formula V. That should be crazy too. There were 10 Formula Vs that qualified. Hopefully we'll get all 10 here, and it'll be really fun to watch. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, we're back here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Final race of the day, 15-minute dash for a trophy with our FV and FF cars. This should be fun, Lefty.
Yeah, things no wings. This ought to be definitely fun. A little bit of sun in their eyes, perhaps. Yeah, you might want to make sure you bring the tinted visor to this one. Maybe even put a little piece of tape over the top to try and find some shade of your eyes. It is low in the skies, but none of that matters because it is race time. And this pack of Vs, I think, is going to be the one to watch, really, and put on a pretty good show. We might see some fun up front with the FFs, but I'm looking forward to seeing the Vs duking it out.
Absolutely. Here's our starting order. Our Formula Fs are going to all start up front. Charles Horn and Denny Renfro are your pole sitters in your front row. Actually, Charles Horn is your pole sitter. Denny Renfro makes out the front row. Second row is Steve Meyer and David Jalen. And then your third row of Formula Fs is Keith Hall, Michael Bernstein. And then your last Formula F there in seventh place is Richard Heibel. Now to our Formula V field. There are 10 of them. Blake Tatum is your fast Formula V. Quinn Posner is in second and in that class. And you've got Donald Manthe and Ron Wake, followed by Derek Monick and Robert Posner. Next row would be Lawrence Bacon and Chris Ponson. And then the final row, Tony Baldessari and Aaron Robbins. That's how they're going to stack up here at the start. This is the fastest paced lap I've ever seen, people. We are almost pacing this. We're trying to make it meet a 6 o'clock or 6:05 deadline here.
They're just doing their part. That Mustang up front is definitely doing his part. He has a headlight out. Perhaps he doesn't want to be out there past sundown with just one headlight. But I think we're going to see, as we had noted in qualifying this morning, the pairs at the front of each of these classes are extremely close to each other, but very far ahead of the rest of their field. So that's Chuck Horn, Denny Renfro in the front of the FFs, and then the two FVs, Tatum and Posner. That's Quinn Posner and Blake Tatum. Those four are the class of their respective fields. They can have breakaways. In this sprint format, it's full gloves off. I don't think anyone's going to be waiting till the end to make a move. This is going to be make a move, make it quick, make it early, and hopefully you make it stick. This is going to be a fascinating race between two classes that are always hotly contested.
Yeah, this is going to be the sprint racing version of Fight Club. What happens at Fight Club stays at Fight Club. There is no time to waste here. You've got to go to the front fast. You've got to stay out front. And because there's only 15 minutes to do this, and the points in a 15-minute Super Tour race are the exact same as the points in a 35-minute Super Tour race, so they got to get it going here.
RGL Motorsports on the chat on YouTube just said this looks like his Windows background. With the blue skies and the nice colors of greens and browns and the grasses. It's beautiful stuff.
You would never know that it was like the Armageddon of hailstorms here 2 hours ago. You wouldn't even know it.
Is there still ice on the side of the track by the wall down at the end of the front straight?
When we come down for the green flag, I'll take a look. But it looks like it's pretty much gone there. So, folks, go ahead.
Let's just see. Renfro I saw is on sticker tires. I don't know that Chuck Horn was. Okay. That can make a difference if those stickers are nice and soft and fresh to be able to fire up quickly. He may be looking to try and take this lead early.
Folks, if you didn't see the storm, after the race is over, scroll back about 2 hours and look at the YouTube channel. It was nuts. Okay, here we go. Enough about that. 15 minutes of racing to go, and this will be a great way to finish out our day. Formula F, Formula V, 15 minutes. 6 trophies on the line, and they're really nice trophies, folks. All right, and you can see just a tiny bit of hail right next to the wall there, pretty much all melted. Looking for a green flag here. There's very little doubt that we're going to get it. It is now in the air. All these cars going down towards turn 1. There's your Formula Fs up front, and there are your Formula Vs just a little bit further back there, about halfway through the pack. It does look like that Charles Horn is taking the lead early. Denny Renfro, that's that Bumblebee-looking car in second place. And that is how it is stacked up here as they go through turn 2. A little wide there, but managing to get through there just fine. And then you've got the rest of the Formula Vs that are coming up. That's the last 10 cars on the track right now. Everyone seems to have made it through just fine. Coming through turn 3 without any issues, and into our view now as they come up through the crow's nest for the first time.
Renfro looks angry, like an angry bee there following Chuck Horn. I think he wants to try and make that pass and make it early. But look at the Vs. Look at it. You got about 6 of them just absolutely nose to tail in the middle of that pack. It is going to be just game on among all of them as they come around turn 6 into the 7, 8, 9 complex for the first time at speed.
Yeah, Renfro's got 13 minutes to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee and get that place back. He's going to make that effort.
They both ran wide and they both spun.
And it looks like they've maybe had contact with each other. And it looks like Denny Renfro's still back there with the entire pack going through him. It looks like Charles Horn was able to recover and hasn't lost a spot.
And it looked like the 3rd and 4th, Jalen and Meyer may have actually hit the brakes to avoid any spinning cars, which is going to possibly leave Chuck Horn in the lead. Renfro looks like he's just now getting out of the runoff there to get going again. I can't believe this. Charles Horn's still leading this race after that big off and back on.
Yeah, I think that, like you said, the 2nd and 3rd place car had to check up so much that it gave him the time to get back on the racetrack.
Unbelievable. And that's contact.
Oh, and that's a V with that right rear wheel is those wheels are not pointing in the right direction, folks. And that's in a spot where they're going to have to go in and pick up that car. The good news is they should be able to hook and get them out fast because it's a Formula car. But whatever end of that car I was looking at should not have that much, whether it's Camber or Caster. I always get those two confused, but I think it's Camber.
At this point, it's probably both.
Yeah, it may be both. Camber, Caster, Tow, it's all fakaka'd there. And they're going to see if that car moves in the next half a lap before they come around. But that is in a spot that I'm pretty certain they're not going to want to leave that car if it does not get moving.
Which means the race to that line here was important in case they throw any kind of a yellow. In the lead in Formula V, Posner's got it ahead of Tatum and the other Posner. So two Posners right now, the front three making up the Vs. Horn's still out in front of Jalen, Meyer, and Hall in the FFs in front of the entire field. And right now it looks like Horn has no worse for the wear for any of that off and back on. He's pulling away already of Jalen and Meyer.
And I'm looking at our camera that we're not using at turn 9. That car has not moved yet, so.
Yeah, he's still off track right.
He's still off track there and not moving at all. So, and there is your full course yellow, as I suspected. Hopefully they can get out and get that car fast, because we only have 11 minutes left in this race, and they will not be slapping the clock here. If they have to, they'll just run laps under a full course yellow here. But they'll run out there and try to pick them up as quick as possible. You can see that right side, there are some tires tilted in a direction that they should not be tilted in. So let's do this real quick, Lefty. Let's get our break in, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be going green soon. We'll do that right now. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Thunderhill Raceway Park. We'll be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
We're back at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Lefty, we went back and we can't show it, but we looked at what happened, and it seems as though the car that stuck there at turn 9 just got caught up in someone else's mess and really had nothing to do with the start of the problem, but ended up being the end of the problem. There's the tow truck, and with 8 minutes and 50 seconds, if they can pick this car up fast and get it on the hook and just drive off to the right there, you see that little dirt roadish kind of thing. They might be able to get to a semi-safe space and be able to get going here for 2 or 3 more laps at the end. That's what I've got my fingers crossed for, and that's what David Jalen and Stephen Meyer have their fingers crossed for, because they would love to win this race, and they're now right behind Charles Horn, behind the pace car.
Well, I tell you, one guy out there who probably wouldn't mind seeing a couple laps of green. That's Denny Renfro, who has caught the back of the front field, of course, now full under yellow. He is behind a gaggle of Vs, 5 of them, in fact. But he knows that if they go green, he can probably get by those Vs in one straightaway and be right on the tail of the rest of the FF crowd. And if he's got fresh tires, he may be confident that in 2 laps he could get this thing up on the podium. Yeah. I don't know that he's going to get 2 laps of green, but if he does, I would keep your eye out on Denny Renfro to make his way through the field quickly.
Yep, and I'm keeping my eye on the start stand here. We're going to come to a point in time where there's kind of a go, no go moment, and they could checker this early if they don't think there's any chance that this car is going to move fast here. And but I can cross my fingers and cross my toes and hope that we're going to get this thing going. I can tell one person who would rather not get this thing going. There are two people, Charles Horn and Quinn Posner. They're the leaders in their respective classes right now, and they'd be very happy if they checkered this race right now.
Yeah, the whole Posner family right now would be like, yeah, I don't mind racing, but the checker would be so bad.
The 3 podium positions.
Yes.
Dad's got 3rd place right now. Son Quinn is in 1st place, and Blake Tatum is the meat in the middle of a Posner sandwich there.
Yeah, none of those 3 would probably argue if we decided to just go ahead and checker this thing. But it's up to the stewards to decide. None of the teams, crews, families, or anybody else gets to make that call.
That's
and we'll let it, well, white flag means.
Yeah, that means this race is going to be done here. White flag is out. That means our finishing order here is going to be on the podium in Formula F. It's going to be Charles Horn. Well, now I say that, any one of these cars could have a mechanical problem on the last lap. So, barring a mechanical problem, as crazy as today's been, I wouldn't put anything past anybody. But anyway.
Well, I'm also wondering where Charles Horn or his transponder has gone. Because he did not cross the stripe as the first car. Jalen
he is
did.
In last place right now.
Yes, he didn't trip. So I'm wondering if there's a timing glitch going on right now. If we can get a shot, because his car is the reddish Swift out there. And if that is not what's right behind that pace car, then
Well, we'll get a good shot of him when he comes up towards the crow's nest.
Yeah.
Here, we'll know for certain. That's a black car.
I think it is. Which that could then be David Jalen ahead of Steve Meyer, Keith Hall, and Michael Bernstein. Might be your front 4, and I believe it's exactly who it is, because then you go to the V's. So Charles Horn needed it 1 lap earlier. I don't know where Charles is.
I wonder if he got some damage when he went off there and maybe a tire started going down, and I don't know what the situation is, but as it stands right now, it looks like David Jalen's going to be your race winner here in Formula F, and overall, Steve Meyer will finish 2nd. That's going to move Keith Hall up into a podium position here, so he's going to get one of those fancy trophies. Quinn Posner, Blake Tatum, and Robert Posner will be, if nothing goes wrong here. And,
let's not count those chickens or sheep or whatever yet.
Whatever it is, they would be your podium in Formula V right now. Can anything else crazy happen today?
Oh, we are right at the 6 p.m. Pacific time cutoff, and so we'll see.
Well, 4 minutes and 31 on the clock, but the white flag's out, so this is basically a ceremonial lap. Oh, did you see that bird almost fly into our living room there? That looked like a nice little yellow finch. That's how good our cameras are. I could tell what kind of bird that was. And it matched Denny Renfro's yellow car as well.
Well, this has been one unusual day, to say the least.
Yeah, while we're watching here, Lefty, I think now would be a good time to thank all of our corner workers.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Everyone who's been in the outdoors for this weekend. I heard a story about what happened to our tech crew, and I want to verify it with the tech crew before I share it. But they had a pretty harrowing couple of minutes there when that storm blew in. And but yeah, a lot of folks who we get out here that work outdoors, and I think they thought they were taking shelter in a good place until they weren't taking shelter in a good place. But we'll get all those stories and share them with you tomorrow once we come back on. So thank you to all of our workers, all of the crews who are out there. Thankfully, everyone stayed safe through the storm. And we've had a couple of incidents. Thankfully, all the drivers were in good shape after those. Want to let everybody know that tomorrow we're going to be out here starting at 1 o'clock Pacific time for the Western Shootout Championship. What's that? Oh, 11:30. Oh, yes, there's one race before lunch. Yes, I apologize. 11:30 is our first race tomorrow for the Western Shootout Championship. for those of you who haven't heard about this, essentially what's going to happen is we're going to run a third different track configuration tomorrow. It's going to be a 5-mile lap. This would be a good time to do those Le Mans type photo finishes on the front straight for these cars. But anyway, a 5-mile track. There's going to be 30-minute races, and they're going to have a big award for each class for combined points, and I don't know exactly how the points work, but they put together points from yesterday's finishes, today's finishes, and tomorrow's finishes for a Super Shootout champion. It's not related to the Super Tour, so it's a completely separate event. It's put on by San Francisco region, but it's going to be this epic 5-mile racetrack tomorrow. And frankly, it should be interesting. They don't race that 5-mile configuration here very often. I believe it's just their last race of the year every year. So they're throwing another one in to make it part of this Western Shootout weekend.
It's going to be amazing. I've heard stories about this. I believe this 5-mile configuration is the longest road course in North America at this 5 miles. Road America is still only 4 point something. Yep. Amazing that we'll be able to see how this thing goes. And all the locals, they rave about how great this place is, and I can see why. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think it's going to be great. A little bit of a change up in how we run things. Super Tour now officially, I guess, is over. But we have one more day of racing, so that should be exciting. And a couple of practice sessions in the morning. We'll let them figure out how they're going to do that. But we go on air at what time?
11:30 p.m. a.m. not p.m.
Pacific time.
11:30 a.m. Pacific time. So I think that's going to do it for us, Lefty.
Crazy day. I think I've seen it all, but tomorrow's another day. Maybe we'll learn something and see something new tomorrow.
All right. Thank you all for being here. If you didn't see the storm, scroll back through the YouTube channel here I'd say about 3 hours ago, and we came back during our little break. It's inside the coverage that we cut to the runoffs from a couple years ago during our rain delay, but we came back when this storm came through, and you need to see it to believe it, folks, because I don't even know that I believe it. All right, for Larry Lefty MacLeod, for our producer Brendan, our director Zach, everybody at the SCCA, everybody at San Francisco region, thank you all for watching. We appreciate it, and we will see you back here tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time.